I had just transmigrated into the novel The Cannon Fodder's Sidekick Takes Them All Down. And I found myself as Kai Xia Cheng, the villain destined for an inevitable death. Down in the basement, the heroine Su Tao was tied to a wooden bed. While I stood there with a knife in hand, as the system frantically urged me on in my head. Host, stop hesitating and start torturing her right now. I looked at the innocent girl before me, her eyes filled with tears, looking utterly desperate and helpless. If I dared to land even one more strike, the male lead Yi Liang's revenge army would tear me to pieces. Even my family would be completely wiped out because of this wretched villain role I have been forced into. Either way it is death, but I, Kai Xia Cheng, refuse to accept my fate. Since the male leads all want my head, I will do the exact opposite. As long as I can fully win over this pure and innocent heroine and make her my only shield. This dead-end scenario might just turn into an opportunity for survival. I took a deep breath to steady myself and leaned in close to that peerless, beautiful face. I saw the reflection of a touch of crazed crimson in her eyes. And it all begins here with the very first words I speak in this dim, dark basement. A note before we begin, this book is set in a fictional world. There is no connection to reality, no harmful guidance, nothing that goes against moral values, and no extreme violence. It is suitable for all ages, so please read with peace of mind. Thank you. The story begins below. Host, just do it, there's no turning back now. In a dim basement, a weary-looking lowly with crimson eyes clutched a sharp knife, her face sullen. The system's voice buzzed incessantly in her head. With a creak, the wooden bed in front of her let out a groan. Kai Xia Cheng lifted one eye, her gaze complex beneath a messy fringe of bangs. A delicate, fair-skinned girl was restrained on the wooden bed, her arms and legs spread out, with her wrists and ankles bound. Her fair neck and slim waist were just as trapped. Unable to move, she could only let out muffled, whimpering sounds. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she kept trying to say something. With her messy, smooth, long hair spread out and her peerlessly beautiful face, the girl possessed an indescribable, hazy allure. Meeting the girl's angry gaze, Kai Xia Cheng guiltily looked away. It had been 10 minutes, and she still could not believe she had transmigrated into a novel. And she had become a cannon fodder supporting character who would not even survive 100 chapters. This was a female-oriented novel titled, All the Cannon Fodder Characters Are Getting Eliminated, and All the Male Gods Are Falling Into My Arms. The plot was just as the title suggested. In the first half, the female lead Su Tao beat up countless villains and supporting characters, using her gentleness to hook all sorts of urban CEOs, special forces kings, and male gods, gradually reaching the peak of her life. And the original owner was the most memorable villain to all the readers. She had grown up with Su Tao, so it was no exaggeration to call them childhood sweethearts. But Su Tao was just too outstanding. Her radiance completely overshadowed the original owner, with countless male gods falling for her. If Su Tao had been a heartless person who actually accepted these male gods, it would have been fine. But she was a white moonlight type of heroine who was universally liked, rejecting all the men while saying things like, Xia Cheng, you are my most precious friend. As a result, from the original owner's perspective, Su Tao was just showing off. She was mocking her, and so she turned completely dark. She started opposing the female lead at every turn, provoking almost every male lead and side character who liked her. Kai Xia Cheng fiddled with the small knife in her hand, frowning as she recalled. If I remember correctly, this cannon fodder locked the heroine in a dark room, slashed her face with a knife, stabbed her chest, and after various torments was discovered by one of the male lead's subordinates. And then, in a fit of rage, the male lead beat the original owner to the brink of death before throwing her into the ocean to drown. Not only that, as a villainous cannon fodder after she met her end, even her family did not escape punishment. Does that mean I am going to be done for soon? Kai Xia Cheng widened her eyes, howling internally. Before being hit by that truck, she was a model youth who always wore her red scarf with pride. Everyone else gets transmigrated. Why am I the only one starting in hell? It was at this moment that the villain system in her mind spoke up again. So do not hesitate, host. You are dead either way, so why not see how this heroine tastes? According to the plot, the male lead's lackey will be here soon. Do you really have the nerve to tell me to focus on the heroine? We are villains, we have to do villainous things to gain emotional points. Kai Xia Cheng ignored the ramblings of this useless villain system. Saving her own life was the most important thing. Having finally been reborn, Kai Xia Cheng did not want to accept her fate just like that. She had read about rebirth and transmigration in novels countless times. For now, there was only one way to save her life. Kai Xia Cheng fixed her gaze on the restrained Su Tao. You have to give credit where it is due, she was the one and only heroine in the book. Both her looks and her figure were top tier. Unfortunately, she is a girl, no guy down there. But in Su Tao's eyes, Kai Xia Cheng's series of internal thoughts looked quite different. At one moment she was deep in thought, and the next she had a smile on her face, looking exactly like a madwoman. No matter how hard she struggled, she showed no pity. Why did it have to be like this? Xia Cheng, are not we supposed to be best friends? While Su Tao let her mind wander, Kai Cheng had already figured out how to save her own skin. The only way to break the cycle was the heroine herself. The original owner died largely because Su Tao gave up on her, letting the male leads kill her. As long as she avoided that, her survival rate would increase significantly. Kai Cheng held a small knife and slowly walked over to Su Tao. She reached out and pulled off the gag. Cough, cough, cough. Su Tao began to cough violently. After a while, she looked hard at Kai Cheng, her pure eyes filled with a mix of despair and confusion. Cheng, why? Having been tied up here for half a day without a drop of water, her voice was a bit hoarse. Why are you treating me like this? I have never thought of you as an enemy. Kai Cheng raised the corners of her lips and leaned onto the bed, her bewitching crimson eyes particularly striking in the dark. She smiled, her voice trembling with irrepressible excitement. Tao, why do you think it is? Her acting skills surged, and she radiated a sense of danger at every moment. She gently stroked Su Tao's smooth cheek, making the girl's skin crawl. Is it because of Yu Liang and the others? Cheng, you like them, so you think I snatched them away, right? Su Tao gave a bitter smile, her expression indescribably mournful. Cheng, I told you before we grew up together, you are the most important person to me. Her eyes showed hope and her tone became extremely gentle in that instant. Hey Cheng, let me go, okay? I will not blame you, we can still be best friends. Then why did you get so close to them? Huh? Su Tao did not understand what Kai Cheng meant. Kai Cheng suddenly leaned in, their faces mere inches apart. Su Tao could feel Kai Cheng's warm breath hitting her cheek, with strands of tea-colored hair falling down. Whether from nerves or fear, Su Tao's heart was beating very fast. Kai Cheng asked word by word, since you think I am the most important person, why did you have to get so close to Yi Liang, Dongfeng Yang and the others? Su Tao opened her mouth, momentarily lost for words. Kai Cheng smiled and reached out to pinch Su Tao's cheeks. Tao, you have no idea what I really want. You think I like Yi Liang and Si Chen and the others, so I am jealous of you, targeting you and messing up your relationship with them, right? With her cheeks pinched, Su Tao still struggled to ask, is not that it? As a best friend, she felt she knew Kai Cheng very well. The ship of their friendship capsized, did not it, because the boys she liked did not like her back but instead pursued her. Including the kidnapping today. Because this afternoon, Su Tao was forced to accept Yi Liang's invitation to attend a banquet together. She went as his date. And Kai Cheng had been cold-shouldered, ignored, and even mocked by Yi Liang. Hatred born from jealousy. That was why she had kidnapped her on the eve of the banquet. It was not that Su Tao was narcissistic. In her eyes, according to what Yi Liang had told her, that was exactly what had happened. Looking at the novel from a reader's perspective, the original owner did indeed kidnap her for this reason. She seemed to hate Su Tao to the extreme. However, the words spoken by Kai Cheng, whose soul had been completely replaced, left Su Tao utterly shocked. The lowly with vaguely sickly crimson eyes let out a wild laugh. Tao, I have never liked Yi Liang, Dongfeng Yang, or any of them. Kai Cheng leaned her mouth against Su Tao's ear and breathed out softly. Tao, the person I like the most is you. After saying this, she extended her delicate little tongue and licked her earlobe. Lowering her voice even further, Tao, do you know? I love you, I love you, I love you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Since I am the most important person to you, why did you have to get close to Yi Liang and the others? Is not having me enough? Illustration by Nei Yu. The low, husky, trembling voice landed like a thunderclap, leaving the white moonlight heroine frozen on the bed. She could not come back to her senses for a long time. The Yandere lowly plan is on. This is Kai Cheng's plan to break the impasse. Several of the male leads already hated the original owner, and with this kidnapping incident, they would surely grow to hate her even more. The only way to save her life now is for the heroine to stop them. Turn over a new leaf. Su Tao's character profile is a soft, gentle white moonlight type who often overthinks and is easily swayed. When the male leads act too forcefully, she loses her direction. She's simply not stable enough. Only by leaving a deep enough impression on her heart, making her feel compelled to care about and protect me, will I have a chance to survive. While Kai Cheng's thoughts were racing, the system in her mind kept making ding sounds. The heroine Su Tao is deeply shocked by the host's words. Emotion points +3. Emotion points +10. This is one of the system's main functions. As long as important characters from the original story, be it side characters or leads, have massive emotional swings due to Kai Cheng's actions. She can earn emotion points. Emotion points have many uses, including lucky draws, purchasing items from the shop, and checking the future plot developments of the novel. It is just that the beginner's package requires 100 emotion points to unlock. Everyone else gets gifts for free, but this system makes me pay. It is truly a scammy system for a little lowly. Only 13 emotion points, nowhere near enough. Seeing that Su Tao was too shocked to react, Kai Cheng braced her hand against the edge of the bed and flipped herself onto it. She was wearing a beige jacket today, and with her shorts and tight black stockings, she stood tall over Su Tao. The black ribbons of her jacket hung down, and as she shifted, it was hard not to notice her fair, smooth thighs exposed by the stockings. The white moonlight heroine finally came to, but her eyes were still filled with panic. "Little Cheng, I do not understand what you mean." They had grown up together, best friends for over 10 years. Su Tao had always viewed Kaizaya Cheng as her best friend and the little sister she cherished most. Even with the many conflicts over the past 2 years, she still felt in her heart that Kaizaya Cheng could be saved, and that if she just kept trying to correct her thinking, they would eventually return to the way things were. They would be good friends again. But now she felt like a child who wanted to be an astronaut being slapped by a happy grandma. "My former best friend is in love with me." Her mind was in chaos, she had lost her composure. Kaizaya Cheng did not respond to her question. She watched as Kaizaya Cheng leaned down, placing both hands on the bedboard beside her shoulders. Kaizaya Cheng, not even 1.6 meters tall. So light, Su Tao could barely feel any weight at all. Kaizaya Cheng arched forward, and a faint fragrance wafted into Su Tao's nose. Her tea-colored hair hung down by one side of her cheek, and Su Tao watched as a small hand gently caressed her face. Fingertips lightly touched her. Very quickly, Kaizaya Cheng broke into an enchanting, adoring smile. Half of it was an act, and the other half was genuine, intended to make Su Tao realize exactly what she was doing. Reaching out to tuck Su Tao's messy hair behind her ear, Kaizaya Cheng let out a breath. After giving Su Tao a few seconds to react and process, Kaizaya Cheng's voice was very soft. "Tao Tao, I like you so very much, ever since you protected me when I was being bullied as a child, and took my hand to lead me from the dark corner out into the sunlight. I have been hopelessly in love with you ever since." Kaizaya Cheng stared into Su Tao's bewildered eyes. "I knew I had to be sensible to stay by your side, so I always kept my feelings hidden, thinking it would not matter if you did not love me back, as long as I could watch over you from afar." But Kaizaya Cheng's tone suddenly grew heavy. "You kept telling me that I was your most precious friend, your most important person, the one you loved the most. Since you told me all that, why did you have to betray me?" Like a demon cursing hell, Kaizaya Cheng's voice became filled with resentment. "Yi Liang Si Chen Dongfeng Yang, why are you getting close to them when you already have me?" She screamed the last sentence. Su Tao began to struggle fiercely, but her whole body was restrained, her words coming out in an anxious rush. "It is not like that, Xiao Cheng, I just..." Before she could finish, Kaizaya Cheng grabbed her chin and cut her off. Her voice turned morbidly gentle again. "No need to explain, Tao Tao, no matter what, I will always love you, and you will only ever belong to me." The paranoid and slightly frantic tone caught Su Tao off guard. One second she was gentle, the next she hit a downward spiral. Su Tao seemed to guess what Kaizaya Cheng was about to do, and as she leaned closer, Su Tao said in a panic, "Xiao Cheng, listen to me. Whether it is Yi Liang or Dongfeng Yang, I have not." Her voice was cut short. Su Tao's eyes widened sharply. Her struggling body went still for a moment. Then she began to struggle even more violently. The heroine Su Tao is deeply shocked by the host's actions. Emotion points +5. Emotion points +8. Emotion points +14. The emotion point notifications in her mind kept sounding. Kaizaya Cheng knew this was because Su Tao's brain could not handle the influx of information. But the beginner's package requires 100 emotion points, and this still is not enough. Feeling Su Tao's weak struggles, Kaizaya Cheng sneered inside. She immediately shifted her beautiful curved lips. She bit down hard with her small fangs. "That makes a deeper impression, does not it?" It was at that moment that the basement's wooden door was kicked open. "Miss Su Tao." A man in a suit, gasping for air, stood by the threshold with a look of extreme anxiety. In the next second, he froze. What is going on? He remembered that after the young master found Miss Su Tao's location, he had acted like a madman, ordering him to rush over, saying that if he were one step late, Miss Su Tao would be harmed. Looking at it now, it did not look like she was being harmed. The bodyguard could not have imagined such an intimate scene in the basement. From his perspective, Su Tao was pinned down, and Kaizaya Cheng was kneeling on the bed, leaning over her, looking like she was. The scene was a bit too beautiful, making him feel awkward to watch. He quickly snapped out of it, pointing at Kaizaya Cheng sternly, "Let Miss Su Tao go." The voice startled both Kaizaya Cheng and Su Tao. She braced with one hand, the bedboard let out a muffled groan, and she lifted herself lightly. With a look of annoyance, Kaizaya Cheng slowly turned her head, strands of hair falling over her eyes, and swept a sidelong glance at the newcomer, her red eyes flashing with a strange light in the dim environment. The small knife was back in her hand before anyone noticed. Then she pressed it against Su Tao's neck. Staring coldly at the bodyguard, she said, "Get out, or you know what will happen to you." Seeing the cold light reflecting off the small blade, the man in the suit felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The slightly sweet moment from just a second ago now felt like a hallucination. Deranged and backed into a corner, that was the true essence of this red-eyed loli, whose eyes were glowing with a sinister crimson hue. He swallowed hard, stole a glance at Su Tao, who was trembling with her eyes tightly shut, and took a small step forward while speaking. "You do not be impulsive, I." Before he could finish, Kai Ziacheng cut him off, saying, "I'm counting to 3. If you do not get out, you can start preparing to collect her corpse." As she spoke, she turned back to look at Su Tao, intoxicated by her own thoughts, and whispered, "It is okay, Tao Tao. I have wanted to end things like this for a long time, but I would be so lonely on the road without you, would not I? It is not that I want to drag you down with me. It is because I love you. So no matter where we go, we have to be together." Without even giving Su Tao a chance to speak, Kai Ziacheng glared at the man in the suit and shouted 3. The man in the suit was struck with terror. What happened to 1 and 2? Terrified, he had no choice but to scramble out of the room. He even thoughtfully closed the basement door for Kai Ziacheng before pulling out his phone to call his young master, Yi Liang. The moment she saw him leave, Kai Ziacheng breathed a secret sigh of relief. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 100 points of emotion. Do you wish to redeem the starter pack?" "Redeem." After she shouted internally, a virtual panel that only she could see popped up in front of Kai Ziacheng. "Starter pack successfully redeemed. Obtained random skills, acting intermediate, pain reduction intermediate, and infused liquid beginner." Kai Ziacheng could understand the first 2 skills. But the third one? System, what does infused liquid mean? As long as the liquid is touched directly or indirectly by the host can autonomously control its flavor, nutritional value, and whether it is harmful. Kai Ziacheng. She immediately thought of scenarios only found in explicit adult comics. Everyone knows there are many liquids on a girl's body that can be infused. But the situation was critical, so she did not have time for such wild thoughts. Originally, Kai Ziacheng had planned to slip out through a hidden door before the male lead arrived. But now, her gaze lingered on Su Tao's face. The heroine, acting as the pure white moonlight, seemed to have shut down after everything that had happened. She just sat there blankly with her mouth slightly open. Her pupils were unfocused. She looked like she had been completely broken. In truth, Kai Ziacheng knew she was just overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and had mentally checked out. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Kai Ziacheng came up with a much more memorable idea. "Gismer, Tao Tao might not be able to handle it, but as the heroine, she surely has a very strong will, right? So shall we try?" Su Tao could not speak. All that responded to her was the sound of the bed frame continuously shaking. Outside the door, the man in the suit finally got through to Yi Liang, saying anxiously, "Young master, where are you? Something huge has happened here, what should I do?" Yi Liang's deep voice held a trace of urgency. "I will be there in 2 minutes. What is the situation?" "I found the basement, but Kai Ziacheng is using Miss Su Tao to threaten me. I cannot do anything." "Damn that villain," Yi Liang cursed. "I think that woman is crazy. Keep her calm, I am coming right now." It was at that moment that the sound of Su Tao's struggling gasps and the creaking of the wooden bed drifted through the door, and Yi Liang, on the other end of the line, paused in confusion. "What is that sound?" "This." The man in the suit looked back at the wooden door, speechless. He could not help but recall what he had just seen. Just a moment ago, it was only a kiss. Now the bed was rattling. He did not even dare to imagine what they were doing inside. "You are both girls, why are you playing so hard?" He looked at his phone still in the call and fell into deep thought. Yi Liang urged, "Speak up, what is the situation over there?" The man in the suit took a deep breath. Young master, the thing I'm about to say is very terrifying, please do not get angry." "Stop talking nonsense, tell me what exactly is going on there." The man in the suit replied, "Young master, I suspect you might have been cuckolded." Yi Liang roared, "Who has the nerve?" Kai Ziacheng. 3 minutes later, Yi Liang finally arrived. With his hair swept to one side and wearing a black leather jacket, the 6-foot-tall man looked imposing as he marched to the basement entrance with several bodyguards. Glancing at the cowed man in the suit, he could not help but curse with a cold face, useless. Then he kicked the door open. "Kai Ziacheng, I am warning you." Before he could finish, Kai Ziacheng was nowhere to be seen in the room. Su Tao remained tied to the bed, mouth slightly open, eyes vacant. Her hair was disheveled over her shoulders, and her face was deathly pale. On one side of the basement, a hidden door stood slightly ajar. Yi Liang quickly came to his senses and rushed over to Su Tao. "Su Tao, are you okay?" Hearing the tense male voice, Su Tao blinked, slowly regaining her senses. With a smile like a withering rose, she whispered, "Yi Liang, you are here." Hearing her hoarse voice, Yi Liang felt a pang of heartache. Clenching his fists, he growled, "Kai Ziacheng, I will definitely make her pay the price." Su Tao's heart tightened the moment she heard that name. It felt as if that morbidly soft voice was still lingering in her ears. The voice that kept telling her, "I love you." She licked the orange juice from her lips and looked at Yi Liang. Let us just leave Ziacheng alone for now." Liang was still burning with rage. Su Tao, you are too kind. You have been tortured like this because of her. Why would not I care about Kaizaya Cheng? The man in the suit raised his hand weakly. Young master, should we maybe take the shackles off Miss Su Tao first? Yi Liang's expression turned awkward immediately. Sorry, I was too emotional and forgot. Su Tao, let me unlock them for you. After a bit of searching, they quickly found the keys that Kaizaya Cheng had intentionally left on the table. Su Tao, did Kaizaya Cheng do anything to you? Hearing this, Su Tao instinctively placed her fingertip against her lips. Her first kiss, it was gone. She even used her tongue. She met the eyes of the man in the suit, and both of them fell silent. Yi Liang noticed something was wrong with Su Tao's expression. His heart tightened. He looked back at the man in the suit. What just happened? Tell me. The man in the suit shrank his neck and glanced at Su Tao, who was pursing her lips in silence. He gritted his teeth and said, Young master, when I walked in, I saw Miss Su Tao tied to the bed and then... His voice grew quieter. Then Kaizaya Cheng was on top of Miss Su Tao and the two of them were kissing. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang's eyes widened suddenly. The other bodyguards looked equally shocked. Everyone knew how deeply their young master was devoted to Miss Su Tao. Was it appropriate to say something that could cause such internal discord? Su Tao, is this true? Su Tao glanced to the side and shook her head slightly. No, she just tied me to the bed and left me there, warning me not to get close to you anymore. Phew, that is good. Yi Liang turned back to the man in the suit. You dared to ruin Su Tao's reputation. Why are you still standing there? Go through the secret door and chase after Kaizaya Cheng. Su Tao reached out, wanting to stop the man in the suit. But the words caught in her throat and she did not know how to speak. Even she herself did not know why she wanted to defend Kaizaya Cheng. What she had done was clearly way out of line. Su Tao had always wanted to restore her friendship with Kaizaya Cheng. But after what happened, could they really still be friends? The memories of their time together flooded her mind. But the next second she had a vision of Kaizaya Cheng's sudden, Yandere-like transformation. It has been over 10 years, so why did not I have any idea that Zaya Cheng liked me? I always thought of her as just a little sister. She steadied herself and said to Yi Liang, why do not we just leave Zaya Cheng alone? Are you still speaking up for her? She did not really do anything to me, it is just. Su Tao rambled, unable to explain what had just happened. Yi Liang scoffed, I know, she just likes me, right? Look at what she looks like, short, awkward, with foundation on her face thicker than the dirt on my shoe soles. She just does not know her place. The day I fall for her is the day the sky collapses. His words were full of disdain. Yi Liang was arrogant and confident. Su Tao opened her mouth again, but in the end, she did not defend Kaizaya Cheng. She just said weakly, Zaya Cheng actually realized she was wrong. She told me earlier that she would not bother you anymore. Can we just give her one more chance? Seeing his beloved with teary eyes, Yi Liang's heart softened. Fine, whatever you say. His tone was gentle and he reached out to pull Su Tao into his arms. To his surprise, Su Tao stepped back half a step. She dodged his embrace. He looked startled, but seeing the complex expression on her face, he soon understood. Right, Su Tao has not even accepted his pursuit yet. She must want some time to herself right now, right? Or maybe she is just shy because I came to save her just in time. Yes, that must be it. Yi Liang brushed back his hair and said to Su Tao, let us head out first. Go to my private clinic and I will have a doctor check on you. Okay. Su Tao nodded blankly. She kept a step's distance from Yi Liang the whole time. He became even more convinced that Su Tao was just shy. Little did he know Su Tao was pushing her tongue against the cut inside her mouth, her mind filled with that small silhouette. She felt both lost and relieved. As for Kaizaya Cheng, after escaping the basement through the secret door, she used her memory to get her bearings and ran toward her home. Her hair was disheveled, her hands were in her pockets, and her head was bowed low to avoid drawing attention from passersby. But her small face was filled with anxiety. Damn it, I overestimated this body. I have only been running for a little while and I am already feeling dizzy. More importantly, the man in the suit was still hot on her heels. Host, come on, you're almost home. Shut up, you useless system, or at least do something helpful. 20 emotional points deducted from the host, temporarily enhancing the host's physique. Duration 3 minutes. A warm current surged from her abdomen to her limbs, and Kaizaya Cheng, who was nearly exhausted, stumbled but steadied herself. Even so, she was still tired and weak. She looked back at the man in the suit. He had caught up to within 20 meters of her. This will not work, he is going to catch me, I have to think of something. Kaizaya Cheng looked left and right. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Walking toward her was a tall, sturdy guy with the unique look of naivety often found in college students. Kaizaya Cheng took a few quick steps, and her acting skills immediately kicked in. She stumbled and fell right in front of him. Chen Kun reacted quickly and steadied her. As someone who had been single for 23 years, he was flustered to be this close to a girl for the first time. He instinctively looked away. Are you okay? Kai Cheng let out a sob, squeezed out some tears, and said in a panic, "Big brother, please help me. There's a man in a suit behind me chasing me." "What?" Chen Kun widened his eyes. Afraid the man in the suit did not seem bad enough, Kai Cheng added, "He suddenly kidnapped me earlier and tried to hold me hostage. I barely managed to escape, but he's been chasing me ever since." Wah. Tears streamed down her face. Kai Cheng was using the new skill from the system perfectly. That did it. Chen Kun was completely riled up. Anger rose in his heart. In broad daylight, and this kind of thing is actually happening. Chen Kun hurriedly shielded Kai Cheng behind him and looked at the man in the suit. "Is that the one?" "Yeah, that is him." Kai Cheng nodded vigorously, then asked with a feigned innocent/tricky look, "Big brother, he looks pretty strong. If you cannot handle him, should we just run?" Can a man say he cannot handle something? Chen Kun rolled up his sleeves and walked straight toward him. Seeing this, Kai Cheng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She took the opportunity to run behind them and shouted, "Help, kidnapping." Chen Kun followed suit and shouted to the onlookers, pointing at the man in the suit, "That is him. That guy is a kidnapper." The confused crowd had been suspicious seeing Kai Cheng run in panic, but once they heard that, they realized what was happening. No wonder the poor kid was running in such a panic. She was actually being threatened and kidnapped. Suddenly, there were righteous people stepping in from everywhere, and the man in the suit had no choice but to retreat. When he went back to report to Yi Liang, he got another earful. "You loser. You are 1.8 meters tall and you could not catch a 1.5 meter kid. What is the point of keeping you around?" Su Tao was right there, and after hearing the report, she let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness Xia Cheng was not caught. If she had been caught by Yi Liang while he was in such a rage, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, Yi Liang kicked the man in the suit away, glanced at Su Tao beside him, and patted his own chest in self-consolation. "Forget it, it is a good thing Su Tao is okay." Su Tao felt the same way. Even though her mind was a mess, it was just so good that Xia Cheng was safe. As for Kai Cheng, the subject of all that concern and nagging, she had just returned to her apartment complex, and the moment she stepped through the door, she collapsed heavily onto the rug in the entryway. Her mind spun with dizziness and her breathing grew rapid. This body was just too weak. It was already a frail, sickly little girl suffering from malnutrition, and now it had just been through a high-speed chase. The moment the adrenaline faded, Kai Cheng only then felt a suffocating sense of distress wash over her. She felt faint and dizzy, relying on a shred of willpower to keep herself from losing consciousness. "System, how much emotional value do I have right now?" Kai Cheng struggled to pull herself up, her small body leaning against the shoe cabinet, legs splayed out straight, causing her skirt to hike up in an unladylike manner. Even though it was a rather unsightly pose, Kai Cheng could not bring herself to care. The system in her mind responded. Reporting to the host, 68 points. That is actually quite a lot. She had assumed that buying the starter pack would have consumed all of her emotional points. Yi Liang also had an emotional reaction toward the host because of Su Tao's words. Kai Cheng checked the record. The emotional value provided by Yi Liang was only 30 points. If a person really wanted to kill someone else, they would never just provide such a small amount of emotional value. It seems Su Tao managed to talk him down. As expected of my dear Tao Tao, she really saved my life. Kai Cheng broke into a happy smile, though paired with her slightly chapped lips, the smile appeared somewhat bewitching. System, help me filter the shop items. I need medicine that can treat my body immediately, provided I can afford it. We recommend purchasing the System brand vitamin C supplement, which is effective with a single pill. Buy it, buy it, buy it. 50 emotional points have been deducted. With a flash of white light, a pill appeared in Kai Cheng's hand, while the System thoughtfully prepared a glass of water in her other. She swallowed it immediately. Before long, she felt a wave of comforting warmth spreading through her body. Her lower abdomen felt toasty. The ringing in her ears gradually faded, and her body began to regain some strength. After resting for over 10 minutes, Kai Cheng slowly stood up. It works fast, but it is way too expensive. 50 emotional points, that is something I earned with my life. Only now, having escaped danger, did Kai Cheng have a chance to review the situation of the character she was now inhabiting. Without a doubt, a classic disposable cannon fodder villainess. And one with low intelligence who did not understand how to read the room or leverage her own advantages. The heroine was very kind to her, and besides the main male protagonists, she was surrounded by a swarm of supporting male characters and simps chasing after her. If she had just used the heroine and the supporting cast a little bit, playing the innocent White Lotus to stir up trouble between the heroine and other guys, she could have lived quite a comfortable life. If she were lucky, she might have even been able to turn the tables on one of the leads. Instead, she acted as if she had been cursed. She aggressively targeted the very heroine who cherished her, and those male leads who had initially favored her. If Su Tao's affection for Kai Cheng was 80 points 2 years ago, then it had probably been ruined by more than half by now. It is such a waste of this body and the connections it started with. Kaizaya Cheng sighed and took a sip of water. Perhaps this is just the fate of a cannon fodder character. Whether you live or die depends entirely on how the author writes it. Changing such a fatal ending is not easy. But it is not entirely impossible. As long as the heroine Su Tao has not given up on me, the heroine's halo alone should be enough to keep me alive for now. Shaking her head, Kaizaya Cheng tossed those thoughts aside for the moment. Having spent so long in that basement, engaging in intimate interactions with Su Tao, and then being chased the whole way here, Kaizaya Cheng felt dirty and disheveled. She could not wait to take a shower. Before she could even undress, she stood before the vanity mirror in the bathroom, and when she saw herself, she was immediately startled. What the heck is this? In the mirror, that slightly rounded face was caked in terrible foundation, and the sweat had caused the makeup to streak in several places. Her eyeliner was poorly drawn, her blush was a mess. It was clearly very low-quality makeup. No matter how pretty a girl is, would not her attractiveness score drop drastically if she ruined herself like this? It was only then that Kaizaya Cheng remembered. The original owner had been influenced by her so-called girlfriends, who believed that college students should just doll themselves up with makeup, and that how well you did it did not matter as long as you were confident. Whenever she finished this ghostly painting job, those girlfriends would praise her by saying, "You look beautiful and confident, girl." And when she posted photos to social media, she was flooded with comments like, "You are so pretty," or "You have a great base." The simple-minded original owner actually believed them. Walking around looking like a clown every single day. No wonder the male leads had such low affection for her. We live in a society that judges by appearance after all. Kaizaya Cheng was incredibly grateful that when she asked that passerby to help her stand up for justice earlier, she had not looked up to let him see her face. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been the same as it is now. I cannot even stand to look at myself like this, I am so filthy. She wiped at it with water, then suddenly remembered something. This should be taken off with makeup remover. Let me see where it is. In her past life, she had barely touched makeup. Now, well, she was getting into the role of this delicate girl quite well. After a bit of effort, the cheap cosmetics were finally washed away. Her bare face, still damp with water droplets, emerged in the mirror. Her nose was petite, her features were delicate, and while her expression was a bit weary, that naturally sickly, frail look made her even more pitiable. With her tea-colored hair hanging down, Kaizaya Cheng touched her face and her eyes lit up. Her hair quality was excellent. It did not look like someone suffering from malnutrition at all. And the key thing is, this bare face is just so cute. When those slightly chubby cheeks pouted, the lethality of her cuteness was enough to deliver a critical hit to any fan of the lowly aesthetic. Her skin was as fair as mutton fat jade. What was the original owner thinking? With this bare face, she could have blown away most girls her age. By painting her face like a ghost, she dragged her appearance down by several notches. At the very least, if she just wore black-rimmed glasses, put on a thick coat, and acted a little more reserved, that pitiable, delicate face alone could have been a perfect cosplay. Kaizaya Cheng opened her mouth to take a look. Her tongue was pink, her teeth were small and even with a tiny sharp canine tooth slightly protruding, but it did not ruin the look. For some people, that was actually a cute feature. With looks like this, being this cute, if I had arrived in the timeline when she was a child, there would have been no need for those so-called male leads to exist. Kaizaya Cheng could have easily captured Su Tao's heart. She stepped into the bathroom to take a shower. Many things do not need to be measured by size, style is what matters. Her own condition was already perfect enough. Even though her body was a bit thin, for someone 152 centimeters tall, it was not lacking. If it were not for the fact that she was currently so physically weak, Kaizaya Cheng would have really liked to experiment a bit more. She dried the water droplets from her body. She walked back into the room and opened the closet. After getting dressed, she frowned as she looked at the decor of the room. In contrast to her own frail and cute appearance, the room was filled with unsettling things. On the wall hung photos of Su Tao with the male leads, and a notebook on the desk was filled with the name Su Tao written over and over, along with the names of all the male leads. They were heavily crossed out with red ink, and even the photos on the wall had the faces scratched out. Kaizaya Cheng sighed and started to get to work. She packed up all these relics of the past and threw them away. Once the room finally felt simple and plain, she wiped the sweat from her brow. She then took out her phone. After much thought, she turned on a cold, bright light to make her bare face look even fairer, then squeezed out 2 tears. Click. The photo was taken. What a natural-born beauty. No editing or filters needed, too cute. She wrote the caption and posted it to her social feed. I am sorry, 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 I am sorry. Visible to everyone. I like you, 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 I like you. Visible only to Su Tao. Zaya Cheng. Host, since your life is no longer in danger, why keep up this Yandere act? You are not actually a Yandere. Seeing Kaizaya Cheng post on her social media, the system could not help but voice its confusion. This body is a bit fragile and delicate, but I am definitely not a Yandere, Kaizaya Cheng said calmly. But since the original owner already provoked most of the male leads, I need to deepen that impression in Su Tao's mind. Only then can I ensure that no matter who we face, as long as the heroine is around, we will not be at a disadvantage. What is more, I have already left a deep impression on Su Tao. I need a logical explanation for my actions over these past few months to clear my name. Being paranoid, broken, and acting like a Yandere makes for a perfect excuse. For self-preservation. Exactly. But there is nothing wrong now. Why do not we just drop out of school and move to another city or fly abroad? Hearing the system's suggestion, Kaizaya Cheng was dumbfounded. Little system, I thought you were a bit slow, but it turns out you are actually quite a genius. However, Kaizaya Cheng tapped her chin. I do not plan on running. Maybe I actually enjoy chasing a bit of danger. A bewitching smile appeared on her face when she did not even notice herself. In her past life, just before the truck hit her and sent her to her fate, she had survived a crisis. Two drug dealers cornered by GUO officers rushed into the cafe where she was. One held a knife and the other a gun, taking everyone inside hostage. The sight of those dark barrels made everyone tremble. Only Kaizaya Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of thrill. Finding an opening, she circled behind the gunman just as he tried to threaten a young girl. She tackled him instantly, hoping to grab the gun and fight back. But who would have thought the gun was just a model? The other dealer saw this and charged at Kaizaya Cheng. The threat escalated into a fight. Being just a university student with no combat training, she was no match for the two of them. Moments later, her chest was slashed by a blade. The burning pain did not make her shrink back. Instead, it ignited her fighting spirit. In that moment, she realized she perhaps did not yearn for a plain and boring life after all. Later, after leaving the hospital, she was walking by the roadside when she felt a wave of dizziness, as if she saw the truck driver waving at her. And then there was no then. Truck driver performance review +1. System, do you know how many types of Yandere there are? Are not they all the same, stabbing people, threatening others just like what you did, host? Kaizaya Cheng shook her head lightly with a faint smile. Many people who do not understand think like you, that cutting people, dismembering, or wanting to be together forever sums it up. But in reality, there are many types of Yandere. Dependent, possessive, exclusionary, aggressive, stalker-like, harmless, worshipful, delusional, and isolationist. In her past life, Kaizaya Cheng was a part-time novelist, so she knew a lot about this from her research. She continued, what I showed Su Tao earlier was a possessive Yandere, the type that wants to turn the other person into their exclusive property using confinement. But in reality, a dependent Yandere is easier to influence her with. By showing her that I depend on her in many ways and cannot live without her, she will never just sit by and watch me die, given her role as the kind-hearted heroine. Kaizaya Cheng's smile grew wicked. To break the situation, I need to keep Su Tao firmly in my grip. I will use this Yandere persona as an opening, and from now on, I will act as impulsively as possible in front of her. Unconditionally liking her, supporting her, relying on her, protecting her, and loving her. Then I will use those protagonists and supporting characters to stage a few scenes, the kind where I get all sorts of injuries just to defend her. Ideally, I will take a few stabs for her and end up hospitalized for months, semi-disabled. Do you know what Su Tao will think then? What? The system's voice sounded genuinely scared. Guilt. Kaizaya Cheng covered half her face with an expectant look. Every time I get hurt for her, it will be because I love her. And the reason I love her is because she gave me hope I should not have had. Which means it is all her fault that I went from a normal person to what I am now. As long as I keep making her realize that, she will be consumed by endless guilt whenever I am hurt. Once it starts, she will sink deeper and deeper. And if one day I die right in front of her while protecting her, she will weep for 3 days and nights, full of lifelong regrets. What a perfect script. Naturally, this was only a theoretical script. For now, she's still just a minor character being threatened by all the male leads. Still, the system was shocked by Kaizaya Cheng's thoughts. Host, you really are a natural-born villain. It is just the only way out of this bind. Kaizaya Cheng returned to her normal expression and said calmly, but the Yandere persona is hard to get right. I will just take it one step at a time for now. Actually, Kaizaya Cheng would rather play an isolationist Yandere. That type is the most terrifying of all. A girl of this type has an incredibly strong sense of love and possession. However, unlike other types, she does not express her love overtly. Instead, she spreads rumors around her target, hiding in the shadows to subtly alienate the person from their friends and family. When the person thinks the whole world has distanced themselves, does not care, does not love them, and hates them, the isolationist Yandere steps in. Appearing as a perfect, gentle, and harmless savior. She's the only one who supports, loves, and embraces them, making them reliant on her. Over time, they depend on her completely and fall deeply in love with her. This kind of Yandere is excellent at hiding their true nature. By the time they realize it, they are already in the other's arms, unable to break free. It is just that the current situation will not allow Kaizaya Cheng to play that role. If she had transmigrated a few years earlier, she would have had the confidence to isolate Su Tao into a girl rejected by the world, with only her as a friend. Just as Kai Ziacheng was lost in thought, her phone chimed. Someone replied to the post she had just made. Su Tao AI. Although the original owner was jealous, she only ever targeted Su Tao. Among her freshman classmates, the original owner was actually quite popular. Basically, you just had to flatter her a little, and you could naturally become her friend. She did not have many female friends, but there were plenty of male suitors. She posted a photo of her haggard, makeup-free face with a long caption full of apologies, stringing together so many words that it made people feel she must have gone through something painful. Comments of concern and confusion appeared under the post. Yuji Little Cheng, are you okay? Are you sick? Why do you keep saying sorry? Who upset you? Gentle Flower, who is in the photo you posted? Little Cheng, they look so cute. Wanna be Little Cheng's dog? This must be Little Cheng's bare face, right? Her complexion is a bit poor, but she looks so good. Why do you wear makeup usually? You look uglier with makeup on. Ziyuhua replied to Wanna be Little Cheng's dog. What do you mean she looks uglier with makeup? You stupid man, do you even understand the beauty of girls wearing makeup? If you do not know, do not jump into her comments section, and honestly, having a username like that is just disgusting. Ziyuhua Kaizaya Cheng, do not listen to them. Beautiful makeup is the source of a girl's confidence. You look so much worse now than when you are wearing makeup. Did something happen? You can tell me. Yang He, if this is Kaizaya Cheng, I will eat 3 pounds of crap. That is 10 levels of photo editing and filters at a glance. Seeing these doubts, Kaizaya Cheng did not get angry. Influenced by her sisters, the original owner almost always wore makeup whenever she posted on social media or appeared in public. Without makeup, she looked like a completely different person, so it was only natural for people to be skeptical. But that person with the username Ziyuhua. Kaizaya Cheng's eyes gradually turned cold. This person was one of the 3 pillars of the original owner's sister group. She had known the original owner since high school, and after they both got into Kyushu University, they ended up in the same dorm. She would constantly praise and pamper the original owner, seemingly caring while actually creating all sorts of anxieties for her. The original owner's hostility toward Su Tao had a lot to do with this girl's meddling. The key is that the original owner was actually foolish enough to believe these sisters' words. Now that she had just transmigrated, these debts had to be settled one by one. After resting, Kaizaya Cheng took a piece of paper and started calculating her next steps. First, before the major male leads came knocking, she needed to make a breakthrough with Su Tao. If she got into trouble, she could still rely on Su Tao to resolve it. Looking at it from another perspective, if she were Su Tao and her childhood friend, who she thought had turned dark and hated her after 2 years of targeting, suddenly turned out to have loved her all along. But love turned into hate. What would one do if someone they had always valued became a Yandere because of them, and they were at a loss? Ask the people around her. Kaizaya Cheng put pen to paper. By stepping into Su Tao's shoes and adopting her persona, she knew that when lost, she would definitely look for an anchor point to seek help. And she will not go to those male leads because this matter involves me. Those male leads already hated her, so asking them about such things would only make matters worse. Because of her actions, Su Tao did not end up in despair over the character Kaizaya Cheng like in the original book, losing sympathy and letting the male leads kick her out of the game. Instead, she was left with a bit of confusion and bewilderment. Then, according to the original story setting, besides me, who are the other friends Su Tao is close with? Kaizaya Cheng furrowed her little brows, feeling a headache coming on. In her past life, she had not actually read the book, it was just too popular. She would occasionally stumble upon AI-narrated novel videos and had heard of it in passing. She only knew parts of the development and not the detailed setting. System, be useful for once, do not just be dead weight. Helpless, she could only pin her hopes on this snarky golden finger. The system replied very professionally. I recommend the host use emotional points to purchase the novel All Side Characters Kick the Bucket, All the Gods Are Mine. Each chapter costs 5 emotional points, which will help you understand how the story unfolds. Kaizaya Cheng slowly sent a question mark. Are you seriously suggesting such a hardcore way to help me? And 5 points for just 1 chapter, that is highway robbery. She only had a dozen or so points left, and maybe because of the social media post, she gained a few more during that hour of rest. Can I see the table of contents of this novel first? Yes, you can. Through the system panel, Kaizaya Cheng quickly flipped to around chapter 100. Sure enough, in chapter 150, she saw the chapter title, The Death of Kaizaya Cheng. Survival is the priority, and I need to insert myself into the later plot to make the other characters have emotional reactions toward me. I will buy as many future chapters as I can. But who can provide the emotional points for now? Kaizaya Cheng pondered over the various characters in the book, and her eyes gradually landed on the person with the username Yang who had just replied to her post. One of the many male leads in the book, Dongfeng Yang. In the original owner's memories, this guy was the least involved with her among the male leads who had appeared so far. If it is my bare face, you will eat 3 pounds of crap. I wonder if a young master like him keeps his promises. Kaizaya Cheng opened WeChat and sent him a message, "Are you there? Watch closely, this is a lesson." Yang Kaizaya Cheng, you still have the nerve to come knocking. Apparently, he already knew about Su Tao being imprisoned by the original owner. Right now, his location was at some private hospital. Kaizaya Cheng thought about sending a voice message to take advantage of her cute lowly voice, but realized that since his favorability was negative, even the best voice would backfire. So she typed, "I am sorry, I clearly realize I was wrong. I told Su Tao that I will not disturb your life anymore, I just wanted to apologize to you one last time. I really realize I was wrong." The Yandere persona does not work well in front of these male leads. Dongfeng Yang replied coldly, "Hess, starting today you do not like me anymore and you will not bother me, right?" Although not many times, the original owner had confessed to Dongfeng Yang a few times. Without exception, all were rejected. And because of the original owner's attitude towards Su Tao, Dongfeng Yang had grown even more disgusted with her. Speaking of Dongfeng Yang, among the many male leads, he was considered one of the bigger losers. At first, he treated the female lead like a little sister, but gradually he was influenced by Su Tao's female lead Halo, and the lethality of a first love is quite strong, so he joined the fierce competition among the male leads. The fact that his favorability towards Su Tao had not reached the point of no return was the reason why Kaizaya Cheng chose to target him first. She thought for a moment and edited a message full of pick energy. "I am really sorry. After being guided by Su Tao in the basement, I really realized my mistakes. Also, you probably do not look at someone like me anyway. It was my lack of self-awareness before that disturbed you." The words basement clearly piqued Dongfeng Yang's interest. 2 messages followed one after another. "It is good that you know, someone like you should not have any delusions. I would never be interested in someone like you in my entire life. The Bamboo Cafe at school, I am waiting for you there. You need to tell me everything that happened in the basement word for word." Ending the chat, Kaizaya Cheng curled her lips into a faint smile. The moment Su Tao and the basement were mentioned, the male leads could not sit still anymore. Without even guessing, Kaizaya Cheng knew that Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang were rivals. He definitely would not tell Dongfeng Yang what happened in the basement. And Su Tao, because of the real situation in the basement, would also keep the truth from both male leads. If they want to know what happened in the basement, they will have to go through Yi Liang's bodyguard or through me, the person who was actually there. Anyway, Dongfeng Yang does not know what is going on either. As for what happened in the basement, could not I just make it up as I please? As long as I can get this male lead out to meet me, I will have a chance to earn emotion points. With emotion points, I can learn about the future plot, purchase skills, and finally change my identity as a cannon fodder character. Once my cannon fodder status changes, I will be able to win over the female lead. A perfect plan. But since I am going out, I naturally need to dress up a bit. Kaizaya Cheng went to the wardrobe. There were not many outfits for going out. The summer clothes on display included only 1 dress, 1 set of JK uniform, and 2 casual outfits meant for both indoor and outdoor use. Even including the one I just changed out of, it is quite a poor collection for a girl's wardrobe. Kaizaya Cheng glanced at the JK sailor suit and the short skirt, then decisively pulled out the white dress. I never expected that on the very first day of transmigrating, I would have to wear such a formal dress. Rustle. Kaizaya Cheng took off her clothes and quickly changed into the new ones. Her petite figure paired with the delicate white dress adorned with lace trims, combined with the slightly gothic style and her dainty facial features, made her look as cute as a doll. The slightly short hem of the skirt only reached down to the knees above her snow-white thighs. 2 slender, elegant legs were exposed to the air. Kaizaya Cheng turned to the mirror and activated the intermediate acting skill granted by the system. Instantly, her face took on a touch of delicate fragility that evoked pity. A naturally beautiful face and a frail, sickly image are great for winning people's favor. Clothes make the man, after all. I could have had the radiance of a national goddess just by wearing any decent outfit, yet the original owner was really stupid to listen to those sisters and hide all her best qualities. Kaizaya Cheng braided her smooth, tea-colored long hair into 2 ponytails and put on a pair of non-prescription black-rimmed glasses. This delicate little girl now added a touch of bookishness and a natural air of ditziness. After covering the wound on her palm with a strip of white cloth, she headed out. Late autumn in November was a bit lonely, and the chilly breeze made Kaizaya Cheng's thin body feel a bit cold. The white stockings on her legs were fine, they provided quite a bit of warmth. Going out in just a dress was a bit hasty, I should have added an inner layer. The school gate was sparsely populated on a Sunday, but even so, many eyes were fixed on Kaizaya Cheng. Curiosity, surprise, longing, admiration. Entering this public space, Kaizaya Cheng had already unfolded her domain. A full-on burst of acting skills. Like a lost little bunny, she clutched her small handbag and walked with her head lowered, yet not so low that others could not see her pretty, bare-faced expression. Then she walked straight toward the Bamboo Shade Cafe. It was not far actually, just turn left at the school gate, right next to a cluster of various campus shops. Who is that girl so cute? Does our school have such a cute girl? I have never seen her before. Could she be from another school? Look at the way she does not know her way around, she feels like a freshman. The snippets of discussion from passersby made Kaizaya Cheng, with her head down, curl her lips into a faint smile. Changing others' impressions. Influencing Su Tao through information from various channels. Even when she noticed some people sneaking photos of her profile, she did not mind at all. Having these photos would only help spread the information better. Before long, she arrived outside the Bamboo Shade Cafe. Relying on her memories, Kaizaya Cheng spotted Dongfeng Yang sitting in the cafe looking impatient. Seeing him look her way, Kaizaya Cheng quickly lowered her head. She did not go inside. Instead, she hesitated outside the door, pacing back and forth with her little legs as if she had not seen Dongfeng Yang at all. Her incredibly conflicted and cute appearance made the girl at the cafe counter lean her chin on her hand, watching her with a smile. The impatience on Dongfeng Yang's face finally gave way to a flicker of curiosity. He sneered, hesitating just to enter a cafe. I wonder what country bumpkin this is. For some reason, he felt a bit annoyed by that shade of tea-colored hair. At the same time, he did not recognize Kaizaya Cheng. He never would have imagined the original owner with a clean, twin-tailed look after taking off her makeup and changing her style. Plus, with the black-rimmed glasses, unless someone knew her very well, they really would not recognize her from afar. Before long, Dongfeng Yang saw the 1.5-meter idiot seemingly make up her mind. She lifted her pretty face, looking at the cafe entrance with a determined gaze. She took a decisive step forward, but she stumbled and almost fell flat on her face. After frantically entering the cafe, she looked around. Then she headed toward him. Dongfeng Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering for a moment on the white-stockinged legs beneath her skirt before moving to her face, asking with confusion, "Who are you?" He did not recall ever knowing this ditzy, cute girl. Kaizaya Cheng slowly took off her black-rimmed glasses and tossed back the bangs that were partially obscuring her eyes. Her sealed beauty bloomed instantly. She said weakly, I am Kaizaya Cheng. Kaizaya Cheng. Dongfeng Yang stood up abruptly. His face was filled with shock. The male lead Dongfeng Yang is deeply shocked by the host's transformation. Emotion points plus 13. Emotion points plus 16. Emotion points plus 22. When the system's notification sound rang out, Kaizaya Cheng knew she had come to the right place. She nodded gently again, her head bowed. It's me. Dongfeng Yang was stunned. He could not believe at all that this person was actually Kaizaya Cheng. The Kaizaya Cheng in his memory was hunchbacked, listless, wore heavy makeup, was unrecognizable without seeing her hair, and always spoke with a sharp tone. And now, he looked her up and down and slowly squeezed out a confused question. Did you go get plastic surgery? Kaizaya Cheng lifted her face, stared into Dongfeng Yang's eyes, pouted and said aggrievedly, I know I am ugly, but you do not have to say that. I just took off my makeup. After saying that, she turned her head away and reached up to tuck the tea-colored hair falling by her temple behind her ear, revealing a fair and delicate profile. Her tiny, cute ears were tinged with red, her long lashes fluttered, and her aggrieved eyes looked as if they were welling up with tears. Ugly? Just took off her makeup. Is this really the same person as the previous Kaizaya Cheng? At this moment, Dongfeng Yang was in total disarray. Sitting back in his chair, Dongfeng Yang looked straight ahead, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the table in sync with his bouncing leg. The petite girl with twin tails in front of him kept her eyes lowered, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. Reason told him that Kaizaya Cheng was faking it. And it was an obvious act. Yet his instincts told him that it was not easy to act that convincingly. He had only ever seen such a drastic shift in personality from veteran actors in the entertainment industry. Besides, that slightly haggard, adorable little face made it hard for him to think ill of her. Could a person really change so much after taking off their makeup? Why had not he noticed before that she could actually be quite cute when she was being well-behaved? Even he did not realize that the disgust he previously felt toward Kaizaya Cheng had faded significantly at that moment. He gestured to the seat opposite him and said in a deep voice, "Sit." Kaizaya Cheng nodded timidly, smoothed out her skirt, and shuffled into the seat. Her persona for today was the shy, timid little cutie. The makeup was just her protective camouflage. The emotional value in her mind had not stopped increasing, although it was only 2 or 3 points at a time, not as much as before, Kaizaya Cheng knew. Dongfeng Yang was being influenced by her. Acting like a panicked little rabbit, she sat restlessly. After a while, she decided to take the initiative and bowed her head toward Dongfeng Yang. "Young Master Dongfeng, please scold me." Dongfeng Yang was so amused he laughed, propping his chin on one hand as he looked at her. "Why would I want to scold you?" Because I kept bothering you before and caused you trouble. I came here to apologize so you can scold me however you want." Dongfeng Yang raised an eyebrow. Really, anything goes. Kaizaya Cheng lifted one eye to look at him worriedly. If you could go a little easy on me, that would be good. Hey, interesting woman. To be honest, Dongfeng Yang could not tell if Kaizaya Cheng was acting, but in his mind, the contrast between her before and after was just too huge. He asked directly, you said Su Tao talked you through it in the basement and you have turned over a new leaf. I even feel like you have become a different person. Tell me, how did Su Tao convince you? Kaizaya Cheng nodded timidly. Actually, my kidnapping of Su Tao, if you could even call it that, keeping her in the basement was mainly because I wanted to warn her to stay away from you. Young Master Dongfeng, you understand, Su Tao is very reasonable and gentle. Even when I threatened her, she did not get angry. Instead, she told me I was just being bewitched by Ziyuhua and the others. Ziyuhua, Dongfeng Yang interrupted curiously. Kaizaya Cheng quickly threw the pre-prepared blame onto someone else. She is a friend of mine. My makeup targeting Su Tao, it was all her teaching. She said that whether it was you, young Master Dongfeng, or young Master Yi Liang, you both liked me at first and it was only stolen by Su Tao. So. Kaizaya Cheng did not continue, hanging her head in shame. Dongfeng Yang picked up on the cliffhanger she left, so you actually believe that? Yes, Kaizaya Cheng added quickly, but while we were in the basement, Su Tao explained everything to me bit by bit. She was like moonlight within reach, shining on me and dispelling the darkness. I actually did such terrible things to her. I am such a horrible person. Kaizaya Cheng looked like she was about to slap herself. Then she went on a long rant, praising all of Su Tao's good qualities. Dongfeng Yang found it very pleasant to listen to, because he also thought Su Tao was perfect, and what Kaizaya Cheng said struck a chord in his heart. Once resonance was established, he subconsciously believed a little bit of what this little girl was saying. But he still sounded dismissive. You really are incredibly stupid. I am sorry. Look up. Hearing the commanding tone, Kaizaya Cheng raised her little head high, though her eyes scanned the surroundings nervously. Her delicate little face was fully exposed to Dongfeng Yang. Even as a young master who had seen countless beauties, he had to admit that the fresh-faced Kaizaya Cheng was quite pleasant to look at. But still not as good as Su Tao. He added that thought to himself and said to Kaizaya Cheng, I will believe you for now, but if I find out you're lying to me, you're dead. Numbers, I would not. Kaizaya Cheng acted very panicked. I know I am not good enough for young Master Dongfeng. I will not bother you ever again. Dongfeng Yang nodded deeply, asked a few more specific questions about what happened in the basement, and prepared to send her on her way. But he saw the little girl fidgeting as if she had something more to say. He asked, is there anything else? Kaizaya Cheng nodded gently, took out her phone and went into her social media feed. It was the post where she had shared her fresh-faced photo. With a very serious little face, she said to Dongfeng Yang, this photo, it is totally natural. Dongfeng Yang's mouth twitched. An hour ago, he had commented that if the photo was not photoshopped, he would eat 3 pounds of crap. Was she trying to pick a fight? Just as he was about to lash out, he noticed that his reply to that post was gone. Did she delete it first? How thoughtful of her. He rubbed his nose and did not say anything more. As for Kaizaya Cheng, after harvesting the last wave of emotional value, she hurriedly left the coffee shop. From beginning to end, she maintained her cute persona. It was not until her petite figure disappeared at the end of the road that Dongfeng Yang snorted, putting on an act. Shaking off the thought, he snapped his fingers. A man in black at another table stood up respectfully and asked, Young master, what are your orders? Look into the relationship between Kaizaya Cheng and that Ziyuhua. You heard what she just said, right? Let us see how many lies she told. Very well, young master. Once Kaizaya Cheng had left, she walked out of the school gates happily. System, how much emotional value did I get this time? During this time, Dongfeng Yang has provided the host with 214 points of emotional value. The heroine Su Tao has provided the host with 32 points of emotional value. The host now has a total of 271 points of emotional value. Great, purchase the content for chapters 140 to 160 of the novel. These chapters contain the plot where she, the cannon fodder supporting character, would be written out. But according to the usual tropes in the novel, once one villain is gone, another one has to be introduced to set the stage. Contradictions and conflicts are the biggest drivers of emotional tension in a novel. Only with these can the protagonist be pushed to act, either proactively or reactively. Kaizaya Cheng needed a way to get close to Su Tao in secret to carry out her plans. As the novel's content merged into her mind, Kaizaya Cheng stood at the school gate, her eyes gradually brightening with joy. In these 20 chapters, the first 10 describe the original Kaizaya Cheng scarring Su Tao's face and stabbing her chest before being killed by Yi Liang. And the next 10, with the villain Kaizaya Cheng written out in the next 10 chapters, a new villain naturally has to step in to stir up hatred among the readers. One of Su Tao's current best friends, Chen Qian. She is the new villain who appears in the subsequent chapters. Chen Qian met Su Tao after entering university, and she plays the innocent green tea girl to perfection. In front of Su Tao, she is a close friend who tells her everything. But behind Su Tao's back, she is a demon filled with jealousy. She and Yi Liang went to the same high school before college. Despite having an ordinary background, Chen Qian always dreamed of landing a rich guy and had long regarded Yi Liang as her boyfriend. But in just 2 months of college, Yi Liang became completely infatuated with Su Tao. Chen Qian is furious. Why should Su Tao, an orphan from the countryside, be the only one Yi Liang dotes on? In the original story, there is a campus basketball game in 2 days. Dongfeng Yang and Yi Liang will face off as opponents. Su Tao's face was originally slashed by Kai Ziacheng, but she still insisted on showing up to cheer for them. Chen Qian thinks that with her face ruined and her stunning beauty gone, Yi Liang could not possibly still like her. So she plots to humiliate Su Tao during the basketball game and later pushes her down the stairs, adding insult to injury for the already wounded heroine. This best friend is someone I can definitely make use of. Kai Ziacheng clenched her fists and flashed a mischievous grin. In the setting, she's Su Tao's roommate. I should just head to their dorm and find her. If the heroine is there, I can put some pressure on her and farm more emotional points. No sooner said than done. Kai Ziacheng turned around and headed toward the girls' dormitory. Building 4, Tiana Garden. Her own dorm is in this building too, just a bit further away. She is in 513 and Su Tao is in 801. Since her home is not far from school, Kai Ziacheng applied to commute and only stays in the dorm occasionally. Taking the elevator to 801, Kai Ziacheng noticed the door was not closed. She snuck a peek through a crack and witnessed a shocking scene. A girl was adding some kind of white powder into a cup of water. The cup had small peach stickers on it. That is definitely Su Tao's cup. Who else could be the culprit but Chen Qian? Kai Ziacheng secretly pulled out her phone. Snap! The sound echoed, startling Chen Qian inside, who shouted, "Who is it?" Seeing the petite girl with twin braids, Chen Qian hurriedly hid the cup behind her back and snapped, "Who are you? Why are you taking photos of me?" Kai Ziacheng pushed the door open with a relaxed smile on her lips, saying, "I was actually looking for Su Tao, but I did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Hey sister, poisoning someone's water cup is not very nice, is it?" Who poisoned anything?" Chen Qian argued back while secretly shoving the packet of powder into her pocket. She glared at Kai Ziacheng, trying to scare her off. Kai Ziacheng smiled slightly and held up her phone, saying, "I have proof, you know." "You?" Chen Qian recalled the shutter sound she just heard. Her face turned pale, and after staring at Kai Ziacheng's face for a moment, she was shocked. "You are Kai Ziacheng." "Who I am is not important," Kai Ziacheng said indifferently. "The important thing is, what do you think Yi Liang would think if I sent him this photo?" "Oh right," Kai Ziacheng looked toward Su Tao's bed. With so many men's belongings there, would not it look like someone wants to take photos and leak them, just to frame Su Tao for being promiscuous? My goodness, if Yi Liang found out about this, he would be so angry. And someone would never have a chance again, right? Kai Ziacheng stared straight at Chen Qian, hurling threats, "And do not even think about snatching the phone from me. Believe it or not, if I just scream for help, every girl in this building will come running to watch the drama." Chen Qian's face was grim. She had no idea where Kai Ziacheng got the information about her feelings for Yi Liang. But everything she said was exactly what Chen Qian feared. With no other choice, she had to compromise. "What do you want? Money. Do not be so tense, we are on the same side." Kai Ziacheng pulled up a chair, locked the dorm door behind her, and said calmly to Chen Qian, "I want the same thing as you, to keep Su Tao away from Yi Liang. You want to frame her to ruin her reputation and win Yi Liang's heart, right? So what if I do?" "I can help you." Kai Ziacheng revealed her sharp little tiger teeth, wearing her signature villainous grin. "Since you know my name, you must know about me too." "But you like Yi Liang too, do not you?" Chen Qian said very guardedly. "You are also my rival." Kai Ziacheng replied helplessly, "The problem right now is that Yi Liang is completely focused on Su Tao. As for whether I like him or not, that is none of your concern." She clicked her tongue. "Forget it, why say so much? You do not think you have any other choice, do you?" She shook her phone again. Then she tossed over a bottle of water she had bought on the way. "Drink this." Chen Qian frowned, picked up the mineral water and looked at it. "Nongfu Spring." Kai Ziacheng smiled slightly. "You drink first." Though she did not know what Kai Ziacheng was up to, Chen Qian felt she had no choice but to follow orders. But as soon as the water touched her lips, she realized something was terribly wrong, her face turning ghastly white. "Why is this water so bitter?" Chen Qian widened her eyes, staring at the packaging in disbelief. "It is Nongfu Spring. And the bottle had not even been opened yet. Is it expired?" She of course did not know that Kai Ziacheng had used her skill to lace the liquid, changing the taste of the water. "This is a poison I customized. I originally intended it for Su Tao, but now it will serve to keep you in line." "Poison?" "Yes," Kai Ziacheng nodded. "You need an antidote once a week, otherwise the flesh on your face will start to rot." As soon as she said this, Chen Qian threw the water away in terror. She immediately covered her mouth and desperately shoved her fingers down her throat to induce vomiting. Kai Cheng calmly picked up the half-empty bottle. I know you want to make a move on Su Tao, but do not be so impatient. Maintain your friendship for now. I will have a way to make her leave Yi Liang later. As for the antidote, Kai Cheng tilted her head and smiled sweetly, her red eyes glowing with an eerie light. As long as you behave and listen to me, I will give it to you. With that, she shook her phone. I need you to stay by Su Tao's side at all times. Report everything she does to me. I will add you on WeChat from an alternative account in a moment. And do not even think about fighting back. You would not want your face to rot off and have everyone in school know about your dirty deeds, would you? Chen Kaian watched Kai Cheng turn to leave, her fear deepening. This person is a total devil. She scrambled to pack up her evidence, then, hit by a sudden thought, scrambled toward the door. Hospital, I need to go to the hospital. But as soon as she stepped out, she froze in her tracks. Kai Cheng was leaning against the corridor railing. The breeze blew through her hair as she cast a sidelong glance at her. That indifferent gaze seemed to say, the hospital will not help you. Chen Kaian felt all her strength drain away, and she grabbed the railing for support. She followed Kai Cheng's gaze toward the front of the dormitory building. A delicate and beautiful girl was walking slowly toward the building. It was Su Tao. She returned so soon. Chen Kaian was stunned and turned back to look at Kai Cheng. She saw the petite girl staring intently at Su Tao, her bewitching red pupils fixated like a predator watching its prey. Back home, Kai Cheng received a message from Chen Kaian. Su Tao has returned to the dormitory. She looks a bit haggard and absent-minded. As a double agent on the same side, though she found Kai Cheng somewhat annoying, having her secret held over her head made her happy to betray Su Tao, her superficial girlfriend. Not long after they parted, she messaged Kai Cheng to probe, wanting to find out what her true intentions were. Seeing this, Kai Cheng tapped out a reply. I need you to take meticulous care of her. Try to find excuses to stay by her side these next few days and tell me about any actions or thoughts she has. Chen Kaian, meticulous care, are you serious? Kai Cheng, just listen to me. Su Tao is very innocent, and Chen Kaian, who has not been exposed yet, definitely counts as her friend. Being in the same room, they talk about many things. After going through such ups and downs, if Su Tao does not dare to confide in Yi Liang and the others, she needs a temporary crutch. Chen Kaian is a great candidate. On one hand, she can act as an informant to get information, and on the other, she can build up Su Tao's favorability, waiting for the moment when Su Tao thinks Chen Kaian is her true best friend. At a critical moment, snap, deliver a desperate backstab. At that point, Kai Cheng could step in and occupy that fragile corner of the heroine's heart. Naturally, these are all part of her plan. Next, she needs to deal with the upcoming plot point from the original story. The intramural basketball tournament. Dongfeng Yang leads the red team. Yi Liang leads the blue team. The two engage in the final of the school basketball tournament. In female-oriented novels, such a match is usually just a way to show how handsome the two male leads are, while also serving as a catalyst to involve the heroine, creating the thrill that the two male leads are seemingly competing for her. Even though her arrival has caused a butterfly effect, Su Tao will likely still go to the game to cheer for the two male leads. Kai Cheng is considering how to insert herself into this plot as a third party. At the same time, she could further her relationship with Su Tao. At the very least, she cannot let Su Tao keep avoiding her. Right now, whenever Kai Cheng messages her, the heroine does not reply at all. Just in case, let us draw another skill. Kai Cheng looks at the system panel. This is another feature of the system besides the shop. A lucky draw. It costs 100 emotion points per draw. 1,000 emotion points can be used for a 10-fold draw, which guarantees at least one low-level skill. Unlike the strange items in the shop, Kai Cheng has experienced how powerful system skills can be. Acting intermediate, pain reduction intermediate, spiked liquid primary. With the three existing skills, even just the intermediate acting skill has been of immense help to Kai Cheng. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Draw a card. Spending another 100 emotion points, the system's draw panel suddenly erupted with golden light. Did I get a skill? Kai Cheng's face lit up with surprise. It is actually an intermediate skill. But the moment she saw the name of the skill, she could not help but pause, her expression turning strange. Is such a skill really useful for my current situation? Time soon reached Tuesday, November 5th. The day of the intramural basketball tournament. To avoid the other male leads who might still be angry and that group of two-faced sisters, Kai Cheng skipped class for the day. But today is the unfolding of a minor climax in the plot. The game is set to start at 5:00 p.m. Kai Cheng left early to head to the school's outdoor basketball court. Even though she arrived half an hour early, the place was already packed tight with students surrounding the court. This shows just how popular the two male leads are in school. After pretending to look lost and moving towards Su Tao's direction, a girl in the front row who had snagged a good spot shouted out, waving at Kai Cheng, over here. Curious passersby looked over at the sound and their mouths dropped in surprise. Today, Kai Xiaoqing had once again left the house without any makeup. Her slender petite frame was wrapped in a beige teddy bear hoodie, the soft fabric clinging to her delicate curves, with the sleeves slightly rolled up to reveal a bit of snow-white wrist looking exceptionally dainty. She wore the same double ponytail style as when she met Dongfeng Yang, tied up with delicate ribbons with the ends naturally curled, swaying gently behind her, adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness. Today, she was the cute little girl next door. What shocked the crowd was naturally Kai Xiaoqing's beauty. Such a cute little loli could only be matched by Su Tao, the commoner school belle. Perhaps the girl's shouting was too loud, causing the three key figures on the court to look over as well. Yi Liang frowned heavily, his eyes filled with disgust. Dongfeng Yang took a look at her with interest. Su Tao's eyes held surprise and complexity. When Kai Xiaoqing offered a smile, she hurriedly looked away. In the process, she noticed that the moment she looked away, a hint of disappointment appeared on the little loli's face. Kai Xiaoqing squeezed to the front row and arrived next to the girl who had just called her. One of her sisters, Zhang Ziyuhua. She had a high nose bridge and exquisite makeup, but her facial muscles were stiff when she spoke, an obvious sign of plastic surgery. I guessed you would definitely come to watch the game, Xiaoqing, so I specifically saved you a spot. She pulled Kai Xiaoqing to sit beside her, about 5 meters away from Su Tao's excellent spot. First, she glanced at Kai Xiaoqing's baby-faced, makeup-free face, jealousy and dissatisfaction deeply hidden in her eyes as she asked concernedly. Xiaoqing, why did not you wear any makeup? A girl should not go out without makeup. You do not look good at all like this. Kai Xiaoqing gave a fake smile. My makeup ran out and I do not have money to buy more. I washed my face thoroughly with water before coming out, so it is fine. That will not do. You're a girl, you must dress yourself up. Zhang Ziyuhua said with a look of dissatisfaction. Seriously, why did not you just tell me if you were out of makeup? Did not I give you the last set? I have another one. I will send it to your dorm later. Looking at that concerned expression, Kai Xiaoqing almost vomited her dinner from the night before. That kind of cheap makeup is just like a 30 yuan facial cleanser full of side effects, does not look good and even hurts the skin. The original owner was truly stupid to believe her after being coaxed a few times. Although she was mocking her in her heart, Kai Xiaoqing still wore a strained fake smile on her face. This made Su Tao, who was peeking over, feel very uncomfortable. The surprise she felt regarding Kai Xiaoqing's appearance was far less impactful than the words said in the basement a few days ago. Even now, she still remembers everything that happened in that basement, including the words Kai Xiaoqing said. That afternoon, Kai Xiaoqing bit her, and the pain on her lip is something Su Tao still cannot forget. Why? Because after being bitten by Kai Xiaoqing, she developed a mouth ulcer. Su Tao often pressed the tip of her tongue against the cut inside her lip. Every time she felt that wave of pain, she could not help but think of what happened in the basement. Her first kiss was gone, and she had been forced to lie to Yi Liang. Xiaoqing had become a total stranger, saying things that Su Tao never imagined she would say. For the past 2 days, she had thought about it a lot but had not mentioned it to anyone else, yet no matter how she looked at it, she could not understand why Kai Xiaoqing had changed like this. She just did not understand it at all. She decided to just hide for now, but she did not expect Kai Xiaoqing to show up at the school basketball game. Did she come to see me? Or was she here to cheer for Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang? Somehow a strange thought sprouted in Su Tao's mind. Did not Xiaoqing say she did not like Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang? With that strange thought in mind, the game began soon after. As the protagonists of a novel, Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang were naturally near-perfect, all-around players. Both teams were locked in a close battle, and one handsome shot after another made most of the girls at the scene scream in excitement. Halfway through the game, Kai Xiaoqing took a secret glance at Su Tao. She saw that Su Tao's eyes were also sparkling with excitement. Her feelings towards Su Tao might be complicated, but it was clear that she also had quite a bit of affection for those male leads. Noticing 2 unopened bottles of mineral water beside her, Kai Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. She turned to a boy behind her and said with a sweet smile, "Hey, can you do me a favor?" The boy was stunned by the sudden approach, his gaze lingering on her delicate and cute face for 2 seconds. Kai Xiaoqing did not mind, simply giving him a playful wink. The boy quickly snapped out of it, nodding stiffly. No problem at all. I'm a little thirsty, could you help me buy 2 bottles of mineral water, please? 2 bottles, right? The boy nodded blankly, secretly overjoyed. He happened to be thirsty too, so 1 bottle for each of them would be perfect. As the game continued, the boy, smitten by the pretty girl, ran back quickly. He handed 1 bottle to Kai Xiaoqing, and just as he was about to unscrew the cap of the other, he saw her reach out again. He paused. What is it? It is 2 bottles after all, Kai Xiaoqing said with a look of pure innocence. The boy looked at his friend beside him, then back at her, confused. You are going to drink both of them by yourself? Oh, I am not drinking them. I am giving them to Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang in a bit. These simple, blunt words instantly chilled the boy's heart. I buy water for a pretty girl, and she takes the water I bought to give to other men. Then what am I? Dumbfounded, he handed the water over. He then saw Kaizio Cheng take out her small wallet and pull out a 5 yuan note. She placed it in his hand. Thank you. 2 bottles of water only cost 4 yuan. She even gave him a 1 yuan tip for the errand. The boy felt his nose turning red as if he were wearing a clown's wig. His romance had ended before it had even begun. His friend silently patted his shoulder, stood up and said, "Let us go or Batman will be here to catch the Joker soon." Soon, the first half of the game ended. The blue team where Yi Liang played was in the lead. It was time for a break. The boys from both teams were drenched in sweat. Girls kept bringing them water and towels except for Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang. These two were the true school heartthrobs, famous and prestigious. Ordinary people dared not approach them. Besides, who did not know they were both pursuing Su Tao? The lady herself was right there. Su Tao picked up a bottle of water and just happened to stand up. Another small, petite figure moved even faster than her. Kaizio Cheng picked up a bottle of water, ran to Dongfeng Yang with small steps, and smiled foolishly. "Young Master Dongfeng, would you like some water?" She held the bottle with both hands, her face full of expectation. As if it were some precious treasure. Dongfeng Yang let out a soft laugh and shook his head. "No need, thank you." Although he had changed his perception of Kaizio Cheng somewhat, he certainly would not accept water from her in front of everyone. Especially when Su Tao was right there. Seeing this, the disappointment on Kaizio Cheng's face flashed by. Her acting skills were explosive, and she made sure Dongfeng Yang caught a glimpse of it before squeezing out a forced smile. "If you need water, you can tell me." She turned around. The system's voice rang out in her head. "Emotion points +4. Emotion points +7. Emotion points +2. Dongfeng Yang was surprised that she dared to give him water in front of so many people, especially when Su Tao had already stood up. This was intentional. Kaizio Cheng was indeed doing it on purpose. She just did not expect to gain more emotion points this way. So she turned around and headed toward Yi Liang. The silly smile vanished and turned into a look of fear the moment she stood before him, holding out the water bottle with both hands. Before she could even speak, Yi Liang slapped the water bottle to the ground. "You actually dare to appear in front of me and act innocent, get lost." His voice was laced with anger. Because of his annoyance, he contributed 23 emotion points to Kaizio Cheng. The water bottle rolled several times and stopped at the feet of a girl with yellow hair. She stepped on it. The girl looked at Kaizio Cheng with a sneer. The small figure standing in the space that others had cleared out looked so aggrieved and helpless. Seeing this, Dongfeng Yang frowned and could not help but say to Yi Liang, "That was unnecessary. There are so many people here, watch your image." Yi Liang snorted, "What, are you sympathizing with this person, Dongfeng Yang? I have not even settled my score with her yet and she dares to come over. If Su Tao had not stopped me, she should have disappeared from this school yesterday. Looking at her just makes me want to puke." From start to finish, he did not even look at Kaizio Cheng properly. That pale, plain little face was quite pitiable, but if you did not look at it, how could you be seduced? Kaizio Cheng returned to her seat dejectedly, picked up the last bottle of mineral water and slowly looked at Su Tao. "Tao, would you like some water?" Having been rejected by 2 people in a row, she seemed to be looking for a spiritual anchor. Seeing Kaizio Cheng in such a poor state, Su Tao wanted to take the water and comfort her. But Yi Liang walked over from a distance again and snorted coldly. Su Tao shrank back, took a glance at him, and after hesitating for a long time shook her head. "Sorry, Zio Cheng, I am not thirsty right now. I do not really want any water." Thud. The mineral water she was holding fell heavily onto the ground. The looks from the onlookers around them gradually turned into either mockery or pity. "Is that so? So Tao does not want to drink water?" Kaizio Cheng's voice was not loud, yet it happened to reach Su Tao's ears. Su Tao, who had just been handing a bottle of water to Yi Liang, turned back and noticed a faint, imperceptible smile on Kaizio Cheng's lips. Her reddish eyes reflected Su Tao's own motion of handing over the water. Her pupils seemed to have no highlights, empty and hollow. That vacant expression was as if she were conveying a message to Su Tao. Kaizio Cheng's world had collapsed. "Host, you should really go get an Oscar. That performance was absolutely brilliant. If I were the heroine, I would have had goosebumps just from being stared at like that by you. It was way too creepy." "You do not understand. A performance like this is a precursor to going dark. Only by keeping Su Tao on edge and constantly thinking about me can I continuously drain emotional value from her and proceed with the next step of my plan. I'm already dying to see you take control of the heroine. When are we taking action? When? You are just a crappy system. What are you in such a rush for? We are villains after all. A villain has to look the part. If I did not know your situation, I would have thought you were really a Yandere." Kaizio Cheng walked dejectedly into the crowd, and the onlookers instinctively cleared a path for her to leave. She hung her head and hunched her shoulders, her brown hair covering her eyes, making her look truly miserable. But inside her head, she was having a great time chatting with the system. At the same time, Kai Cheng realized that the original owner's situation at school was a bit delicate. Thanks to this delicate and cute little face, some passersby and acquaintances treated Kai Cheng quite well. But as for those in the circle of the protagonists like Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang, their attitude toward her was extremely poor. And then there were those who had been at odds with the original owner back in high school. Just as Kai Cheng was thinking while walking toward her dormitory to rest, a voice suddenly came from behind her in a quiet alley filled with bushes. "Hey, Kai Cheng." Hearing this, Kai Cheng stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around. A blonde girl wearing a crop top and a short skirt walked over slowly with her hands in her pockets. Behind her was a sidekick with black-rimmed glasses and messy hair, keeping her head down with a gloomy expression. Kai Cheng frowned when she saw her. This person was the blonde girl who had stepped on the water bottle she dropped on the court earlier. She was also a delinquent girl who had bullied the original owner in high school. Physical abuse used to be the norm for the original owner, and even after getting into college, they had been finding trouble with her quite often over the past 2 months. Huang Limai pushed the small bushes aside and walked slowly in front of Kai Cheng with an arrogant look. "Yo, is not this Kai Cheng? Why did not you put on that pretty makeup of yours today, acting all innocent and going to deliver water? Who are you trying to seduce?" The hostility was undisguised, and the typical villainous tone made Kai Cheng reflect to herself. "I get the feeling that I am not the one acting like the villain. Is not this tone and expression the mark of a true cannon fodder villain?" Casually glancing at the security camera at the corner of the small building to the upper right, Kai Cheng maintained her consistent acting. She hunched her shoulders and said to Huang Limai with a look of caution, "What do you want?" "I just do not like the look of you, is that a problem?" She grabbed Kai Cheng's hoodie collar and actually lifted her up with one hand. Her arm, tattooed with a butterfly, showed bulging muscles. She looked nothing like an ordinary girl. This was the absolute weakest point for Kai Cheng since she transmigrated. The body is too weak. She basically loses any fight she gets into, and even with the system she could not change that in the short term. Huang Limai threatened Kai Cheng, saying viciously, "I am warning you, stay away from Dongfeng Yang. That is the man I have claimed." Kai Cheng, who had been acting perfectly, could not help but laugh out loud. "I did not expect it to be because of the male lead again. In this novel world, these protagonists are truly the root of all evil." But in Huang Limai's eyes, this laugh that Kai Cheng could not hold back was mocking her. Her gaze sank, staring intensely at Kai Cheng's fair, makeup-free face. "Is it that funny?" She raised a hand, her voice turning cold. Seeing this, Kai Cheng stopped acting and said with a calm look, "Are you sure you want to do this? This is university, not that dumpy high school we came from. Even if you get good grades, the school administration will not take your side anymore." At the same time, she quickly searched the system for countermeasures. Her emotional points were just at 200. She could either spend 150 to buy a temporary strength-boosting pill, or use 10 points for a fruit knife and just go for it. Or just endure it. Just then, the gloomy sidekick behind Huang Limai spoke up weakly, "There is a camera overhead. Should we just forget it?" Huang Limai suddenly looked up, her expression turning even uglier. Her raised right hand trembled. She could not decide whether to hit or not. Kai Cheng let out a quiet sigh of relief. But just at that moment, she caught sight of a figure quickly approaching. Her eyes darted. She looked provocatively at Huang Limai. "Too scared to hit me, you loser." "Say that again." Veins popped on Huang Limai's raised right hand as she brought it down hard on her face. Slap. With a crisp sound, the delicate face quickly turned red. Even with Kai Cheng's intermediate pain reduction skill, this slap still made her gasp. But the goal was achieved. "What are you two doing?" The hero arrived. The person who came was none other than Su Tao. She strode over in 3 steps, and seeing Kai Cheng crying after being slapped, she exclaimed, "Cheng." Huang Limai threw Kai Cheng to the ground and turned with a cold look. "Why, Su Tao, do you still want to protect this bad person like you did in high school? She is constantly targeting you." Su Tao's eyes were cold, her beautiful face expressionless. "Say what you will, Cheng is still my sister." "Playing the saint, are you? I have found you annoying for a long time." Huang Limai gathered all her strength and threw a heavy punch. However, she did not expect Su Tao to be a tough cookie too. She nimbly dodged the straight punch and used the momentum to lock her right arm. Getting in close, she performed a clean shoulder throw. Without waiting for Huang Limai, who had been thrown to the ground, to react, she pulled her up and delivered a heavy knee strike to her abdomen. Coughing up stomach fluid, Huang Limai's face was twisted in pain. Su Tao snorted coldly, grabbed Huang Limai's hair and walked over to Kai Cheng. "Cheng, how many slaps did she just give you?" That sharp, aggressive look softened significantly as she spoke. She felt a pang of heartache as she looked at her flushed little face. "One, just one." Good Su Tao nodded, tossed her hair back, raised her right hand and brought it down heavily on Huang Limai's face. Slap! The sound was even louder and sharper than Huang Limai's previous strike. A streak of bright red flowed from the corner of Huang Limai's mouth. Her face quickly swelled up. Tossing Huang Limai aside like trash, Su Tao wiped her hands with an expression of disgust. The entire sequence took barely a minute. Her movements were smooth and fluid. Cool and dashing. Kai Xiacheng was stunned watching her. She finally seemed to understand why so many people would willingly fall at the feet of this white moonlight heroine. She had originally just wanted to take a slap to gain the heroine's gentle concern. Instead, she had forgotten that Su Tao's settings inherently included high combat stats. Xiacheng, are you alright? Even if there was some lingering resentment in her heart, when she lifted Kai Xiacheng up, Su Tao's gaze remained gentle as water. System, are you there? Yes, what is it? I have been in this world for over 2 days now and have seen Su Tao several times. I always thought this so-called white moonlight heroine was only appealing because the author slapped all sorts of halos onto her. I have even been treating her as a tool for my own survival. I look down on that Huang Limai and I know the hero saves the beauty trope is cliché, but I have to admit this heroine, she is actually pretty great. I certainly do not have a crush on her. It is more of an appreciation, strictly limited to Su Tao's beauty. Occasionally, I even feel a bit of contempt, since she is just a puppet protagonist with forced-in halos and no real depth from some author's pen. But that shoulder throw, that knee strike, and that slap just now, they honestly made Kai Xiacheng feel impressed. And that gentle, concerned look in her eyes really struck a chord in her heart. Half covering her face, Kai Xiacheng sat on the ground and lowered her head, apologizing to Su Tao. I'm sorry. What kind of nonsense are you saying? Su Tao reached out, helped Kai Xiacheng up, and gently touched her cheek, carefully wiping the spot where she had been slapped. Does it hurt? If it were not for the skill, I would probably be in tears by now. As it is, I feel fine. But feeling that soft touch and the warmth of her fingertips on her cheek, Kai Xiacheng gave a silly smile. I'm used to it. Those 3 words made Su Tao's heart tighten again. She sighed softly. Let's get back to the dorm first. I will put some medicine on it for you. Supported by her, Kai Xiacheng did not dare meet her eyes. Tao Tao, do you hate me? No. I did such awful things to you in the basement, and you have been ignoring me for the past 2 days. You must really hate me, right? This? Kai Xiacheng's question hit home. The thing Su Tao least wanted to face right now was that strange state Kai Xiacheng had been in back in the basement. She seems quite normal now, though. Without makeup, she looks so cute and a bit frail. Just like the Kai Xiacheng she remembers from childhood. Could last time have been an accident? Su Tao glanced at the downcast Kai Xiacheng and asked tentatively, So Xiacheng, do you still like me? I do. Kai Xiacheng answered without a moment's hesitation, the words following immediately after her question. But she kept her head down, making her expression impossible to read. Su Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. After trembling her slightly dry lips, she replied, How could I hate you? Just now when you brought water to Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang, was it because you saw me stand up and thought I wanted to give it to them? Kai Xiacheng did not answer. Her silence served as confirmation. Su Tao smiled. If you are paying attention to me, how could I ever really hate you? If she had truly hated her, she would have stopped caring about the original owner a long time ago. After all, we are best friends. She avoided the topic of licking and shifted it to friendship. The two arrived at dorm 801. Su Tao told Kai Xiacheng to have a seat and quickly pulled a tube of ointment from her drawer. Close your eyes, I will be gentle, I promise I will not hurt you. Her index finger touched her cheek, feeling slightly cool. Kai Xiacheng could not see Su Tao's expression, but it was not hard to guess that she was surely focused and gentle. Actions convey a person's inner heart. Accented by the subtle, clean fragrance unique to girls, Kai Xiacheng quite enjoyed this moment of being cared for. It seems that after showing her Yandere personality in the basement, Su Tao's self-indoctrination over these 2 days has been quite effective. But with her being this gentle now, the next part of the plan might be a bit harder to execute. Amidst her thoughts, Su Tao's relaxed voice broke through. There, that should do it. If you rest for a bit, you will be fine. Good thing it did not swell up or get scraped. You will not be disfigured. Yeah, thanks, Tao Tao. Kai Xiacheng wore a blissful smile. Remembering something, she took the bottle of mineral water from the basketball court out of her bag. Once again, she held it in her hands and offered it to Su Tao. Tao Tao, why do not you have some water and take a break? Su Tao shook her head and packed some other medicines into a bag. I will not drink any. During the game, Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang bumped into each other and got hurt, so I need to bring some medicine to them. I am heading out. No wonder she came back before the game ended. So that was why. Kai Xiacheng's lips curled into a dangerous smile, her eyes deep and inscrutable. She had her next step ready. She did not put down the water she was holding, but stood up and tried to persuade her. Tao Tao, are you really not going to have a sip? Or do you just not like mineral water? Su Tao walked to the door and looked at Kai Xiacheng strangely. That was a very odd question to ask. She looked Kai Xiaocheng up and down, and seeing she seemed normal, she waved her hand and rushed out the door. Last time must have been an accident. Xiaocheng seems perfectly normal. But she did not notice that the moment she left, the hand holding the water bottle dropped. Her red eyes emitted a crimson glow, and the smile on her lips turned increasingly eerie. Host, what kind of mischief are you plotting now? System, it seems that in her heart, those few male leads hold a much more important position than I do. Is not that obvious? She's straight, it is not easy to turn her, and the male leads all have their own halos. But this will inevitably end in a tragedy. In the ending of this book, aside from those few male leads, every female character is a clown. And they all meet miserable ends, including Su Tao, the destined heroine. That is why Kai Xiaocheng said that Su Tao would reach the peak of her life in the early and middle stages, while deliberately omitting the later stages. In her past life, the only reason this book became popular, other than decent writing, was the author's outrageous decisions toward the end. When they reached the later stages, a wealthy female patron appeared and tipped the author $1,000,000, demanding a supporting character based on her image. To cash in on that windfall and curry favor with the rich woman, the author followed her wishes, added the character, and let her dictate the plot. In the end, the sudden female newcomer took over, winning over every male lead who originally loved Su Tao, turning the whole book into a path for her own rise. And the true heroine Su Tao was reduced to a clown, humiliated by that character and suffering breakups with all the leads due to contrived plots. She was despised, spat upon, and beaten. The author gave her countless moments of hope, only to shatter them into despair time and again. Finally, suffering from severe depression, she committed suicide in a small rental apartment. Because of this massive shift, the readers trashed the book. As good as the first half was, the ending was just as terrible. It ended up trending, even becoming popular in male-oriented forums for a while. Kaigu's sat on Su Tao's bed, holding her favorite cat plushie, and gently played with her ponytail. Even putting aside the original plot, such moonlight-like gentleness is something I really want to possess all to myself. Kai Xiaocheng searched the system store and quickly found an item she wanted. Energy pill sells for 200 emotion points. Description: a magical pill that supplements human energy. Bit pricey, and I'm not sure how effective it is, but this body is too weak. If I want to pull off this plan I just came up with, I cannot do without this. Kai Xiaocheng looked at the mineral water bottle on the table. I have been rejected twice now. Seems like Tao Tao does not like to drink water. Kai Xiaocheng chuckled, unscrewed the cap of the water bottle, and dumped all the water into the sink. She placed the empty bottle in a conspicuous spot on Su Tao's desk and slowly walked out of the dorm. Her two ponytails swayed gently with her movements. The basketball game ended soon after. Yi Liang's blue team narrowly defeated Dongfeng Yang's red team by 3 points. The match felt like a battle for Su Tao, and a defeated Dongfeng Yang looked quite unhappy. As the winner, Yi Liang naturally showed off happily in front of Su Tao. He seized the moment to issue a winner's invitation. Su Tao, thanks for cheering me on. I definitely would not have beaten that guy Dongfeng Yang without you. How about I take you out for a meal tonight? Su Tao hesitated and glanced at Dongfeng Yang. Logically, the three of them should go together. Before Yi Liang could say anything else, Dongfeng Yang waved his hand in refusal. I have got things to do tonight, you two go ahead. With that, he draped his jacket over his shoulder and walked away with a wave. Yi Liang gave a triumphant smile. Su Tao, you cannot refuse me this time. You did say you would treat me to a meal to pay me back. Su Tao sighed helplessly. All right, but I have to state for the record that I do not drink alcohol, and also. Before she could finish, her phone pinged. Su Tao picked it up, looked at it curiously, and saw a message from Kai Xiaocheng. Kai Xiaocheng, Tao Tao, I have something to tell you. I will be waiting for you on the dorm rooftop at 9:00 tonight. Yi Liang wiped his sweat and did not look at Su Tao. What is it? Su Tao snapped out of it, closed the chat, and tucked her phone away. Nothing much. What are we eating tonight? Yi Liang snapped his fingers. The weather forecast says there will be a heavy rain tonight, so no strolling around. I will take you somewhere fun. It starts at 9:00. I guarantee you will love it. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a series of rolling thunder. Boom! The sunset was gradually obscured by dark clouds, glowing with a blood-like crimson. Su Tao, you have seemed distracted ever since we finished eating. Is something bothering you? At 8 p.m., heavy rain washed over the city shrouded in twilight, filling the air with the scent of damp earth. Su Tao and Yi Liang stood outside a shop under a dark, heavy sky. They had just finished dinner and planned to wander around a bit before the 9 o'clock event started. But the rain came without warning. As the rain began to fall, Yi Liang perceptively noticed that Su Tao's spirits seemed lower. Wearing a simple, embroidered white dress, she kept her head down, tapping the toes of her shoes against the floor, lost in her own thoughts. Yi Liang watched her for a moment, then nudged her shoulder. What are you thinking about that has got you so distracted? Oh, sorry, Su Tao smiled brightly. It is nothing, just thinking about Xiaocheng. Hearing that name, Yi frowned slightly. Why think about her? She is not your kind of person. You should just cut ties with her, Su Tao, instead of always defending her. Su Tao opened her mouth to pour out her feelings, but the memory of the scene in the basement flashed through her mind and she stopped herself. Finally, she asked softly, Yi Liang, in your eyes, what kind of person is Xiao Cheng? Disgusting. Yi Liang replied without hesitation. Su Tao gave a dry laugh. If you set aside your later impressions, what about when you first saw her with me? Yi Liang looked at Su Tao in confusion. But his thoughts drifted back to the summer vacation a few months ago. He had first met Su Tao at a clothing store. He was hiding in the fitting room to avoid a woman his family had arranged for him to meet, and coincidentally, Su Tao walked out. She had changed into a simple white dress she was planning to buy. She looked like a pure white fairy, instantly capturing his attention. After they exchanged a brief look, the woman he was supposed to meet came over to question him. He commanded Su Tao not to give away his location, offering 100,000 yuan as a reward. Even though Su Tao tried to hide it, he was still discovered. Facing the interrogation, he had to grit his teeth and say that Su Tao was his girlfriend. As it turned out, not only did Su Tao play along, but she also boldly retorted to that shameless woman. As a powerful young master of his family, it was the first time he had ever hidden behind a girl, and was met with a gentle smile, and looked at with reassuring eyes, and was protected. Afterward, feeling guilty for wasting her time, Yi Liang offered her 1,000,000 yuan in compensation. Most people would have been speechless with excitement over such a massive sum. But Su Tao calmly refused. She patiently comforted him, saying it was just a small favor. Perhaps it was that special charm of hers, but after being turned down, Yi Liang could not help but find Su Tao intriguing. Naturally, her beauty played a significant role as well. And so the story between him and Su Tao began. As for Xiao Cheng, Yi Liang rubbed his chin, recalling carefully. He finally remembered that there had been a small, almost invisible person beside Su Tao. Her makeup was not as ridiculous back then, was it? Maybe just some light touch-ups. Yi Liang struggled to recall. I do not really remember much, but she was just disgusting. Su Tao looked up at the cloudy sky and sighed. Actually, Xiao Cheng was not like this at the beginning. She met some bad friends and got corrupted. As she spoke, Su Tao recalled the start of high school and could not help but chuckle. The old Xiao Cheng was very innocent, and honestly, she was quite cute without makeup. Yi Liang glanced at Su Tao, feeling strange. He did not understand why she was bringing that person up. She was already ugly enough with makeup. He could not imagine what Xiao Cheng looked like without it. So he told Su Tao firmly, in any case, I can listen to you and stay out of trouble with Xiao Cheng, but you have to listen to me. No more interacting with her. Su Tao opened her mouth. She lowered her head, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Seeing this, Yi Liang made a dissatisfied, drawn-out sound. Su Tao shrank her neck at the sound. I actually wanted to try a little longer. Xiao Cheng was just led astray by others. She's kind at heart. If I can, I do not want to give up on her as a friend. She treated you that way, she kidnapped you. If I had not arrived in time, you could have been hurt. Why do you still have expectations for her? Yi Liang could not understand Su Tao's logic at all. But he felt helpless. Because he liked her, he did not want to be rough with her, and he certainly did not want to force her to do anything. Seeing that Yi Liang was about to get angry, Su Tao explained weakly, I am an orphan. Since I met Xiao Cheng in elementary school, we have been together. She accompanied me throughout my whole childhood like a sensible little sister, and she was the first to give me a sense of home. So I want to try a bit more. Yi Liang reached out a large hand, wanting to say something. Finally, he let it drop heavily. He scratched his head in frustration. People change, he said, not wanting to talk about it anymore and switching topics. Forget it, let us not talk about that unlucky person. Even though the event does not start until 9, let us head over. With that, he ordered Su Tao to get in the car and drove toward the beach in Kyushu City. As he drove, Yi Liang told Su Tao, this event is being held by our families on a large cruise ship. If you wear that dress, you will definitely steal the show. And my family will be there too. Do you know what that means, Su Tao? Yi Liang talked on, but when he glanced over, he noticed Su Tao was looking at her phone. Are you even listening to me? Su Tao immediately came to her senses and smiled sheepishly. Could you say that again? Yi Liang's voice sounded in her ear again, but her thoughts were still on her phone. On it was a message just sent by Xiao Cheng. Tao, it is almost 9 o'clock. Are you in the dorm? I am coming to find you. At 9, I am supposed to go to the party with Yi Liang. I wonder what Xiao Cheng wants to talk to me about. If it is just a conversation, could not we do it over the phone? Su Tao thought for a moment and typed back, is there something up, Xiao Cheng? I will not be back by 9. Xiao Cheng replied instantly, it needs to be said in person. Can you come back, Tao? I am sorry, Su Tao sent a cute begging emoji. I am still out shopping with someone else, I cannot be back that soon. Boom. A peal of thunder rang out at that moment. The rain fell even harder. As soon as she sent the message, Su Tao regretted it. The situation looked like a torrential rainstorm was coming. Her excuse was terrible. But she did not dare say she was with Yi Liang for fear of triggering Kai Xiao Cheng. Fortunately, Kai Xiao Cheng's reply made her breathe a sigh of relief. Will you come to meet me then? Yeah, I will be back as soon as I can. Su Tao put down her phone, a look of relief on her face. This was a good sign. As long as Xiao Cheng was still willing to communicate, there was a chance to restore their old friendship. Lifting her head, Su Tao brushed back her hair, but happened to lock eyes with Yi Liang's dissatisfied gaze. Su Tao gave a dry laugh. I am done looking at my phone, I will put it on silent. She silenced the phone and put it in her bag. She did not notice the next message Kai Xiao Cheng sent. Tao Tao, I will wait for you on the rooftop, okay? When will you be back? 10 minutes later, Tao Tao, when will you be back? 15 minutes later, Tao Tao, when will you be back? 20 minutes later, Tao Tao, when will you be back? The rain, it kept getting heavier. Tao Tao, when will you be back? Thunder rumbles and lightning flashes as the rain pours down incessantly. Inside the cruise ship, it is a stark contrast to the harsh weather outside, with many handsome men and beautiful women enjoying themselves. By 9 o'clock, all the invited guests had arrived. The final pair to make their grand entrance were naturally Su Tao and Yi Liang. As the white moonlight to many male leads and a character who could suppress countless villains and socialites in the plot, Su Tao's beauty was beyond question. She stood there, her delicate and pretty face appearing exceptionally gentle under the lights. Her long white dress clung to her slender waist, outlining her curves perfectly. The slightly open neckline revealed the elegant arc of her collarbone, and her skin was as smooth as satin, glowing with a faint sheen. Her silk-smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, with a few stray locks brushing against her cheeks, making her look incredibly soft and tender. She looked like a pale sliver of moonlight in the night sky, tranquil yet mysterious, and like a white lotus flower just emerging in the morning, pure and untouched by dust. As for Yi Liang, he looked like a decent person. He radiated the aura of an overbearing CEO, as if announcing that Su Tao belonged to him and no one else should come near. However, most people kept their eyes fixed on Su Tao. Is she the one from the rumors, young Master Yi's fake girlfriend? Every girl present was a pampered young lady from a prestigious family. Their beauty and figures were naturally not lacking, yet compared to Su Tao, they seemed to fall just a little short. Some of the jealous girls soon curled their lips in disdain. They are here for a dinner party as a couple and they are not even holding hands. What a farce. Dongfeng Yang happened to be sipping wine right next to those girls and chuckled. Do not be fooled by Yi Liang's confident look. I bet he has not even held Su Tao's hand. The girl looked at Dongfeng Yang curiously. How do you know that? I am his rival, how could I not know? Back then Yi Liang and Si Chen were all competing for her, and none of them would back down. After all, it was not worth having the three great families go to war over a girl. So they made a pact no one could force Su Tao. Unless she was willing, they could not even touch her, holding hands included. And then they began their fair competition. Dongfeng Yang was a young master, Yi Liang was a CEO, and Si Chen was no less distinguished. Each had their own pride, thinking that chasing a common girl would be a simple task. The result was just holding on to that pride. He spent 3 months chasing Su Tao, let alone stroking her cheek or embracing her. They have not even tried holding hands properly once. The jealous girl looked at Su Tao, who stayed an inch away from Yi Liang at all times, and sneered, so much for being the young master of the Yi family. He is just a simp. Dongfeng Yang. Why do I feel like I just got insulted too? Just then another girl walked over holding a wine glass dressed in a red gown. Yo, young Master Dongfeng, why are you drinking alone? Cannot find a partner. Seeing it was someone he knew, Dongfeng Yang clinked his glass lightly. Kai and Ching, are not you alone too? It is not that I lack women, I just cannot be bothered to look for one. Kai and Ching took another look at Su Tao, giving him a knowing look. I only understand the pact you three big shots made, but in my view you are all taking it too seriously. Chasing a girl does not have to be straightforward, there are plenty of other ways to try. Besides, your family probably does not like her either. To attend a banquet for her without even finding a date, that is just too humiliating. After saying this, Kai and Ching took a sip of her wine and sat down right next to Dongfeng Yang. Her eyes, however, stayed fixed on Su Tao, still looking displeased. Dongfeng Yang, on the other hand, felt a slight stir in his heart. Of course, he never lacked women. With one word, plenty of young ladies from wealthy families would want to marry into his. He just did not like those kinds of women. They were nothing more than gold diggers after his money and family influence. Even that silly and dim-witted Kai Xiao Cheng had more personality than those women. And her looks were not bad either. She was just a bit short. Forget it, why am I thinking about her? Dongfeng Yang shook his head, looked at Su Tao's back and downed his drink in one go. As for the heroine, after entertaining numerous people trying to strike up a conversation, she was finally able to sit aside and relax while Yi Liang was talking to someone else. Although they were just in the dating stage and the event had not officially started, Yi Liang had promised that they would have a great time later. But this kind of occasion still was not for her. Everyone wore a fake smile on their face. Their eyes were full of calculation. The conversation exchanged with mutual respect appeared elegant yet hypocritical. People, due to their different statuses, were either smug, flattering, or servile. She only felt like a small boat drifting with the tide. Picking up her phone to check the time, she realized that without noticing it was already 9:30. On the home screen there was a message from Kai Zia-cheng sent 4 minutes ago. "Taodo, when are you coming back?" Su Tao smiled faintly, recalling the days she and Kai Zia-cheng had relied on each other back in elementary and middle school. "When I go back later, I must have a good talk with Zia-cheng. We will clear up the misunderstanding from this period, and our relationship will surely be like it was before. But if I head back, it will probably be 11 o'clock, right?" She swiped the screen and unlocked her phone. Just as she was about to reply to Kai Zia-cheng, she noticed a red dot on the WeChat icon. There were dozens of messages. What did Zia-cheng send me? Why are there so many? She clicked into the chat and jumped to her feet. In her sudden movement, she knocked over a wine glass nearby. The sharp sound of it shattering attracted the attention of most of the guests. But Su Tao's gaze was glued to her phone, completely oblivious to the outside world. She scrolled down, and from about 8 o'clock, Kai Zia-cheng had sent the same message every 5 minutes. "Taodo, when are you coming back?" Like a prank message from a horror movie, it gave Su Tao goosebumps. The last message had been sent at exactly 9:30. In the next second, as soon as it hit 9:35, another new message came through. "Taodo, when are you coming back?" Inexplicably, Su Tao thought of Kai Zia-cheng's strange behavior in the basement. She stood frozen, her lips feeling dry. Until a voice asked beside her, "Miss, please move your feet, be careful not to get hurt." A waiter had arrived at her feet at some point and was carefully cleaning up the glass shards. Su Tao moved aside blankly and quickly looked at her phone again. A thought crossed her mind. Maybe, just maybe, this is an automated message feature Zia-cheng set up. But does WeChat even have that feature? She was not sure, but with trembling fingers she typed a line. "Zia-cheng, are you okay?" The next second, a message from Kai Zia-cheng arrived. "Taodo, you finally replied to me. Of course I am okay." Vio? Su Tao let out a sigh of relief. Maybe the internet was just lagging. "I have been waiting for you. Taodo, when are you coming back?" The young girl did not care about the stray lock of hair falling across her face and hurriedly typed, "I will not be back that soon." "Zia-cheng, are you still in my dorm? Why do not you head back first? Drink some water, get some sleep, and we will talk about everything tomorrow, okay?" Between the lines, she could vaguely sense that Kai Zia-cheng's mood was off. Just as she was thinking about how to probe further, she saw another strange reply from Kai Zia-cheng. "Drink water, but there is water everywhere here. I cannot drink it all." What did that mean? Su Tao did not understand, but a clap of thunder echoed outside, and heavy rain pounded against the window not far from her. A possibility suddenly struck her. "Zia-cheng, where are you waiting for me?" "On the rooftop, of course. Did not we agree? I am waiting for you on the rooftop at 9 o'clock. Another string of words appeared like a death warrant. "So Taodo, when are you coming back?" No. Su Tao's breathing quickened as she stared intensely at the new message on WeChat. Waiting for her on the rooftop. In such heavy wind and rain. She desperately hoped this was just one of Kai Zia-cheng's pranks. With the weather like this and Kai Zia-cheng's frail health, she did not even dare to imagine what would happen if she stayed out in the rain for so long. Just then Yiliang walked over. Noticing Su Tao's distressed expression, he asked with concern, "What is wrong?" Su Tao glanced at him, her lips trembling as she made up an excuse. "Zia-cheng is stuck out in the rain and cannot get back. She wanted me to bring her an umbrella." Yiliang scoffed, "It is better to let her hide until the rain stops. With wind and rain like this, forget about people. It is hard even for cars to drive. You are going to bring her an umbrella." He looked at her slender frame hidden beneath her dress. "Forget the umbrella, you would be blown away yourself." He shrugged, "Let that kid fend for herself. The event is about to start, shall we head in?" Wait a moment. Su Tao still could not set her mind at ease, so she took her phone and stepped aside. "I need to make a call." With that, she dialed Kai Zia-cheng directly via WeChat. Before she could even hear Kai Zia-cheng's voice, the sound of howling wind and relentless rain hitting the ground filled her ears. The sound of sudden thunderclaps made Su Tao realize that Kai Zia-cheng was definitely not indoors. She was on the rooftop. Panicking, Su Tao spoke anxiously, "Zia-cheng, can you hear me?" On the other end, sheltering under a rain cover on the rooftop, Kai Zia-cheng could not help but sigh upon hearing Su Tao's anxious voice. This is the beloved female lead after all. Even though I am just a cannon fodder side character. Even though I have done so many terrible things to her. She still tolerates me and offers her care and trust without hesitation. Having been betrayed twice by her girlfriends in her past life, Kai Zia-cheng quite liked this outpouring of care that felt like a downpour. She kept her acting going, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. "I can hear you, Taodo. Is something the matter?" In the cruise ship's grand hall, Su Tao sighed in relief, then said urgently, Lin, I cannot make it back that quickly. Can you please go downstairs first? It is so windy and rainy on the rooftop, it is very dangerous. However, Kai Ziacheng seemed to only focus on one word, downstairs. Yes, Su Tao, missing the implication, realized her own tone was a bit intense and softened her voice. Just go downstairs, return to your dorm, and take a hot shower to rest. We can talk about whatever it is when I get back, okay? I should be able to return by 11. But we agreed on it. I said I would wait for you. We made a promise, did not we? How could she not know that Kai Ziacheng had returned to that strange state she was in at the basement? There was no time to ponder whether this was her true nature or some temporary illness. Su Tao tried to keep her tone calm as she pleaded, it is just a conversation, it does not matter where we have it. When I get back, I will listen to anything you want to say, Ziacheng. We can have a proper talk then. Then what shall we talk about? Kai Ziacheng asked again. Su Tao bit her lip, glanced at Yi Liang not far away, and lowered her voice. Let us talk about how you like me. I have many things I want to tell you too, so please be a good girl and go back and wait for me. Then it is the same if I wait for you here since we agreed. The rain is so heavy, how could it possibly be the same? Since soft words did not work, Su Tao had to take a firmer stance. So she told Kai Ziacheng, be a good girl, Ziacheng, go down first. If you do not listen, I will not come back and I will not talk to you either. It was the same when she was little. Whenever she put on this act of being angry, no matter how much of a tantrum Kai Ziacheng was throwing, she would listen obediently. She was mischievous at times, but mostly she was very sensible. This time was no exception. Hearing Su Tao's stern voice, Kai Ziacheng softened her tone just like before, sounding a bit aggrieved. All right then, I will do as you say. Yes, I promise I will be back soon. At this, Su Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been clashing for the past 2 months, and she had not been able to get close to her. She did not know what had happened. It must have been those so-called friends of hers who corrupted Ziacheng. Once the banquet is over, she could finally have a good talk with Ziacheng. With that thought, besides the sound of rain, Kai Ziacheng's voice came through the WeChat call. If I go down, will you really come back, Tout? Good girl. Su Tao's tone turned gentle again. I would not lie to you, Ziacheng, do not worry. Okay. Kai Ziacheng's voice sounded a bit more cheerful. The conversation seemed to end there, but the call did not hang up. Su Tao wanted to listen for a moment to confirm the rain was fading and that Kai Ziacheng was safely back in the dorm. But as she listened, she realized the sound of the rain was not getting any quieter. There was no sign of her moving indoors. After a long while, the voice on the phone finally changed, replaced by Kai Ziacheng's soft, emotionless tone. If I go down, you will come back. 14 floors is a bit high, is not it? Su Tao was stunned. Ziacheng. Realizing what she meant, she screamed, losing all her composure. Beep, beep, beep. The call had ended. She scrambled to call back, but could not get through no matter what. Su Tao, are you done with your call? The event is starting, we need to head to the exhibition hall inside the ship. Yi Liang walked over and saw Su Tao panicking, her expression full of distress. She could not get through to Kai Ziacheng, and even her phone number went straight to voicemail. She completely lost her cool. She even imagined Kai Ziacheng falling from the 14th floor along with her phone. The phone shattered into pieces. And her? She did not dare continue that thought and hurriedly told Yi Liang, I need to go back to the school. I cannot attend the banquet. Can you take me back? Yi Liang frowned, the frustration he had been bottling up since they got in the car finally showing on his face. What are you talking about? This banquet is crucial to me. For your sake, I even invited my family. This formal event is about to start. Why are you going back? Ziacheng is in danger. I have to go back. Su Tao knew this was not the time for flowery explanations, so she stated her purpose bluntly. It takes half an hour to drive back to school from here. She needed help. But Yi Liang was not happy. He never liked Kai Ziacheng. She had annoyed him to death before, and the girl he liked was kidnapped to that basement, which not only ruined his reputation at the last banquet but also almost got Su Tao hurt. And now she was popping up again for no reason. He clenched his fists, raised his chin proudly, his face dark. Kai Ziacheng, always Kai Ziacheng. She treated you like that, why are you still worrying about her? His tone was as harsh, strong, and unyielding as ever. As a CEO and young master of a prestigious family, he exuded the aura of someone in power. He was like the thunder outside, incredibly intense. Usually not just ordinary girls, even high-ranking officials would back down 3 steps after learning of Yi Liang's status. Many times, just a serious look or a deepened voice from Yi Liang would make Su Tao cower and retreat. But this time Yi Liang noticed, the stubborn young girl's eyes were filled with nothing but resolve. Under normal circumstances, Yi Liang would have loved it if Su Tao showed such resolve and pushed back against his unreasonable demands. That would only make him feel even more how unique she was compared to other girls. But right now, he hated that she was standing up to him because of Kai Ziacheng. But because it was Su Tao, the girl he liked, he held back his temper, though his voice grew colder. Su Tao, do you even realize what you're saying? I brought my parents all the way from the capital for this banquet, and countless corporate families are watching us. Why do you think I insisted on you dressing so formally? Because I want them to know you. I want to pave the way for you so you can move beyond being a commoner and never have to be looked down upon for your status again. Time, effort, connections, money, I have poured endless resources into this. Yet now you tell me that just because of Kai Zaya Cheng, you want to leave right when the event is about to begin. Each sentence he spoke was heavier than the last. He wanted to see Su Tao back down. Yet the scene he imagined never happened. Su Tao's eyes remained calm, and she was not moved at all by what he said. She said earnestly, Yi Liang, I am very grateful for what you have prepared for me, and I recognize your efforts, but have you ever stopped to think if I even like these things? I told you a long time ago that I do not care about your money or power. Zaya Cheng is in danger, and I have to go back. Yi Liang covered his forehead with one hand and laughed. You know full well that I despise that Kai Zaya Cheng, yet you still want me to drive you back to her. Yi Liang laughed loudly, suddenly stepping closer to Su Tao, his aura overwhelming like a mountain. Have you forgotten how Kai Zaya Cheng has treated you these past few months? He spoke with a suppressed voice, yet it sounded like a roar. Have I not treated you well these past few months? I gave you everything you wanted and poured my heart and soul into you. Is it possible that in your eyes I am not as important as Kai Zaya Cheng? Su Tao looked Yi Liang in the eye without a hint of fear. She closed her eyes and took a gentle breath. She seemed to have made a decision. She took a light step back. Holding her dress with one hand and covering the neckline with the other, she bowed to Yi Liang. Yi Liang, I am very grateful for everything you have done for me. I do not know what the future holds, but for now. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. To me, Zaya Cheng is more important than you. I am truly sorry for embarrassing you today. I will apologize and make amends properly later, but there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Having said that, Su Tao turned around without hesitation, her dress swaying and spinning in the light. She took out her phone as she walked, praying she could still find a cab in this torrential rain. Just as she took a step, she was suddenly grabbed by her right hand. She turned her head and saw Yi Liang looking sullen. Why is she more important than me in your eyes? She was clearly just a cheap woman. She had targeted her, spread rumors about her, made her look like a fool in public, instigated others to hurt her, and in the end, even resorted to kidnapping. Anyone else would have found that unforgivable, right? How come? If it were Dongfeng Yang or Si Chen, he might understand. Although they were rivals, Yi Liang would admit that they were excellent competitors. But Kai Zaya Cheng, a woman, why should she matter so much to Su Tao? Yi Liang opened his eyes wide, staring intensely at Su Tao's eyes, trying to see what she was thinking. Under his gaze, a flash of tender nostalgia appeared in Su Tao's eyes. She said softly, you have been by my side for a few months, and I am grateful, but Zaya Cheng has been with me for over 10 years. Deep down, she still believed that Kai Zaya Cheng's recent rebellion could be corrected. With that, she pulled her hand away from Yi Liang. She hurried out of the hall. She called Kai Zaya Cheng again, but the recording said the phone was still off. Just then, a whistle sounded nearby. You do not intend to just go back like this, do you? Su Tao looked to the side and saw Dongfeng Yang swinging a keychain on his finger as he walked over. Though I do not know what happened, would not a car be a lot better? Su Tao pursed her lips and her tense expression relaxed a bit. Thank you. It is nothing, the banquet is boring anyway. There are umbrellas at the entrance. Go wait for me outside the cruise ship. I will go bring the car out from the garage. Okay. Su Tao did not say much more. Having Dongfeng Yang's help made her feel a lot more at ease. She walked straight out of the hall without even a glance back. She did not notice that after his initial fury, Yi Liang stood rooted to the spot, looking like he had lost his soul. Soon she got into the car through the heavy rain. There was some water on the road, but it did not affect the driving. Dongfeng Yang sat in the driver's seat and asked where to. Back to school. Boom. The roar of the sports car mingled with the sound of thunder as they sped away. Speaking of which, what exactly happened? Is Kai Zaya Cheng in trouble? Dongfeng Yang was thinking the same thing as Yi Liang. Kai Zaya Cheng had done so many outrageous things, yet Su Tao still cared about her this much. What could have happened to make her so anxious she wanted to fly back? Su Tao sat in the passenger seat in silence. She did not know whether she should tell Dongfeng Yang the truth. The idea that Kai Zaya Cheng had been waiting on the school rooftop in the rain for an hour, and might have even jumped, was truly horrifying. She looked perfectly normal during the ball game in the afternoon. Would not saying she was acting strange just make people think she had a mental illness? She hesitated for a moment before asking Dongfeng Yang, what kind of situation could make a person's temperament change completely and become extremely unstable? Dongfeng Yang glanced at Su Tao. He was tactful enough not to pry, and after thinking for a bit he replied, it could be that they encountered something unbearable that caused them to have a breakdown, or it could be some latent mental illness or a split personality. Su Tao nodded upon hearing this. She said nothing more. She took out her phone to reach out to people she knew, checking if anyone was still at school to go to the rooftop and help. She also checked the school's forums. No news about anyone jumping had been posted yet, which gave her some relief. 10 minutes later, amid her growing anxiety, the car stopped. Car horns sounded from everywhere, and the windows were filled with flashing headlights. Dongfeng Yang frowned and tapped the horn on the steering wheel, sighing helplessly. It is a traffic jam. Not sure what is happening up ahead. In this heavy rain, a car accident is very likely. There was no flooding on the road, yet an accident still happened. Su Tao's first reaction was to turn around and take another route, but looking in the rearview mirror, she saw that the road behind was also filled with headlights in the hazy mist. They were completely trapped in the middle of the road. Dongfeng Yang exhaled and looked at Su Tao. Are you in a hurry? Su Tao nodded earnestly. If I am late, I'm afraid Xia Cheng will be in danger. Perhaps the danger was already there. She just did not dare to think about it. When she said that, Dongfeng Yang gasped. He turned to Su Tao. Can you drive? Su Tao paused for a second. I failed my driving test. That is enough as long as you can make it move. With my car and license plate, no one will dare to hit you. You wait here, I will go back on a bike. The situation was urgent, and since they could not reach Xia Cheng, this was the only way. Su Tao followed his gaze and saw several shared bikes parked by the side of the road. She pursed her lips, opened the passenger door, and stepped out into the rain. I will ride a bike back. It is raining this hard. Are you crazy to try to ride back? Su Tao was, of course, not crazy. She knew that if Xia Cheng was still on the roof, she would only be willing to see her. Seeing that he could not stop Su Tao, Dongfeng Yang yelled anxiously, hey, there is a raincoat in the trunk. No need, putting on a raincoat would be a waste of time. Su Tao reached up to brush the wet hair from her forehead, her delicate face calm and determined. Scan, unlock, ride. Xia Cheng, you must be okay. The wind and rain were raging, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The rain had been falling for nearly an hour without the slightest sign of letting up. Instead, it seemed to be intensifying. On the dormitory rooftop, Xia Cheng sat under the rain shield, breathing weakly, her face pale. She had muted the constant emotional value notification pings in her head because they were too noisy, leaving only the sound of thunder and rain. But the wind was so strong that even under the shield, spray still reached her, soaking half of her body. Her already thin t-shirt clung to her frame, revealing hints of her fair skin. System, how much time has passed? To make the scene more convincing, she had thrown her phone from the 14th floor, so she no longer knew how long it had been since she hung up the call. Fortunately, she still had the system. About 20 minutes. Counting the time, Su Tao should be back at school by now. She shifted her body, exposing herself to the rain, letting it soak her completely. It was late autumn in November, so the temperature was not exactly warm. The rainwater was freezing, and Xia Cheng could not help but shiver uncontrollably. Even the system felt a pang of pity. Host, why do not we just give up, or maybe we can use some emotional points to buy something else? This is really scaring me. I have not even said much yet. What are you afraid of as a system? If you die, I will cease to exist too. And are you sure you are not a Yandere, host? Your behavior is honestly terrifying. Are not you a villain, system? Even if I went out to kill someone, you should be cheering, right? I have not even done anything and you are already scared. Are you that useless? Oh no, do not say that. Xia Cheng rolled her eyes, confirmed she was thoroughly soaked, and retreated under the shield, curling up to preserve the last bit of warmth. She had finished the second step of her plan, and had already used emotional points to buy and consume an energy pill. But the weakness of this body exceeded her expectations. She still felt incredibly drained after taking the pill. Her head ached, it felt heavy, and she just wanted to sleep. But the female lead had not arrived yet, and the third step of her plan was the most crucial. Afraid of passing out, she forced herself to keep talking to the system. To answer your question, I told you this is my Yandere persona. If you're going to act, you have to go all out, or how else can you get the female lead hooked? Besides, a real Yandere would not have an ego as clear as mine. Most of them do not even know they are Yandere. And think about that look Yi Liang gave me this afternoon, plus the hundreds of emotional points I just received. I feel like he wants to bury me alive right now. I have to collect more emotional points and keep the female lead in my grasp. Without the protection of the female lead's halo, Xia Cheng was genuinely afraid something would happen to her. The conversation turned into talking to herself. She did not know how much time passed before the rooftop door was pushed open with a loud bang. An anxious voice called out, Xia Cheng. Su Tao had arrived. She was panting heavily, gripping the wall so she would not collapse from her weak legs. After cycling through heavy rain and flooded roads for half an hour, and unable to use the elevator due to the power outage, she had climbed 14 flights of stairs in one breath, hoping desperately to see Xia Cheng in the stairwell. The iron door rattled violently in the wind. Her dress was completely soaked, clinging to her skin with water droplets, and every step felt exhausting. Even so, she stepped out, shouting into the wind, Xia Cheng, where are you? There was no response from the rooftop, and she could not see Xia Cheng anywhere. But when she reached the ground floor, she had not found any signs of a body or an ambulance. Xia Cheng must still be okay. She firmly believed it in her heart. Just as she was about to search the rooftop, Su Tao heard a weak and surprised voice. "Tao Tao, are you back?" Xia Cheng. Following the voice, Su Tao was pleasantly surprised to find Xia Cheng hiding under the rain shield. With her strength suddenly spent, Su Tao's legs gave out and she fell onto Xia Cheng, hugging her tightly with a sob. "Xia Cheng, thank goodness you're okay." Tears mixed with raindrops sliding down her cheeks. Leaning against her shoulder, Xia Cheng felt the warm embrace and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Ah, this embrace, being loved with everything one has, is just so warm. Inside she felt one way, but her acting never faltered. The emotions of fear and worry spilled over into her weak, tearful voice directed at Su Tao. I am sorry, Tao Tao, the 14th floor was too high, I did not dare to jump, I am so sorry. Su Tao's heart ached at those words. She knew Xia Cheng had misunderstood what she had said. But she did not blame her. She felt more guilty because it was her own lack of clarity that had almost cost Xia Cheng her life. Filled with remorse, Su Tao took a deep breath, cupped Xia Cheng's face and gently wiped away her tears with her thumbs, saying, "Do not apologize, it is my fault, I did not make myself clear. Anyway, as long as you are okay, that is all that matters." Xia Cheng sniffled, still sobbing weakly. "You will not blame me, Tao Tao. I have done so many wrong things in the past, and now I have made you." As I change, Su Tao placed a long finger against Xia Cheng's lips, pressed her forehead gently against hers, and said softly, "How could I blame you? Everyone makes mistakes. You are trying to change now, or not you. We promised to talk tonight, remember?" Xia Cheng broke into a tearful smile, then turned and reached out to grope around to the side in a panic. Su Tao asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" "A gift." Gift? Su Tao did not understand, but suddenly she remembered something. "Speaking of which, why did you ask me to come to the rooftop, Xia Cheng?" "It is about what happened during the day." Xia Cheng fumbled around and finally found a bottle carefully wrapped in ribbons, handing it cautiously to Su Tao. "You were with Yi Liang earlier today. You would not even drink the water I gave you." Su Tao was stunned for a moment. Then she said with a bittersweet laugh, "Just because of that, Xia Cheng, you are really so silly." She did not realize there was anything wrong with Xia Cheng. She just thought that coming all this way at night to give her a gift because of the day's incident was Xia Cheng's way of apologizing. Why did it feel a little bit like she was jealous? She took the gift. It was too dark to see Xia Cheng's expression. But Su Tao could faintly sense the expectation in the other's eyes. She said softly, "I will accept this gift, but you have to be a good girl and listen to me now. Let us go downstairs back to the dorm, okay?" "Okay." Xia Cheng's voice was very obedient, even softer than usual, with that touch of sweetness and stickiness typical of a young girl. This reminded Su Tao of how Xia Cheng was in junior high. This version of Xia Cheng really is quite similar to how she used to be. Though she is a handful, she is also kind of cute, is not she? Su Tao did not overthink it and went along with Xia Cheng's wishes, accepting the gift. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, followed by a flash of blinding lightning. As if to illuminate the entire dark world, the flash dispelled the mist in front of Su Tao's eyes, and the so-called gift came into view. Su Tao's pupils shrank violently, and she suddenly felt the raindrops on her skin sting like cold blades. The gift artist Neiyu. It should have been a beautiful moment of clearing up misunderstandings, sharing hearts, and finding comfort in each other. But it was shattered the moment I saw those strange, bewitching pupils and that creepy smile on the person holding the gift. Memories of that scene in the basement flashed through my mind instantly. Restrained, unable to move. She forced my chin up, whispering words filled with madness and love right into my ear. The same strange way. The same twisted expression. But in Xia Cheng's eyes, that kind of gift is just normal love. And Su Tao did not realize that this is the Yandere's distorted cognition, where love can be shown in any way possible. Su Tao hurriedly threw the gift aside, her eyes filled with extreme terror. She had wanted to jump off the building tonight because of a single word from her. And now she is talking about giving gifts. Struggling to breathe due to the sheer horror, Su Tao's mind was in total chaos. The cold raindrops hitting her body stung her skin, keeping her from losing her mind like back in the basement. There was still a shred of rationality left in her mind, wondering why Xia Cheng would do this. What could the gift be? Why is the wrapping box so exquisite? And what was her motive? Suddenly Su Tao remembered a sentence Xia Cheng had said to her in the basement. "You can only love me, Tao Tao." Could it be because of that? But this is too extreme. Countless questions flashed through her mind as her nose caught a scent other than the dust of the rain. "Do not you like it?" A soft, delicate voice whispered in her ear. Su Tao stiffly turned her head, her wet locks of hair covering half her eyes to mask the flicker of fear. A flash of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the dark night once more. For just an instant, Su Tao noticed that Kai Cheng's already crimson eyes seemed to glow red against the light of the lightning. The soft, delicate voice did not care about her terror and continued to haunt her ears. You did not like the mineral water during the day, Tao Dao. Do not you like this either? Oh, I understand now. Kai Cheng looked like she suddenly realized something, putting on that familiar, bewitching smile as her voice grew increasingly pathological. Does Tao Dao prefer Yi Liang's gift instead? Yi Liang? Why bring up Yi Liang again? Before Su Tao could even process it, Kai Cheng had already made her next move. Tao Dao, can you say you love me? A warm breath grazed her nose, and with another flash of lightning, she saw Kai Cheng inches away, her gaze deep and intense. She looked like she was staring at her prey, her crimson pupils flickering with an eerie light in the darkness. Is it really just as simple as saying, I love you? Looking into those smiling eyes, a touch of fear grew in Su Tao's gaze, the gentleness from before entirely gone. Only now did she truly believe that the way Kai Cheng acted in the basement was no accident. It was just like before. This side of Xia Cheng made her feel like she was looking at a stranger. Tao Dao, why are you looking at me like that? You said you would not hate me, did not you? If you do not hate me, does not that mean you love me? The soft voice grew increasingly resentful, making Su Tao's heart tighten. She had a vague feeling that if she did not calm Kai Cheng down right now, she might actually do what she thought before go down. She swallowed hard and forced herself to bite her tongue. Suppressing the discomfort in her throat, she used the pain to snap back to reality. Su Tao managed a strained smile at Kai Cheng. Xia Cheng, I do not hate you at all, it is just. I see. Kai Cheng pulled her hand back. She slowly raised her head, peering intently into Su Tao's eyes in the dark. If you do not love me, could it be that Tao Dao loves Yi Liang? As she asked, her hands did not stop moving. She gently stroked Su Tao's cheek, her thumb tracing the skin, the friction of her fingertips sending shivers of terror down Su Tao's spine. Su Tao hurriedly took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. Her pupils contracted sharply, and as her hand shook, the phone dropped to the ground. The flashlight beam shone from below, illuminating Kai Cheng's pretty face. She wore an eerie, pathological smile, her eyes full of what she believed was love. Little did she know, such love appeared terrifying to Su Tao, as those beautiful eyes seemed to glow with a red hue. Horror, fear, rapid breathing. Su Tao's mind was a tangled mess again. At that moment, she met those bewitching red eyes once more. She did not speak but raised her hand, holding a photo of herself and Yi Liang. Even though raindrops were sliding down her cheeks to her lips, Su Tao felt her lips were incredibly dry. The photo was torn to shreds as if she were tearing her and Yi Liang apart. Su Tao did not have time to think. She only knew that if she did not stop her, this pathological side of her might get even worse. Biting her tongue hard again, Su Tao quickly grabbed Kai Cheng's hand, her voice cracking with desperation. Xia Cheng, please do not do this. I have never hated you and I never gave up on you for Yi Liang. Please just believe me. Kai Cheng seemed not to hear, a silly, satisfied smile spreading across her face. She leaned her cheek closer. Su Tao's breath quickened. Even though this face was cute, it now filled her with fear. Looking up, she met Kai Cheng's expectant red eyes again. As if she were urging her to hurry up. Urging her to show her love quickly. Su Tao gritted her teeth, shut her eyes tightly, and despite her trembling and stiff body, she gathered all her strength. She had to take the initiative to express her love and prove that she mattered more than Yi Liang. Amidst the rain, she felt nothing but softness. But remembering Kai Cheng's pathological gaze still left her feeling terrified. Kai Cheng watched the scene with satisfaction, a hint of excitement lighting up her face. After tonight, surely Su Tao will not ever ignore me again, right? She will definitely try to understand why I became like this, and during this time, even in front of those male leads, she will surely defend me. Yes, that is exactly it. The sadness and pity were completely gone from Kai Cheng's face. She lowered her head, sniffing the faint scent of Su Tao's damp hair. Looking completely intoxicated with a corner of her lip curled up, she was like a hunter watching her prey walk into a trap. Finally, she had managed to complete this third step. Both physically and mentally, she was at her limit. Perfect, now she can just faint in her arms. Oh Tao Dao, this time I became like this because of you too. Kai Cheng's heart gradually relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. With a soft thud, she collapsed onto Su Tao. Pinned down by her small frame, Su Tao looked up, panicked, and caught Kai Cheng's shoulders. Xia Cheng. Boom! The thunder roared once more. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the rain eased, Dongfeng Yang closed his umbrella, shook off the droplets, and rushed into the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, the power was out, so he slipped in unnoticed. After being stuck in traffic for half an hour and receiving a phone call from Su Tao, he had finally arrived. His mood was as gloomy as the dark clouds above. He knew something very serious had happened tonight, and it was the first time he had seen Su Tao so anxious. But the person causing her this anxiety was not him. Besides, he had no idea what was actually going on. He had just been acting as a tool for the whole night. First, he had to watch Liang show off, and just when he finally had a chance to shine, he got stuck in traffic and could not help Su Tao at all. By the time he finally reached the school, he got a call from Su Tao saying she needed help at the girls' dorm for Kaizaya Cheng of all people. He felt like nothing more than a tool, which made Dongfeng Yang inexplicably jealous. Even though the object of his jealousy, Kaizaya Cheng, was a girl, but after tonight, Su Tao's opinion of me will surely skyrocket, right? Dongfeng Yang climbed the stairs filled with anticipation, then he reached the rooftop. He did not even bother with an umbrella, hurrying to find Su Tao, and then his smile froze. Beneath the rain shelter, two beautiful girls were huddled together. Su Tao was holding a curled-up Kaizaya Cheng in her arms as if afraid she might catch a cold, doing her best to wrap her arms around the petite girl while exposing her own body to the rain to shield Kaizaya Cheng from the wind-blown droplets. They both seemed to have fallen asleep from exhaustion, their hair matted together by the water. Seeing the two girls leaning on each other, Dongfeng Yang had to admit it. He was bitter. A scene straight out of a romance novel should be between the lead actor and actress, not them. What right does Kaizaya Cheng have to this? Could it be that I got the wrong script? Despite the turmoil in his heart, Dongfeng Yang quickly woke Su Tao up. Su Tao, wake up. Do not sleep here, you will catch a cold. Feeling a tap on her shoulder, Su Tao jolted awake. Instinctively, she cried out, Zaya Cheng. Feeling the feverish warmth in her arms, Su Tao felt a sense of relief. She's still here, thank goodness. This scene only made Dongfeng Yang's expression grow darker. He was twisted with jealousy. He had been pursuing Su Tao for 3 months and had not even held her hand yet. Fortunately, the night hid his expression. Dongfeng Yang took a deep breath to compose himself, consoling himself with the thought that Kaizaya Cheng and Su Tao were best friends, so a little intimacy was nothing out of the ordinary. It is just how girls are, that is normal. He reached out and pulled Su Tao up. Let us go, let us head downstairs first. Right, Su Tao leaned against the wall and looked at Kaizaya Cheng. My legs are a bit numb, could you please help? No problem. Dongfeng Yang crouched down, intending to pick up Kaizaya Cheng, but when he saw something on the ground that looked distinct from the clear rainwater, his eyes widened. What is this? He asked in confusion and immediately noticed the numerous marks on Kaizaya Cheng's hands. He had no idea how such marks could have gotten there. Did she bump into something or was she harmed by someone? He took a deep breath and looked at Su Tao. Is this what you meant by life-threatening, that she wanted to leave this world forever? Su Tao was silent for a moment. Let us get Zaya Cheng to the hospital first, I will explain it to you in a bit, all right. He easily lifted Kaizaya Cheng and the two quickly went downstairs. After getting her into the car, they both let out a sigh of relief. Dongfeng Yang calmly started the engine. Let us head to the nearest hospital. My private hospital is too far away and she's running a high fever. If we drag this out, something bad might happen. Su Tao sat beside Kaizaya Cheng holding her hand. I hope there is no traffic. If there is, I will just have someone fly a plane in, Dongfeng Yang said fiercely as he turned on the headlights and sped away from the school. The drive to the hospital would take a while and he could not help but glance at the rearview mirror. Su Tao was busy tending to Kaizaya Cheng with tissues, wiping the water from her hair and neck and dabbing away her cold sweat. Her eyes were full of concern and her movements were gentle. Dongfeng Yang looked away and asked, we have a few more minutes until we reach the hospital. Can you tell me what is going on now, and what is with those injuries on Kaizaya Cheng? Su Tao paused, biting her lower lip. Kaizaya Cheng had started to stabilize, but that scene was etched into her soul. She said slowly, my head is a mess too. I have not really been in touch with Zaya Cheng for the past 2 months, so I do not know what happened to her. The marks on her hands, she did those to herself. After much thought, Su Tao still hid the fact that Kaizaya Cheng had given her a gift. She knew how Dongfeng Yang felt about her, and she was afraid he would react as intensely as Yi Liang if she told him something so chilling. But even half the truth was shocking enough. Dongfeng Yang had seen many strange things, yet his eyes still revealed his shock. Are you saying that Kaizaya Cheng has had a tendency toward self-harm all this time? The jarring contrast on her fair skin was heart-wrenching. As he spoke, something occurred to him. Wait a minute, maybe it was not voluntary, maybe she was forced. Forced? Su Tao was stunned. She knew it should have been voluntary on Kaizaya Cheng's part and that it was even done for her sake. But why did Dongfeng Yang reach that conclusion? Dongfeng Yang explained, actually, yesterday I had someone look into what happened to Kaizaya Cheng over the last 2 months. Perhaps without your protection she has had a rough time. Su Tao frowned. Dongfeng Yang continued, leaving aside her issues with you, apart from that, Kaizaya Cheng has actually been in a state of long-term bullying. Her home is nearby, right, and her high school is not far from here either. Even though she is in college now, the social circle from high school has not changed. Since she commutes, she is often blocked by bad girls on her way home. At school, there are also a few people who got in through connections. Being bullied at school and blocked on her way home, a fool like her would easily develop psychological trauma. Dongfeng Yang let out a breath. If she was forced, then it is no surprise she would hurt herself. Su Tao fell into silence after hearing this. Undoubtedly, Dongfeng Yang had given her a convenient excuse. Su Tao knew deep down that she was the primary reason Kaizaya Cheng had become like this. Previously, she had only subconsciously avoided thinking about what happened in the basement. But just now, holding Kaizaya Cheng under the shelter while waiting for Dongfeng Yang, feeling her petite body slowly warm up, Su Tao had calmly recalled what was said in the basement. Taodo, you are the one I have always loved. You always told me I was your most precious friend, your most important person, the person you liked most. Since you told me all that, why did you betray me? Leaning against the seat, Su Tao felt a lump in her throat. She looked up at the dark, cloudy sky. Lightning seemed to fall along her line of sight, whispering. You gave her hope, guided her thoughts, and when she became hopelessly, obsessively, and dependently in love with you, you brought her nothing but despair. If that is the case, why do you still care about her? Rain pelted the window like God's own hand knocking on the door, urging her to open it and let Kai Ziacheng go once and for all. The whistling wind seemed to whisper in Su Tao's ear. Rather than letting the girl beside her live through such a miserable life, it might be better to just let her be at peace. Ugh, my head hurts so much, I am so tired. It feels like my body is falling apart. Pale light spilled down from above, illuminating a clean white hospital bed. Kai Ziacheng's slender, petite frame was nestled under layers of white sheets. The smell of disinfectant in the air and the lingering weakness in her body stirred her from consciousness. How long have I been out? Kai Ziacheng did not speak aloud, instead questioning the system in her mind while squinting her eyes, trying her best to adjust to the hospital lighting. She might have lost consciousness, but the system had not. The host has been unconscious for 3 hours. It is now 1 a.m. You are at the Third People's Hospital of Jiuzhou City. Su Tao and Dongfeng Yang brought you here, more than one outsider involved in the plan. Dongfeng Yang is the type, a bright, warm-hearted guy with a bit of a brain. It is tricky having him around Su Tao, though. This is the time when being alone together would be best. Hearing Kai Ziacheng's complaint, the system could not help but go silent for a moment. Host, at a time like this, you are still thinking about such things. I told you to replenish your energy, but you did not listen. Otherwise, you would not have been weak enough to faint. Kai Ziacheng opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. If you are going to put on a show, you have to go all the way. I showed so many injuries to Su Tao on purpose. If I still looked as strong as an ox, would not people be suspicious? I might fool Su Tao, but I could not fool the doctors. But you did not have to be so ruthless to yourself. Does not it hurt? It actually hurts quite a bit, Kai Ziacheng replied. If I did not have the pain reduction skill, I am afraid I would not have been able to keep going. Intermediate acting is truly invincible. Without that skill, the effect of this operation would not have been nearly as significant. After all, her behavior at the time had been truly chilling. She was just worried that Su Tao would not be able to handle it. If Su Tao could develop the thought that she must side with Ziacheng whenever she sees Yi Liang, otherwise something might happen to her, that would be perfect. Little system, how many emotion points do I have now? 2135 points. Su Tao contributed 1400 points and the rest came from Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang, with Yi Liang providing nearly 500 points. Yi Liang must hate me to death, right? Kai Ziacheng had read this part of the plot before. In the original book, after Su Tao had her face slashed, she still attended the crew's banquet, not only putting on a show to earn the approval of Yi Liang's parents, but also meeting a male lead who is a divine doctor having cultivated in the deep mountains for 20 years. After all, it is an extremely Mary Sue-style female-oriented novel. The more male leads there are, the more entanglements of love and hate there will be, and readers love that. Without a doubt, the divine doctor male lead would also fall for Su Tao later on due to some event, and use his typical city novel dog blood ability like the Tei 13 needles to gradually cure the heroine. Even putting aside the later plot, this banquet was of paramount importance to Yi Liang, concerning his status and reputation in Beijing. But now she had ruined it all. Adding this to the last banquet, I am afraid we are truly going to be enemies. You were too impulsive, host. The male leads are protected by auras. We villains should not go head-to-head with them. I was indeed a bit impulsive, Kai Ziacheng nodded in hindsight. But the moment she remembered Su Tao begging her in despair on the rooftop, bowing and yielding to her, Kai Ziacheng could not help but feel excited. Although it was impulsive, it was worth it. Besides, over 2,000 emotion points are enough for me to perform 2 10-pull draws. She had experienced the power of the system's skills firsthand. For her, the more of these things, the better. There was no rush for the gacha for now. What mattered to Kai Ziacheng right now was the girl slumped by her bedside. Su Tao was sitting on a small stool, her hands folded, half of her beautiful face pressed against her arms as she slept by Kai Ziacheng's bed. But that was not the main point. The point was her overly flushed complexion and the cooling patch on her forehead. She was running a fever. Ever since she brought you to the hospital, she has not left your side except to bathe and change clothes. Later, it was discovered she had a fever of exactly 39 degrees. After hurriedly taking some medicine, she went right back to sitting there. She must be exhausted. Are not you a villain, system? Are not you happy to see her suffering like this? You do not understand, host. The villain plot lanes I want are not these kinds of plot lanes. While bickering with the system, Kai Ziacheng actually felt more peace and warmth in her heart. Su Tao could have gone to rest after bringing her to the hospital, preferably rushing back to show concern the moment she woke up. Before she fainted, Kai Ziacheng thought such care was already quite good. Who would have thought that even with a high fever, Su Tao would still be guarding her side? Why else would they say the heroine is the white moonlight that everyone loves? Kai Ziacheng reached out with difficulty and gently stroked Su Tao's cheek. The temperature was a bit high, but the skin was incredibly delicate. The touch was intoxicating. A few strands of black hair fell, and set against the lighting, she looked stunning even without makeup. If she dressed up properly, how many could resist her charm? Kaizaya Cheng was beautiful herself, but the word cute just about summed up her appearance. Su Tao was different. She was the type that was even more endearing the more you looked at her. Little system, do you think one day I might end up like those male leads, spending so much time around Su Tao that I will fall hopelessly in love with her? Does not the host like the heroine now? Kaizaya Cheng did not answer because she knew in her heart that she did not have the impulse or love of a romantic partner for Su Tao. If she truly liked her or loved her, she would not have acted in a way that hurt her just now. After all, she was not a real Yandere. However, aside from the influence of the original body's memories, she had only known this heroine for 2 or 3 days since she transmigrated. With these thoughts in mind, Kaizaya Cheng enjoyed the warmth of her cheek, perhaps pressing a bit too firmly as Su Tao stirred awake. She reacted quickly, and by the time she came to, she had already grabbed Kaizaya Cheng's small hand. "Zaya Cheng, are you okay? How does your body feel?" Kaizaya Cheng showed a genuine smile of satisfaction. "I am fine, thank you, Tao Tao." Su Tao breathed a sigh of relief and got up, intending to cover Kaizaya Cheng with the blanket. Perhaps she was also very weak as she staggered and nearly fell. After holding her forehead and resting for a while, Su Tao helped fix Kaizaya Cheng's blanket and reached out to touch her forehead. "The fever has not broken yet. I am just a bit tired, I am fine." Kaizaya Cheng shook her head gently, her brown hair swaying. "It is so good to see Tao Tao by my side all this time." Hearing this, Su Tao's gaze flickered all this time. She caught the focus of Kaizaya Cheng's words. At the same time, she could tell that the tone of this sentence was slightly meaningful. She still had not fully processed everything that happened on the rooftop. She hesitated for a moment and avoidantly turned her gaze toward the door. You rest first, I will go call the doctor." Kaizaya Cheng nodded gently, making a cute nasal sound. Her red eyes reflected Su Tao's frail retreating back, very obedient and very happy. Before long, Su Tao walked in with a doctor, followed by Dongfeng Yang. He was not staying up all night out of concern for Kaizaya Cheng, of course, but for Su Tao. Seeing that Kaizaya Cheng had finally woken up, he could finally convince Su Tao to get some proper rest. The doctor stepped forward, observed Kaizaya Cheng's complexion, and checked some of the equipment attached to her before asking, "How are you feeling right now?" "I'm okay," Kaizaya Cheng replied truthfully. "My head feels a bit dizzy and heavy and my whole body is weak. It is even hard to lift an arm. Also, I feel a little cold, but my breath is hot. I'm not coughing and there's no phlegm." The doctor nodded. "You were already physically weak to begin with, and now your main issue is a high fever. Aside from that, there's nothing else too serious. You need to get plenty of rest and improve your nutrition. Let us keep you hospitalized for a few days to monitor the situation. You must keep taking your medication." The doctor finished, paused for a long moment, then glanced at Su Tao and Dongfeng Yang before hesitatingly adding, "Also regarding the injury on your hand. Please do not ever do anything like that again." The doctor looked up at the 4 drip connected to Kaizaya Cheng, then hurried out to adjust her medication based on her current condition. Once he left, Su Tao sat back down gently on the small stool by the bed. Dongfeng Yang leaned against the edge of the table with an intrigued expression. "Tell me, what exactly is going on with you?" Kaizaya Cheng looked at Dongfeng Yang and turned her little head away. "I do not want to talk about it." Dongfeng Yang pursed his lips into a smile and took a deep breath. "You, after causing such a huge scene tonight, you're still planning on saying nothing. Su Tao has developed a high fever because of you, and Yi Liang probably wants to kill you. I am sorry." Kaizaya Cheng hung her head again and looked at Su Tao, her voice softening. She was saying this to Su Tao. Her pair of red eyes lacked their usual bewitching charm, and the shimmering mist of tears within them made one's heart soften. Su Tao gently took hold of one of Kaizaya Cheng's hands and turned to Dongfeng Yang, saying, "All right, stop talking for now. Let Zaya Cheng get some rest." Dongfeng Yang looked at the two of them helplessly and let out a long sigh. "Fine, Su Tao, you should get some rest too. Your health is no better than this girl's. Yeah, I will stay with Zaya Cheng for a little longer. I will go to sleep when she is asleep." Her own hospital room was right next door, but she knew deep down that her priority was to calm Kaizaya Cheng's emotions first. Kaizaya Cheng definitely wanted to sleep as well. She was exhausted and sleepy. But with Su Tao by her side, she wanted to spend more time looking at the girl who was taking care of her despite running a high fever. She actually had a few things she wanted to say to Su Tao, but with Dongfeng Yang there, Kaizaya Cheng extinguished that thought. After the doctor came by to change the 4 drip, she eventually could not hold on any longer and fell asleep under Su Tao's soothing. Confirming that Kaizaya Cheng was truly asleep, Su Tao stood up, gently tucked her small hand under the blanket, and softly smoothed out the messy hair falling against her cheek. Only then did she head out quietly with Dongfeng Yang. Afterward, clutching her head, she endured her own weakness and discomfort. "Dongfeng Yang, thank you for tonight. If it were not for you, I truly would not have known what to do. You really had helped with too much along the way." Being praised and thanked by Su Tao, the corners of Dongfeng Yang's lips lifted slightly and a hint of sweetness stirred in his heart. "Since it concerns you, I cannot just stand by and do nothing. You should get some good rest now, and I will have people look after both of you. I will treat you to a meal another day, sure." If Su Tao were sick alone, and Dongfeng Yang were to accompany and care for her so devotedly, she might have developed a strong fondness for him. But right now, all her focus was on Kaizaya Cheng. For Dongfeng Yang, it was mostly gratitude. As for romantic feelings, her mind was in too much of a mess to even think about such things. Leaning against the wall as she walked into her own room, she found she could not sleep for a long time. At 8:00 the next morning, Kai Cheng, having rested for the night, was woken up by a young nurse and with her help washed up, changed her dressing and ate breakfast. Everything was ready by 9:00. After eating, her complexion was much better. Her energy and spirit were incomparable to last night. She leaned against the bed, idly fiddling with her phone. Calculating it, at least for these few days in the hospital I am safe. Liang will not make things difficult for me, but I also need to prepare for when I get discharged. And as for Su Tao, these few days are a crucial window to build up favorability, so I need to come up with a plan. At this moment, the system in her mind suddenly spoke up. Host, I have a plan that can turn the situation around. Heroine cannot let you go at all now. Following your actions from yesterday, you could continue acting like a Yandere over these next few days to deepen the impression you have left on Su Tao. You do not even need to build favorability. Given the heroine's character settings, you just need to act like you would rather die than listen to her, and you will definitely be able to manipulate her effectively. Throw in some psychological manipulation while you are at it. Heh heh heh. Hearing the system's words, Kai Cheng could not help but roll her eyes. How many sect elders did you eat to have such a big mouth? She explained her thoughts helplessly. Using Yandere-like actions to bind Su Tao right now is only a temporary fix. As a friend, she definitely will not just sit there waiting for the end. She will try to understand me and correct me. If I act like I am dying in front of her every day, what happens in the long run? So building favorability is a hard requirement. The first step is to make Su Tao care about me and place me in a position higher than other protagonists like Dongfeng Yang and Yi Liang. The fact that this is starting to work is thanks to the death-related misunderstanding I deliberately created last night. Once time passes, she will calm down, so I need to strike while the iron is hot. I need to make her realize that I am adorable and that I am her one and only. Only by making her fall in love with me can I truly receive the protection of the heroine's aura. But we are the villains, should not we be doing more villainous things? Vulgar Kai Cheng hummed lightly. I never said I was a villain. My methods might be extreme, but my starting point is sound. Look at Su Tao's mid to late game plot. She gets crushed by a new female character, betrayed by the male lead, and watches her family and friends die, eventually ending up in a self-destructive death. I'm not doing this for my own selfish desires, but to save her, which is why I have to take such extreme routes, Kai Cheng said, sounding high and righteous. What Yandere, evil little girl, please, my morals are impeccable, okay? Just as she was finishing her conversation with the system, Kai Cheng's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Chen Kaiyan to her burner account. What did you actually do to Su Tao? Why is she sending me such strange questions early in the morning? Kai Cheng raised an eyebrow, a look of delight on her face. She had only brought Chen Kaiyan under her wing and placed her by Su Tao's side 2 days ago. She had not expected it to work this quickly. Now her next plan could begin. Long before winning over Chen Kaiyan, Kai Cheng had already given this some thought. Su Tao must be completely baffled by her behavior right now. Given Kai's unique situation, she would not talk to Yi Liang or Dongfeng Yang about it, so she was bound to look for someone else to ask about her condition. Now just 2 months into university, among the side characters who were close to Su Tao, Chen Kaiyan, who was still in the shadows, was one of them. As long as Su Tao asked Chen Kaiyan about her, she would have plenty of room to maneuver. Thinking of this, Kai Cheng sent a message to Chen Kaiyan, asking, "What did she say to you?" Chen Kaiyan replied, "It was all very strange. She said that if someone who used to be perfectly normal suddenly acts bizarre, having episodes and asking weird questions like what oranges taste like, what could it mean?" Chen Kaiyan replied, "You are really playing a dangerous game, and what exactly does she mean by that?" Kai Cheng replied, "Why do you assume it is me?" Chen Kaiyan replied, "You told me not to show my face around her just to deceive her, did you not? Just tell me how I should respond to her." Kai Cheng felt a slight embarrassment. Was it that obvious? She pushed a WeChat ID over and said, "Tell Su Tao to add this account. This is a professional psychiatrist." Chen Kaiyan asked a psychiatrist, "Just tell her it is an acquaintance of yours and that they are very reliable, that is all." Kai Cheng quickly switched to a secondary WeChat clone and logged into yet another one of her burner accounts. This psychiatrist was in persona she had created herself. Everything from the moment's content to the contact list was perfectly disguised. As for how she managed this, she had the skill Hacker Intermediate, which she had obtained from a single draw from the system. Kai Cheng had not thought much of this skill originally. The original host was just an ordinary student, and she was already grateful not to start with debt, let alone having money to buy a series of hacking tools. With no zombie computers available, what kind of hacker could she be? But on second thought, even without tools, she had already gained the relevant knowledge, so doing some basic concealment for her own information was not a problem. For instance, she created this perfect psychiatrist burner account. Or like how she knew her changes would be investigated by Dongfeng Yang, Yi Liang, and others, so she spread quite a bit of information to cover up her strange behavior. For example, bullying. The original host had always been bullied, so Kai Cheng could perfectly well use that to explain her psychological changes. Given Su Tao's personality, if she knew she had been bullied, she would definitely blame herself for not protecting her right. Although Chen Kaiyan did not know why Kai Cheng wanted to do that, she still followed her instructions and recommended the psychiatrist's WeChat to Su Tao. She then came up with a few more reasons. Before long, Su Tao added Kai Cheng's burner account. Kaizaya Cheng looked toward the wall on her right, as if she could see Su Tao sitting on the hospital bed holding her phone, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. A faint smile played on her lips as she sent the first message. Dr. Cheng, hello. Peach, hello doctor, I'm very sorry to bother you. Dr. Cheng, no problem. As a doctor, it is my job to help patients resolve their worries, especially since you were recommended by my distant niece. Go ahead and tell me what the problem is. Peach, it is like this. I have a friend who has someone around her acting very strange because of certain things. Let me organize my thoughts and try to be as brief as possible. Seeing this message, Kaizaya Cheng let out a little chuckle, the classic I have a friend line. Taodao, being this naive makes you very easy to deceive. Kaizaya Cheng decisively called out Su Tao's disguise. Miss Peach, I am a doctor and we are complete strangers. You might think I am incompetent and we could just delete each other later, so there is no need to hide things. If you do not tell me the truth, how can I provide an accurate analysis? That long string of text left Su Tao in the next ward blushing furiously. Subconsciously, she did not want to face Kaizaya Cheng's strange state. It was just not easy to talk about such things. But she thought, sigh, she already recommended her distant uncle to help me. I cannot let her good intentions go to waste. So Su Tao calmed her mind and began chatting with Dr. Cheng about what had happened recently. Starting from the basement, then the rooftop, she emphasized that Kaizaya Cheng had a fairly serious tendency towards self-harm. Finally, she asked, Doctor, why do you think she has become like that? Kaizaya Cheng pretended to think for a while before typing. A drastic change in someone's personality must be the result of experiencing something unacceptable. Has your friend experienced any sort of emotional gap due to something involving you? Upon seeing this, Su Tao immediately thought of Kaizaya Cheng saying she liked her. So she replied, yes, we grew up together since we were kids. At that time she was bullied and I helped her. Back then she already had some psychological issues and felt very insecure, so I would often comfort her by saying things like, you are the most important person to me and I will never leave you, although that was actually how I felt as well. For many years it was fine. Now that we are in college, many boys are pursuing me and she misunderstood the situation. That is why she started self-harming and saying things like she likes me and telling me not to see others. Doctor, could it be that Zaya Cheng has developed wrong feelings for me? Wrong feelings? Of course not. I absolutely love you, Taodao. After sighing to herself, Kaizaya Cheng typed back with a straight face, that is a possibility. Long-term lack of love and insecurity can lead to misinterpreting dependence as love. Peach, so that is it. After all, we are both girls and her saying she likes me is really giving me a headache. Dr. Cheng, but that possibility is quite small. Given that she forced you to say you liked her and wanted to jump off a building, I think she might genuinely like you. Peach, but we are both girls. Dr. Cheng, that is not the point. Peach, this is not the point. Dr. Cheng, I have seen countless patients and issues with same-sex relationships are common. In my view, it is perfectly normal. As long as there is love, gender can be transcended. But we are getting off track. The point is your friend Zaya Cheng's condition. Dr. Cheng, based on my years of experience, she is more than likely unable to live without you. This is a form of unhealthy psychological disorder, comparable in severity to common depression. In the next room, Su Tao paused, having been completely led by Kaizaya Cheng's topic, not even noticing some of the holes in the chat. She just asked anxiously, Doctor, please stop beating around the bush. Dr. Cheng, Miss Peach, please do not be anxious. Have you ever heard of the term Yandere? Yandere? It was the first time Su Tao had ever heard that term. She had no contact with anime, comic, or game subcultures, and unlike most people, she had not exactly grown up in a stable environment. She had been an orphan since she was little and often had to struggle just to make ends meet. Before she found Kaizaya Cheng, she lived with an old woman who scavenged for trash. The woman's own son did not care for her and she had no grandchildren. Since the woman had trouble walking, they took care of each other, and it was thanks to the old woman's guidance that Su Tao became so sensible at such a young age. But the old woman passed away early, leaving Su Tao behind after helping her get through the toughest period of her life. Shortly after, she met Kaizaya Cheng, who was being bullied in elementary school. Kaizaya Cheng's family was also very poor, yet they took her in. Afterwards, besides working part-time jobs, she focused all her energy on her studies. The occasional joy she felt during her childhood came from Kaizaya Cheng. Whenever she heard the cute little girl behind her calling out "Big Sister," she felt that no matter how hard things were, it was all worth it. Even now, her hobbies remained simple: reading books and listening to music. She did not binge-watch shows, read web novels, play games, let alone watch live streams. Her exposure to the internet was mostly limited to reading the news. When Kaizaya Cheng brought up the concept of a Yandere, she immediately looked it up online. Kaizaya Cheng was not in a rush and patiently waited for Su Tao's reply. In the neighboring hospital room, Su Tao stared at the information she found, completely dumbfounded. Could it be that based on how Zaya Cheng was acting, she really was the type of Yandere the doctor described? This is actually considered a cute trait online. Su Tao was speechless. Whether it was the basement or the rooftop, she had personally felt the horror of Kaizaya Cheng's strange state. Yet in the eyes of netizens, this was actually a likable trait in the world of anime and manga. She looked at the definition and read it word by word. A pathological and twisted psychological state born from distorted love, often leaning towards possessiveness or extreme thoughts and behaviors, leading to irrational and excessive actions. It refers to extreme behaviors like crazy displays of affection, exclusion of others, stalking, the if I cannot have you, no one can mentality, and self-harm. She gasped. Su Tao thought about it carefully. Was not that exactly what Xia Cheng was like? Displays of affection, exclusion, self-harm, it fit perfectly. How on earth do netizens think such a twisted thing is cute? Is there no one who has ever been loved before? Then Su Tao searched to see if Yandere tendencies could be cured. Few doctors offered advice on this because, in the real world, it was considered a form of mental illness. It would have been better if she had not searched. The more she looked, the more terrified she became. If things got extreme enough, a Yandere could turn dark and violent. Many netizens cited examples where a Yandere would chop someone into pieces and hide them in a fridge, which made Su Tao's skin crawl. After a long while, Su Tao finally gathered some hope and contacted this Dr. Cheng. Doctor, I just looked up what a Yandere is and I feel like my friend's condition is a bit serious. Do you have a solution? Dr. Cheng replied, of course, I have been practicing for 30 years and have seen it all. Treating Yanderes is my specialty. Su Tao asked, that's great, what are your fees? Dr. Cheng replied, no rush, we are in the consultation phase. I will provide some preliminary treatment advice based on your friend's situation. If you find it useful, we can discuss further. However, this type of treatment rarely uses medication. For this kind of mental patient, you need to use your actions and words for psychological therapy. Hearing this, Su Tao felt much more relieved. Chen Qian really was a great best friend, she was so good to her. The uncle she introduced was not only capable but also serious and responsible. She had been worried that the doctor might ask for an exorbitant price. After all, she really had no money, and if the cost was too high, she would have had to borrow it. With a serious expression on her face, Su Tao replied, then I will have to trouble you, Dr. Cheng. Xia Cheng lifted the corners of her lips and gently snapped her fingers. Got her, now she could perfectly play the role of the doctor to customize a better Yandere plan, forcing Su Tao to take even bolder actions just to treat her. The persona she had forged for herself now came in handy. She typed to Su Tao, Miss Tao, there are many types of Yandere. In my opinion, your friend seems to be the dependent type, but since she has kidnapped you, it is likely she also has some possessive tendencies. Dr. Cheng continued, but since you say she is mostly normal, she is likely primarily the dependent type. The former develops a twisted love for you and gradually becomes reliant on you. If you leave her or do not put her first in your heart, she will experience various negative emotions and in severe cases may have suicidal tendencies. Su Tao recalled everything that happened on the rooftop last night and immediately agreed with the doctor. Dr. Cheng added, the possessive type often manifests as twisted love and an intense desire for ownership. They want the person they like to become their own possession, and when words fail, they often resort to imprisonment. The good news is that her possessive traits are minor, and her dependence on you will not cause social harm. As long as you treat her a little better and follow her lead, she will not go too far. During the conversation, Xia Cheng also sent Su Tao definitions of various other Yandere traits. For instance, the exclusionary or aggressive types. It would be terrifying if they killed people at the drop of a hat. Even so, it still gave Su Tao a headache. She hesitated for a moment before asking the question that had been weighing on her mind. Doctor, if Xia Cheng says she likes me, then for the treatment. Dr. Cheng asked, do you like her? Taozi replied, well, as I said, we are both girls. Dr. Cheng, and I already told you that is not the point. Taozi, that is exactly the point. You might not think it matters as a doctor, but I am the one involved, 2 girls and all that. This just is not right, is it? Xia Cheng looked at the panic between the lines of Su Tao's messages and wore a calm smile. You really do not understand anything at all. Cute girls are the treasures of this world. Would not 2 cute girls be double the happiness? She continued typing in the persona of Dr. Cheng. Actually, you have a misconception. You do not need to truly like her. You just need to follow along with what she likes and pretend to care about her. Su Tao's eyes lit up. That's right, doctor, that is a solution. I will soothe her emotions first and then slowly help her overcome her trauma during the treatment until she recovers, right? Dr. Cheng, exactly. You grew up together and have a good relationship. If you cannot accept her, then use this method, pretend to like her. But there is one thing you need to be careful about. Dr. Cheng, Yanderes are often very sensitive. If she finds out you are just faking it, the consequences could be severe if she has a mental breakdown. Taozi, this. Dr. Cheng, that is why I asked if you actually like her. This point is very important. If you truly do not like her at all, it might be difficult for you to maintain the pretense. Dr. Cheng, have you really never liked her even a little? Do I like her? Su Tao put down her phone and leaned against her pillow, strands of her hair falling over her shoulders. She gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. I cannot bear to see her hurt. She's a very important person to me. I want her to stay by my side. Memories flashed through Su Tao's mind, finally settling on a scene from elementary school. That innocent and cute little girl, blinking her bright red eyes, cautiously calling her big sister. She let out a breath and typed back, I do not think I have romantic feelings for her. I see her more as a younger sister. Xia Cheng looked at this message and thought to herself, just as I expected. In the current situation, regarding romantic interest, Dongfeng Yang might even rank higher than me. But overall, they do not mean as much as I do to her. Xia Cheng approached it from a different angle, asking Ms. Tao, do you think that girl Xia Cheng is pretty? Would you reject her if she were a potential romantic partner? Taozi replied, huh. Taozi wrote, Xia Cheng is certainly very pretty. I think cute would be a better word for her. Her appearance is not bad at all, but as for the question about a relationship, I honestly do not know. How can one claim to accept or reject someone without having truly experienced it? Even when making a hypothetical scenario, Su Tao was deeply hesitant. Humans are such strange creatures. When faced with two or more choices, we fall into hesitation and feel indecisive. The truth is, when you hesitate about whether to do something, your heart has already made a choice. You just lack enough reasons to convince yourself. Take a simple example. You stay up late every night reading novels or scrolling through videos, occasionally thinking you should not be so decadent, and contemplating whether to wake up early tomorrow to change your life. Yet you almost always hesitate about whether to stay up one more night. The moment you hesitate, it proves you have already decided to keep staying up. Then you tuck yourself into your blanket, lying on your side with your hand under your pillow, while the glow from your phone screen lights up your goofy, handsome face. Seeing Su Tao's hesitation, Kai Zia-Cheng understood perfectly. The other party did not feel nothing at all. With a spark like that, it could eventually burn into a prairie fire. The plan is feasible, she typed to guide her. Ms. Tao, I roughly understand your situation. The idea of pretending to like her is actually viable. Based on what you have said, her liking you is one thing, but on the other hand, it is her reliance on you, wanting you to see her as the only one. You just need to start from the latter. Pamper her more with words and actions. You do not need to truly like her, just make her feel that you care about her deeply. Then once she is emotionally stable, you can start making adjustments. Taozi replied, understood. Thank you, doctor. What about medication? Dr. Cheng answered, I do not know her physical condition, so I dare not prescribe anything rashly. If necessary, I can provide you with some common side effect-free medication to stabilize her mood. If possible, you should really find a psychiatrist for her. Taozi replied, I understand. Dr. Cheng added, if you have any further questions, feel free to come back to me. Saving every patient is our responsibility as doctors. Although I cannot prescribe medication based on her physical state, I can teach you how to resolve some of her mental issues. Taozi said, thank you so much. The chat ended and Kai Zia-Cheng put down her phone. She knew that given Su Tao's personality, as long as she continued to talk to her as Dr. Cheng and gained her trust, Su Tao would listen to most of what she said. It does not matter if there is no love right now. There is plenty of time for that later. Meanwhile, Su Tao, after getting her emotions in check, got out of bed to move around a bit. Her physical fitness was quite good. She was usually the winner of the girls' long-distance races during school sports meets. After a night's rest, her fever had gone down significantly. She walked to the front of Kai Zia-Cheng's ward, hesitating whether to go in. What Dr. Cheng told her had a huge impact. Zia-Cheng's possessiveness was the type that was not harmful to others, but she would hurt herself, and that could not be left ignored. I also have to make her think that I like her. Sorry, Zia-Cheng, I do not mean to play with your feelings on purpose. Su Tao closed her eyes, braced herself mentally, and slowly opened the door. Morning, Zia-Cheng, how are you feeling? As soon as she entered, Su Tao started worrying about Kai Zia-Cheng's health. This was not an act. She wanted nothing more than for Kai Zia-Cheng to recover completely. Kai Zia-Cheng sat obediently on the bed with her small hands folded over her stomach, her petite figure hidden inside the blue and white hospital gown. She looked at Su Tao with a faint smile. The fever has not gone down yet, but my spirits are much better. Have you had breakfast, Tao? She reached out to press the bell to call the nurse for breakfast. But there were some scratches on her outstretched left hand, and the sight of it made Su Tao's heart ache. She hurried over in a few steps and grabbed her small hand. I have already eaten. The hospital provides breakfast. As for you, if you have not rested enough, you can sleep a bit more. I cannot sleep, Kai Zia-Cheng said, feeling the warmth of Su Tao's hand. She added, want to chat? Sure, Su Tao replied. She brought over a small stool and sat down in front of Kai Zia-Cheng. As she looked up at her, she noticed something. She moved to sit by the head of the bed. What is wrong? Kai Zia-Cheng looked back, only to have Su Tao gently press on her head. She took out a comb. Do not move. You did not even tidy yourself up when you woke up. Your hair is all sticking up. With that, she gently stroked her hair. Kai Zia-Cheng simply leaned back, enjoying the moment while chatting idly. You smell so good, Tao. Su Tao paused. Is this what we are talking about? She twirled a lock of Kai Zia-Cheng's hair, unsure of how to respond this. It might just be the scent of the hospital's body wash. No, it is not, Kai Zia-Cheng smiled, her lips curling upward. I do not smell as sweet as you do. You are quite fragrant too, Zia-Cheng. This is so awkward. Su Tao's toes were curling inside her slippers. She had always wanted to open up and have a proper heart-to-heart talk with Kai Zia-Cheng. Now that she had the chance, they were talking about who smelled better. She desperately wanted to change the subject but did not know where to start. Fortunately, Kai Zia-Cheng did not dwell on the smell. Seemingly remembering something, she paused and looked at her clothes. Come to think of it, when I woke up last night, I noticed my hair was dry and my clothes had been changed, and there is a new phone here. Who gave me a bath? Su Tao answered quickly, I gave you a bath last night. Dongfeng Yang helped you get the phone. That is a relief. I was worried it was someone else. If I was not clean, Tao, you would definitely hate me, right? Kai Zia-Cheng let out a long sigh. Luckily, it was you, Tao. Su Tao scratched her cheek, feeling that Kai Zia-Cheng's remark was strange. But remembering her chat with Dr. Cheng, she replied, Zia-Cheng, do not think too much. No matter what happens, I will never hate you. These soothing words should stabilize her, right? But to her surprise, Kai Zia-Cheng continued, asking, then do you like me? Su Tao was stunned, like what, my cuteness? Su Tao was momentarily at a loss for words, her mind racing as she brainstormed. If it were anyone else, they might just be asking if she thought her figure was cute or something similar. But since the person asking was Kai Zaya Cheng, Su Tao felt she could not answer directly. Because Kai Zaya Cheng is a Yandere, she has self-harming tendencies and her way of thinking is unlike others. Recalling what she knew about Yanderes, Su Tao felt that both of her options were problematic. I do not like it. Zaya Cheng might misinterpret that as me not liking her, which could lead to her condition worsening, falling into that strange state, or even breaking down completely. B. I like it. That seems like a safe enough option. The only problem is that her goal is to get Zaya Cheng to stop being a Yandere and she is just pretending to like her. If she says it so directly, would it deepen the misunderstanding? After a moment of thought, Su Tao knew this was a trick question. There was only one correct answer. She answered sheepishly, I do like it. Kai Zaya Cheng blinked again, her tone innocent. Then what do you like the most? Your hands, I suppose. Su Tao felt guilty, but fortunately she was standing behind Kai Zaya Cheng to tidy her hair, so her lack of confidence could not be seen. But answering like this should be enough to deflect it, she thought. But then she heard Kai Zaya Cheng say softly, since Tao Tao likes them, how about I give my hands to you? Su Tao paused, give them. Kai Zaya Cheng nodded gently, yes. Does Tao Tao want the left one or the right one? I can cut them off and give them to you. Suddenly the guilt in Su Tao's eyes turned into panic. She hurried in front of Kai Zaya Cheng, putting on a forced smile and speaking as gently as possible. There is no need to give them to me. I prefer a healthy and complete Zaya Cheng. I see, yes, exactly that. Okay, then I will eat more meat to keep my body healthy. A sweet smile blossomed on her cheeks, looking incredibly cute. Su Tao was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. She seemed to have found a way to treat Kai Zaya Cheng. Because I said I liked her hands, she mistakenly thought I would only be happy if she cut them off for me. Now that I have said I want her to be healthy, she will actually try to eat better and recover. So that is how a Yandere works. As long as I keep a close eye on her, it seems like nothing will go wrong, right? Watching Kai Zaya Cheng squinting and smiling foolishly, with her sharp little canine tooth peeking through, Su Tao let out a relaxed smile. As expected, a normal Zaya Cheng is still very cute. She chose to ignore the issue about the hands, and as the atmosphere between them turned harmonious, they finally started a normal conversation. After last night's rain, the morning sky outside the window gradually cleared, and a ray of sunlight spilled in, landing right on Su Tao. Wearing her hospital gown, she spoke enthusiastically with a smile, her slender fingers swaying gently as if painting the scene she was describing for Kai Zaya Cheng. The sunlight dyed her black hair with a golden hue, and her half-profile looked calm and gentle, making Kai Zaya Cheng's heart skip a beat. You are so beautiful. Su Tao, who was in the middle of talking about school, was stunned by Kai Zaya Cheng's words. What? Kai Zaya Cheng showed a faint dimple and said softly, I said I like you. Su Tao froze and could not help but look away. Geez, you say things like that again. A blush appeared on her delicate face, which happened to be hidden by the sunlight, making Kai Zaya Cheng feel she looked even more beautiful. However, this warm and ambiguous atmosphere did not last long. There was a knock on the door and Dongfeng Yang walked in with a doctor. The doctor looked at Kai Zaya Cheng and said, has the patient's family been contacted? We need a family member's signature here. Both Su Tao and Dongfeng Yang looked at Kai Zaya Cheng. They should have signed yesterday, but the situation was urgent, and with the guarantee from a young master like Dongfeng Yang, it had been delayed until now. Su Tao said, I originally wanted to contact Brother Kai Song, but I thought it was better not to worry them, so I decided to wait until you woke up. Kai Zaya Cheng hesitated and asked, can I sign it myself? From her memories, she knew the original character came from an ordinary family. Her parents were farmers for generations and lived in a village far away from Jeju City, making it impossible for them to come. As a villainous side character, she also had an equally villainous brother. 3 years ago, after her brother heard from her teachers that Kai Zaya Cheng had great grades and a chance to get into a top university, he dropped out of college to make a living on the streets. Because he was inexperienced and naive, he got scammed and ended up following a local gang leader. Over the past 2 years, he did not achieve much and even had a few run-ins with the law, but he still sent home money for her tuition and living expenses. Until a year ago, he took a knife for his boss, and even though he lost an arm, he became the boss's right-hand man and managed to get a condo in the inner city of Jeju. This is exactly where Kai Zaya Cheng is living now. In the original novel, after the original character was killed by the protagonist Yi Liang, her brother appeared as a new villain, using his boss's influence to desperately hunt down Yi Liang. He lived for about 200 chapters before ultimately meeting a miserable end. But Kai Zaya Cheng knew that when it came to his family, her brother was a very good person, regardless of whether he turned evil or not. Even though she had transmigrated, she respected this bond, and if it was not necessary, she did not want to worry him. Mainly, she was afraid that he would get into a conflict with the male protagonists, which would be really difficult to deal with. She looked at the doctor with eyes that practically spelled out, I have a secret I cannot tell. The doctor looked at Dongfeng Yang expressionlessly. The latter said coolly, it's no big deal anyway, just let her sign it, it is just a formality. Okay, the doctor nodded and did not say anything more. After handing over the doctor's orders for Kai Zaya Cheng to sign, he left. Kai Ziacheng cast a weak glance at Dongfeng Yang, putting on her acting skills to appear a bit more naive and frail. However, since Su Tao was there, she did not overdo it. "Thank you, Master Dongfeng." She said it softly, which looked like fear in Su Tao's eyes. Su Tao turned back and defended her. "Dongfeng Yang, do not scare Ziacheng." Dongfeng Yang pointed at himself. "When did I scare her?" He had only said one sentence since he walked in. "Su Tao, your look scared her. Just be yourself. You are not cut out to act cool." Dongfeng Yang. He felt wronged. He was clearly just keeping quiet because he did not want to disturb the doctor. Su Tao grabbed one of Kai Ziacheng's small hands and squeezed it gently. "It's okay, Ziacheng, he will not scare you like before." Kai Ziacheng nodded gently and looked at Dongfeng Yang. I am sorry." Dongfeng Yang waved his hand magnanimously. "Forget it, it is nothing anyway." No, Kai Ziacheng shook her head quickly to explain. "I meant that when you walked in just now, even though I knew you would not do anything to me, I was still a little afraid. I have to apologize for that. You helped me so much, and yet I still thought like that." She lowered her head and her brown hair caught a thin golden mist from the sunlight, making her frail appearance very endearing. Dongfeng Yang touched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. That was actually the reason for her apology. And did she blush when she lowered her head? That actually felt kind of cute. Humans are such strange creatures. Dongfeng Yang originally felt a bit aggrieved by Su Tao's neglect. But when Kai Ziacheng provided the emotional value he needed, he did not mind anymore. He could not help but wonder if this version of Kai Ziacheng was her true self, and if her previous makeup, confessions, and targeting of Su Tao were all forced upon her by those bullies. He had indeed investigated Kai Ziacheng in secret. However, he did not know that after Kai Ziacheng acquired her hacking skills, she had simply gone through her own information and created some illusions online. Unless someone conducted an on-site investigation, her claims of being bullied and threatened could perfectly cover up the lies she had been telling lately, plus with Su Tao's endorsement. His investigation was conveniently anticipated by Kai Ziacheng. It makes one naturally jump to conclusions, thinking that her actions were actually forced. However, Dongfeng Yang would not just ignore her feelings like Su Tao. As soon as he sat down, he looked at Kai Ziacheng's arm. "Everything is fine now. Are not you going to tell me about your situation? Last night's incident was quite serious." Although he did not mention the suicide attempt, his slightly raised eyebrows made Kai Ziacheng realize that she would not be able to get past this without a clear explanation. A single question aimed at two people. Kai Ziacheng hung her head, her expression unreadable, while Su Tao, standing by, was panicking inside. If things like her obsessive personality, self-harm, and fixation on herself were to get out, it was hard to say whether people would believe it, but Ziacheng was ultimately a dangerous individual. She knew Dongfeng Yang had a bit of a crush on her. If he found out, or if word reached Liang and the others and things escalated, they might be fine. But what about Ziacheng? If they did not hurt Ziacheng, would not Ziacheng end up hurting herself? Su Tao was anxious, her mind racing to find a solution. In an instant, what Dongfeng Yang had mentioned last night surfaced in her memory. Ziacheng was forced into this. She was being bullied and threatened, which was why she acted that way. Yes, as long as Ziacheng played along and nodded to what she said, she could temporarily hide the truth from Dongfeng Yang. Su Tao felt a surge of hope. Just as she was about to speak, Kai Ziacheng spoke first. "These wounds on my arms, I did them myself." Ziacheng. Su Tao stared at Kai Ziacheng, momentarily at a loss. Dongfeng Yang frowned and watched her without speaking. Kai Ziacheng took a deep breath and said, "I do not want Tao Tao to be with Yi Liang." She raised her head, her crimson eyes filled with determination. Dongfeng Yang paused and asked curiously, "Why did not you like Yi Liang?" "I never liked him," Kai Ziacheng pouted. "He's so fierce and always has a long face. I used to see him yelling at the people working for him all the time. If they did not do a good job, they got scolded. I do not want Tao Tao to be with someone like that." She lowered her head again. "Last night's banquet must have been important, right? He wanted to take Tao Tao to the banquet before just to satisfy his own vanity. I do not even have to guess to know he would tell everyone Tao Tao is his girlfriend. With so many rich people there, once he said it, everyone would know, right?" Kai Ziacheng looked at Su Tao with incredibly gentle eyes. "Tao Tao is just an ordinary person. If that many people talked about her, could she even fight back? If Yi Liang got upset, who knows what he might do? If she really became his girlfriend, she would definitely be bullied every single day." She was not wrong. In the original story, Su Tao was so soft, she rarely pushed back against anything the male leads did. Being submissive meant being bullied was the norm. Not to mention the betrayal of the male leads in the later stages, which forced Su Tao to commit suicide. Kai Ziacheng's words caused a stir in the hearts of both Dongfeng Yang and Su Tao. Su Tao thought, so the main reason Ziacheng went on a rampage in the basement last time was because Yi Liang had already planned to announce her as his girlfriend in public. But in reality, it was just a pretense to help him save face. However, Ziacheng did not know it was a pretense. Had she always been well-behaved and gentle in the past because things had not touched her bottom line, so everything Ziacheng did against Yi Liang, even confessing to him, was for me. Seeing things from Kai Ziacheng's perspective, Su Tao could not help but feel moved, but Dongfeng Yang did not see it that way. He thought Kai Ziacheng confessed to Yi Liang so many times, yet it was all for Su Tao's sake. He really thought Kai Ziacheng liked Yi Liang, and because he clashed with Su Tao, she thought Su Tao was trying to steal her man, hence why she targeted her. Is such a friendship, where one is willing to sacrifice themselves for a friend, actually real? At that moment, Kai Ziacheng glanced at him again and said slowly, "Actually, I think young Master Dongfeng is much better than Yi Liang." Dongfeng Yang. Could it be that Kai Ziacheng thinks I am a better fit for Su Tao than Yi Liang? She confessed to Yi Liang because she hated him and did not want Su Tao to fall into his hands. But she had also confessed to me, the only difference being that she confessed fewer times and barely targeted me. Does this mean she actually likes me a little bit? She was even willing to ruin the relationship between Yi Liang and Su Tao for my sake. Well, Dongfeng Yang figured he might be overthinking things. At first glance, what Kai Ziacheng said made sense, but one could still spot the logical contradictions. But having been led astray by her, Dongfeng Yang did not dwell on that. He steadied himself and decided to stop overthinking. Then what about the wounds on your arm? You could have just called Su Tao back from the banquet and made up a lie. Why go to such lengths? Hearing this, Su Tao felt a tightness in her heart. Kai Ziacheng averted her eyes from Dongfeng Yang's gaze. I do not have anyone anyway. If Tao Tao gets together with Yi Liang, she definitely will not want me anymore. I might as well just die. Kai Ziacheng did not finish the sentence, but they both understood what she meant. Dongfeng Yang wanted to continue, but Su Tao grabbed his sleeve and shook her head, pulling him out of the room. What's wrong? Dongfeng Yang asked, looking at Su Tao in confusion. Su Tao twirled a lock of hair by her temple, sounding a bit agitated. Dongfeng Yang, stop asking so many questions. Cannot you see that Ziacheng clearly has some psychological issues? Dongfeng Yang paused. I think she seems pretty normal, and the wounds on her arm plus the suicide attempt, there has to be some conclusion to all this, right? Are not you worried it might happen again? I will watch over her. Su Tao bit her lip. She was bullied and forced into doing it by some people. When I went back to the dorm yesterday afternoon, I saw Ziacheng being beaten. You should know that some people just like to get pleasure from tormenting others. Dongfeng Yang frowned and sighed. All right, I will listen to you. I will not ask anymore. He could tell at a glance that Su Tao was keeping something from him, and it certainly had to do with Kai Ziacheng. Perhaps the truth was not that simple, but never mind, Su Tao must have her reasons, so he would not dig any deeper. Dongfeng Yang glanced at the dazed Kai Ziacheng through the door gap. But we will have to put the matter of those delinquent girls on the back burner for now. Su Tao, you should think about how to explain things to Yi Liang once she is discharged. That guy, I do not think he will let Kai Ziacheng off easily. Back in the hospital room, both of them tacitly agreed not to bring up what had just happened. But there was one thing Kai Ziacheng could not avoid no matter what. That was the massive medical bill. Kai Ziacheng looked at the bill in her hand, feeling her head buzzing. She looked at Dongfeng Yang in confusion. 23,000, why is it so expensive? Dongfeng Yang said flatly, look at what kind of hospital room you're staying in and what kind of services you're enjoying. The doctors and nurses are on standby for you 24/7. Not only were quite a few instruments used, but the medication is also of the highest grade. 23,000 is actually quite reasonable. Kai Ziacheng's hand holding the bill trembled slightly. She was not acting this time. She was genuinely about to cry, but this is just too much. That does not even count the money for your phone. Dongfeng Yang pointed to the new phone in her hand and said indifferently, I had someone buy it for you last night, a Dami 4,000 yuan. I will knock off the change for you, just pay me back 25,000. Upon hearing this, Kai Ziacheng looked at Su Tao with teary eyes. Her voice was soft, sweet, and sugary. She clung to Su Tao's arm, acting cute, leaving Dongfeng Yang dumbfounded. What man could possibly resist that delicate, soft, lowly-like voice? Dongfeng Yang's poor initial impression of Kai Ziacheng, combined with Su Tao's presence, always made him subconsciously ignore one fact. Kai Ziacheng was a perfectly legal lowly with beauty on par with Su Tao. Both were beautiful girls. Even among the many noble ladies she knew, they were top tier. Su Tao was on the side, embarrassed, curling her own hair. With her pretty side profile facing Dongfeng Yang in his eyes, having two girls so close together was nothing short of a treat. He felt like he would not mind replacing either one of them. Su Tao coughed lightly. I'm sorry, Ziacheng, I do not have much money either. My part-time salary for this month has not been paid yet, and I only have 2,000 yuan on me. I can give you 1,500. Kai Ziacheng was indeed happy that she could borrow 1,500 when Su Tao only had 2,000. But compared to the massive gap of 25,000, it really was not enough. She leaned against the headboard, feeling defeated, thinking about how she could use her advantages as a transmigrator to make some quick money. Currently, she only had 400 yuan to her name. Throwing away the phone was a bit impulsive. In her previous life, Kai Ziacheng had just graduated from college. She studied new media for a few years, and aside from the tuition her family provided, she earned her living expenses by writing web novels. However, even though she had been writing for years, she was always a total failure. Including the perfect attendance bonus, she only earned 1,000 yuan a month, just enough to get by. Yet upon transmigrating into this parallel world, Kai Ziacheng did some research. This place was called the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although the system and core were generally the same as the China of her past life, this was a female-oriented novel world, and the worldview background existed to serve the various powerful male leads. With wealthy conglomerates and powerful noble families everywhere, and a highly developed entertainment industry, she had absolutely no chance to use the money-making tricks transmigrators usually rely on, like copying novels, anime, or movies. In such a background, while there were not any absurd urban superpowers, the novel's setting did include ancient martial artists, a perfected setting. There would be no leveling up or cultivation later on, as this book is focused on pure life-or-death romance. Her priority was self-preservation, and then she would consider paying him back. Dongfeng Yang was so rich, maybe he would forget about it in 10 or 8 years. Kai Ziacheng cast her gaze on him, and just then he looked over. The two made eye contact. Dongfeng Yang teased with a smile, "If you act cute for me like you just did for Su Tao, maybe I will be in a good mood and wave some more for you." He wore the expression of someone completely in control. He thought to himself that if she called him brother in that soft, sweet voice, it would not be a big deal to wave 2,000 yuan for her. But to his surprise, just as he finished speaking, Kai Ziacheng's expectant little eyes turned into a look of disdain. She turned her head to the side and pouted, "No way." Dongfeng Yang's eye twitched. "You were confessing to me earlier and now you are so disgusted by me." Kai Ziacheng gave a small huff. "I only act cute for Tao Dao." Seeing Kai Ziacheng's outright refusal, Su Tao realized that her previous confession to Dongfeng Yang might have been motivated by the same reason as Yi Liang's, not wanting her to be with Dongfeng Yang. The affection she spoke of was being put into action every single moment. Feeling warmed inside, Su Tao looked at Dongfeng Yang. "How about this? I will take on a portion of the debt Ziacheng owes. You are not short on money, Dongfeng Yang, so you should not be in a rush, right? We will pay you back slowly within a year." Seeing Su Tao speak up for Kai Ziacheng again, Dongfeng Yang really felt like she had been led astray. Only a few days ago, she was still quite clingy toward him. Now everything was all about Ziacheng. He scratched his hair and sighed, "Forget it, I invested in a cafe outside the school. Kai Ziacheng, if you go and manage the shop for me for 3 months, I will write off this debt." "Really, you mean it?" Kai Ziacheng's eyes sparkled. "It's just a task I am doing for my family anyway, just make sure you do not mess it up." "Thank you, young Master Dongfeng." Kai Ziacheng gave him a happy slight smile, her tiny sharp canine tooth looking incredibly cute. Dongfeng Yang nodded coldly. "I'm only doing it for Su Tao's sake. Also, for these 3 months, you are my underling. Do not be timid. If anyone dares to bully you, just fight back, got it?" Dongfeng Yang's lips curled up. "Come on, call me boss and let me hear it." "Boss Dongfeng," Kai Ziacheng called out sweetly. Her voice, as clear as a lark's, was intoxicating. This girl was actually kind of cute. Dongfeng Yang thought as much while looking at Kai Ziacheng's pretty face for a moment, then slightly awkwardly turned his gaze away. After chatting for a while longer and waiting for the doctor to finish a second checkup on Kai Ziacheng, Su Tao finally left the room with Dongfeng Yang. Once they reached the hallway, Su Tao turned back to glance at the door, her tone sincere. "Thank you, Dongfeng Yang." Dongfeng Yang nodded indifferently. "I'm just worried she will have an accident. With my name attached, Yi Liang should not go so far as to openly target her." Su Tao was taken aback. "So you had that in mind too?" "What else?" Dongfeng Yang shrugged. "Making her pay me back was just teasing her. 20,000 is not even enough for a decent meal for me. You can tell from the cheap cosmetics she used before that she does not have much money." Su Tao scratched her cheek. "I have been worried you would hate her, actually." "I did a bit before." Dongfeng Yang tucked his hands into his pockets, recalling that sweet boss again, and his lips curled up. "But now I think she is not bad at all." Although it was an accident, the result was good. Kai Ziacheng also realized deep down that after finding out she was being bullied, Dongfeng Yang had the intention to protect her. This young master is actually a bit of a tsundere. Time flew by, and after resting for 3 days, Kai Ziacheng was discharged from the hospital. During this time, Su Tao was by her side almost constantly. She even fed her on the first day. Although she was still just a young girl, that wifely air was already starting to show. She enjoyed it and liked it. The process went smoothly and she behaved exceptionally well. This made Su Tao even more convinced that Yandere tendencies could be cured. Leaving the hospital, Kai Ziacheng stretched her body. Although she had been on a 4-drip for 3 days, she still did not feel as good as she used to. When she first transmigrated here, she was already physically weak and then was chased and caught. The night before last, she also caught a high fever due to her plan. If it were not for the medicine from the system, Kai Ziacheng felt that even if she did not die from the serious illness, she would have had to stay in the hospital for 3 or 5 months. Being discharged in 4 days would not delay her enough to fall behind the novel's plot. Back home, Kai Ziacheng first took a comfortable bath, savored the charms of having a girl's body, and then changed into a cute little dress from her closet. She pulled her neckline down slightly with her thumb and made a peace sign with her index and middle fingers. Click. A selfie with a few water droplets clinging to her skin, trickling down her delicate collarbone into the slightly heaving curves, and strands of hair sticking to her pretty face, looking both cute and a little bit sexy. Sending this selfie to Su Tao, Kai Ziacheng typed, "I am home, just had a bath." After that, she changed into a regular casual outfit and took a lackluster photo. She posted it on Moments with a caption. "Does it look better without makeup? Visible to everyone." The photo had too many shadows, was a bit overexposed, and the angle was completely ordinary, just like a novice who did not know how to take pictures. Even though it was not a great shot, Kai Ziacheng's beauty was there, so even a casual photo like this was breathtaking. After finishing this, Kai Ziacheng went back to her room and sat down. System, how much emotion points do I have now? Answering the host, 2333. Because nothing much happened in the past few days, the emotion points obtained were not many. The bulk of it still came from that night of the heavy rain. I can do 2 10 pulls. Although I do not know the probability of this system, I will at least get 2 skills as a guarantee. Kai Ziacheng browsed the system mall while thinking about how to spend this huge fortune. System, let us do a 10 pull first. I have been walking on thin ice these past few days. It is time for this useless system to come in handy. 10 cards were spread out in the center of the system panel, one glowing with golden light and another with a faint white light. Kaizaya Cheng raised an eyebrow. 2 skills. With a wave of her small hand, all the contents of the card draw were revealed. Obtain delicate gummy candy 1, taking it makes the skin more delicate. Obtain sleepy chocolate 3, taking it allows one to enter at least 6 hours of deep sleep within 1 minute, significantly recovering from fatigue. Obtain Cinderella's handkerchief 1, the person who receives the handkerchief will involuntarily think of the host. Obtain tipsy chocolate 3, taking it causes one to quickly enter a slightly tipsy state. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, Cat Eyes Beginner Level. Cat Eyes Beginner Level. When the host stares at others for a long time and experiences strong emotions, the pupils become eerie and emit a hallucination-like glow, serving as a powerful deterrent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Epidermal Recovery Intermediate Level. Epidermal Recovery Intermediate Level accelerates the recovery of any skin injuries suffered by the host, removes scars, and restores them to their original state. 8 items, 2 skills. And they all look quite practical, especially that Cinderella's handkerchief. In Kaizaya Cheng's view, its effect is no less useful than those 2 skills. If she gives it to Su Tao, the impression she has in Su Tao's heart can be further deepened. And Kaizaya Cheng also felt that these 2 skills were specifically curated for her by the system. Her own pupil color was already a strange crimson, and every time she started acting, she tried her best to make her eyes look sick. Now with this cat eyes skill, she does not have to strain her eyes like a gamecock anymore. As for the other epidermal recovery skill, it goes without saying. Recovery skills are like small divine skills for her current self. And they said the lottery was completely random. I see you are tsundere system, just say you love me if you do. With over 1,000 points left, Kaizaya Cheng wanted to go for another 10 pull directly, but in the end her reason overcame the impulse. System, redeem the Body Strengthening Potion. Body Strengthening Potion redeemed successfully for 800 emotion points. A bright red potion appeared in her hand. It provides a small permanent boost to physical fitness. Without a word, Kaizaya Cheng drank it down. Feeling a wave of warmth flowing from her abdomen throughout her body, she let out a breath of stale air and looked at the system panel. Host Kaizaya Cheng, age 18. Physical state sickly to sub-health. Emotion points 533. Skills owned, acting intermediate, pain reduction intermediate, hacking intermediate, epidermal recovery intermediate, additive liquid beginner, cat eyes beginner. With 533 emotion points left, Kaizaya Cheng planned to save up. She had her eye on something good in the system mall. Status glasses, 3,000 emotion points. When wearing these glasses, others' favorability and attitude toward the host will be displayed in numbers and text, and the glasses can be upgraded and modified with emotion points. This is a good item, it is just too expensive. Everything really costs emotion points. Closing the system panel, Kaizaya Cheng spread her legs and lay on the bed like a star. She had been lying in the hospital too much, so she could not sleep when she got home. She took out her phone again and saw that the moments she had just posted had already been replied to by a bunch of people. Ziyuhua, why is Zaya Cheng posting on moments without makeup again? Without some powder, your complexion looks like a zombie's. Did you not receive the cosmetics I sent you? Or just come to school tomorrow, I will put on some beautiful makeup for you. Soda water at Ziyuhua, are not you being disgusting? Are you jealous because she looks good even barefaced, so you were the one instigating Zaya Cheng to wear that ghostly makeup before? Having a friend like you is truly bad luck. Ziyuhua, how are you talking, you stinky man? What do you know about girls? Kun cute. Yang cannot even take a photo, so stupid. Want to be Zaya Cheng's dog? At Yang, young Master Dongfeng, last time you said that if Zaya Cheng was barefaced, you would eat 3 jin of excrement. When are you serving dinner? Yang, seeing the fun in the comments, Kaizaya Cheng could not help but laugh out loud. Although she had deleted Dongfeng Yang's previous reply, the boomerang hit him after all. Seeing that Su Tao had not replied, Kaizaya Cheng turned off her phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Kaizaya Cheng woke up full of energy. Drinking the medicine makes a difference. Her chest always hurt when she woke up before, but it is much better now. It is Friday today. I will not go to school. I will go check out Dongfeng Yang's cafe first. According to him, I am supposed to start working after being discharged. Brushing her teeth and washing up, she ate some oatmeal and eggs for breakfast, put on an extra light blue hoodie and went straight out. Phew, it is still a bit cold. I need to save money to buy a cotton coat. Feeling the temperature outdoors, Kaizaya Cheng rubbed her little hands, and the hot air coming from her mouth could be seen as faint white mist. Leaving the residential complex, she greeted Grandpa Zhang at the entrance and walked straight towards the school gate. Moonlight Cafe, that is a nice name. It is not far from the north street of the school, but I do not know how the situation is. Just as she arrived at the school gate, Kaizaya Cheng narrowed her eyes slightly. Outside a milk tea shop by the gate, Su Tao was chatting with a boy. She lowered her head and kicked a stone with the toe of her shoe, looking worried. That person is Si Chen, right? Another male lead in the novel. Did he look for Tao Tao, or did Tao Tao look for him? Standing in the shade, Kaizaya Cheng rolled her eyes, debating whether she should edge closer to overhear what the two were talking about, or perhaps interject to make her presence known. She stood still, running through the information she had on the original owner's connection to Si Chen. Si Chen wears glasses, is tall, and stands at 1.9 meters. Liang started with a mediocre status in his family, but in his youth he used family resources to build his own business empire, re-establishing his foothold through his own influence. Dongfeng Yang, on the other hand, is the only son doted on by everyone. He lives recklessly, burning through fortunes as he pleases, living quite a carefree life. Si Chen is different from Yi Liang and Dongfeng Yang. He is the second son of the Si family. In the plot, he was pushed out during the family struggle and drifted from the capital to Jiuzhou City. Through getting to know the heroine Su Tao, he slowly gains resources and returns to his family to flex his power. At this stage, his relationship with Su Tao is more of a pure friendship between opposite sexes. It is only later, through his interactions with Su Tao, that he slowly falls for this white moonlight and begins to compete with many other male leads. The original owner had very little contact with him, having only confessed once. It seems that back then, finding the gloomy, bespectacled Si Chen too frightening, the original owner never dared to provoke him again after that one confession. But this bit of information is not enough right now. Kai Xiacheng's eyes flickered. System, spend 200 emotional points to purchase the content of chapters 160 through 200 of the original novel. Her memory only went up to chapter 160, where the original owner dies and the new female antagonist Chen Qian makes her debut. Now, because of her own presence, the butterfly effect has already taken hold, and the subsequent plot can only serve as a reference. Memories flooded into her mind like a breeze, and Kai Xiacheng frowned. It was exactly as she had guessed. The subsequent plot development deviated completely from its original track. Of the remaining 40 chapters, half are about Su Tao struggling with the situation regarding Kai Xiacheng and moving past her emotional block with the help of several male leads, while the other half focuses on a new male lead who is a divine doctor. The main storyline revolves around healing the injuries on his body. Yi Liang is fine, as he has the highest favorability with Su Tao and frequently appears to compete with this divine doctor male lead. As for small fries like Dongfeng Yang, even in the original work, he is just a background character doing odd jobs during this period. As for Si Chen, he is still on his way here. Although the subsequent plot does not mention it yet, since his relationship with Su Tao has not heated up, perhaps I can take advantage of this now. Kai Xiacheng narrowed her eyes at the chatting pair, hesitating whether to step forward and insert herself into the scene. Suddenly, Si Chen, who had been chatting with Su Tao, turned his head sharply. His deep eyes were as aggressive as a cobra's, being stared at like that made Kai Xiacheng shudder. She hurriedly lowered her head and ducked into the crowd. She completely extinguished her earlier idea. Her sixth sense told her that this person was extremely dangerous. After she had hurried away, Su Tao noticed Si Chen's change in demeanor and turned to ask, "What is wrong?" Si Chen used his slender middle finger to push up his glasses, a flash of sharpness crossing his deep eyes. He smiled faintly. "It is nothing. Where were we just now?" Su Tao replied, "I mean, how do you think one should treat someone who is a Yandere in real life?" Fleeing the school gate, Kai Xiacheng was still muttering to herself, recalling that gaze. "What on earth is up with that guy? This is the first time I have felt such pressure directly. It felt like he wanted to tear me to shreds." She secretly warned herself not to provoke Si Chen before she could guarantee her own safety. Soon, she arrived outside the Moonlight Cafe. Since she had told Dongfeng Yang she was coming, the young master was now standing bored at the entrance, playing with his phone. She took out her phone to check her attire, a cute bear hoodie concealing her petite frame, brown hair draped down with two small white lotus clips gathering strands on either side. Unlike traditional twin tails, these two strands swayed with her movements, bringing out a sense of natural purity like a girl next door. She walked over, deliberately staying out of Dongfeng Yang's field of vision. Then she jumped out. "Boss, are you waiting for me? Your cute little mascot has suddenly appeared." Dongfeng Yang was startled, and those exact words flashed through his mind. He put his fist to his lips and coughed lightly. "The air conditioning in the cafe was just turned on, so it is a bit hot. I was just adjusting the temperature and getting some fresh air outside." "Is that so?" Kai Xiacheng sighed and stared straight at him. "If you said you were waiting for me, I would be very happy." Facing her expectant gaze, Dongfeng Yang felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. He immediately scoffed, "Do not flatter yourself, you idiot. I just happened to run into you." Saying that, he walked into the cafe first. Kai Xiacheng, following behind him, wore a playful smile. "A little tsundere, huh? Cannot even handle a direct strike like that." Inside the cafe, Dongfeng Yang introduced her to the work. "Your job is simply to sit here when you are free, collect money, or chat with customers. If you do not know how to make coffee, ask Chu-san for help." The honest-looking man waiting at the bar smiled slightly at Kai Xiacheng. "Hello, miss, my name is Chu-san." Dongfeng Yang waved his hand. "No need to be so polite, she's just another employee." He then looked back at Kai Xiacheng. "There are only the two of you here for now. If you do not understand something, ask Chu-san. I will not micromanage what you do, but do not let my cafe go out of business, got it?" Kai Xiacheng nodded weakly. "Boss, can I play with my phone while on the clock?" Dongfeng Yang's mouth twitched. "As long as it does not interfere with your work." Got it, that meant she could play. No matter how she looked at it, this was just an excuse to let her pay off her debt. He probably never expected her to manage this cafe. Finding a reason for her to work off the debt and shielding her was the main thing. Even if his starting point was because of the heroine Su Tao, Dongfeng Yang's perception of her had clearly changed. Sighing in her heart, Kai Ziacheng bowed again and said quite seriously, "Thank you, young Master Dongfeng, I will work hard." This thank you was from the bottom of her heart. "This guy is not bad, he just has a different stance. Do not worry, Dongfeng Yang, I will take good care of Tao Tao for you. In the future, whether it is kissing or being in bed, I will silently recite your name and thank you for your contribution, giving you a sense of participation." Dongfeng Yang came to the cafe mainly to let Kai Ziacheng familiarize herself with the situation, and now that the introduction was over, he planned to leave. However, before leaving, he mentioned the hospital stay to Kai Ziacheng. "Although I do not know what you and Su Tao are hiding from me, I hope you act rationally in everything you do. Do not hurt Su Tao's heart, especially regarding that thing from the other day. Do not be willful again." Kai Ziacheng felt a jolt in her heart. She hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That thing from the other day referred to the basement. So I was suspected after all. Although his perception of her had improved quite a bit, the doubts in his mind clearly had not diminished. "I need to confirm the reason that I was bullied, leading to a breakdown in psychological issues. I need an oppression comparable to despair to serve as the source of my Yandere persona." In an instant, Dongfeng Yang's suspicion and Si Chen's cobra-like gaze flashed through her mind. Kai Ziacheng calculated, recalling some of the people who used to bully the original owner. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to a contact labeled Liu Gijia. "Liu Gijia, when are you going to pay me back? The current me is just a weak and easily bullied little girl after all." Kai Ziacheng slowly raised her head, a glimmer of ruthlessness showing in her otherwise rational eyes. Liu Gijia, like Huang Laimai, was one of the big three who bullied the original host back in high school. Although she only managed to get into a junior college, she's still in Jiazhou City. In her memories, Liu Gijia has already harassed the original host several times in the past 2 months. Every time it started with verbal insults. If she dared to resist, she would get beaten up and forced to hand over her money. This already qualifies as a crime, but the original host was too terrified to call the police or fight back. The oppressive environment distorted her, and Su Tao just happened to be the trigger that made her the outlet for all her frustrations. Even so, Su Tao still treated the original host with gentleness, trying to redeem her, which shows the charm of the white moonlight persona. "Since there was already bad blood between us, how exactly should I be bullied?" Kai Ziacheng looked at the message she had sent and smiled playfully. As expected, Liu Gijia replied, "Sure, I will wait for you at your place." "Okay, before she used to bully me on the way home, but this is a surprise. She actually dares to come straight to my house now." Kai Ziacheng did not even have to guess to know that the other party was probably laughing in disbelief. When you have been bullying someone for so long and they suddenly ask for their money back, your first reaction is naturally to find it ridiculous. What kind of trash thinks they can fight back now? Seems like she has not been taught a proper lesson yet. If I put myself in her shoes, I am sure Kai Ziacheng would think the same. But that is fine, going home this time was exactly for the purpose of getting bullied. However, if no one knows I am being bullied, the plan will not be as effective. Kai Ziacheng pondered for a moment, then glanced at the honest-looking man at the counter. She said slowly, "Then I will go back and prepare today, and I will officially start tomorrow, okay?" Chu San nodded, "All right. I will go back and study the related materials. Let us add each other on WeChat, you can reach out if anything comes up." Kai Ziacheng added Chu San on WeChat, then returned to her seat to pack her things, waving with a sweet smile. "Sorry to trouble you with watching the shop alone today, Uncle Chu San, bye-bye." Waving her little hand, Kai Ziacheng stepped out of the shop with a light gait. The uncle watched her with a gentle gaze. "I wish I had a daughter as cute as her. Sadly, he is already 35 and does not even have a wife." After accepting the friend request, Chu San continued to wait at the counter. With his sharp eyes, he suddenly noticed a handkerchief left on the table where Kai Ziacheng had just been sitting. It was pink and orange, printed with little cartoon oranges, and seemed to retain a faint, feminine fragrance. He walked over, feeling puzzled, and blinked. "Was this left by that young lady? Looks like she forgot it. She's coming back tomorrow. I will just leave it here for now." He reached out to pick up the handkerchief, but then frowned. "But what if this is something important? I should probably let her know." Changing his mind, Chu San sent Kai Ziacheng a message. He waited for over 10 minutes until Kai Ziacheng was almost home before he got a reply. It was a voice message sounding very anxious. "Oh no, I thought I lost this handkerchief. It was left at the cafe. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness." She patted her chest as if relieved. Chu San held the handkerchief, feeling a bit strange, and asked nervously, "Is this item very important to you?" It is a gift I intended to give to someone else. Right now, I am tied up, Uncle Chu San. Would it be too much trouble for you to bring it over?" Before the first voice message even finished, Kai Ziacheng sent another one. "Actually, no, that is too much trouble for you. I will send you the address, just call a courier service for me, I will pay for it. Thank you, Uncle Chu San." Right after saying that, she sent a location pin. She also included the floor and room number. Chu San felt a growing warmth in his heart as he listened. What a sensible little thing. She did not want to bother me, so she wanted to call a courier instead. She is clearly so cute. Why does the young master always call her a little idiot? Chu San did not understand, but he looked at the empty cafe and replied, "It is fine, I will bring it over to you. No need to call a courier, just wait for me for a bit." Okay, thank you for the trouble." The conversation ended and Chu San picked up the handkerchief to head out, only to see Su Tao walking in from outside. "Uncle Chu, are you heading out?" Chu San made a polite gesture typically reserved for noble ladies and replied respectfully, "Ah, Ms. Su. Ms. Kai Ziacheng left a handkerchief here and I am just about to deliver it back to her." "Oh, is Ziacheng not here?" Su Tao thought Kai Ziacheng was still around and wanted to see the work environment she would be in. Chu San answered patiently, "She just visited with the young master earlier. She left less than half an hour ago." "I see, I was actually going to find her. Let me take it for you." This, Chu San hesitated. Su Tao said with a smile, "Uncle, do not worry. Ziacheng and I have made up already, otherwise she would not be with Dongfeng Yang, would she?" She had often come to the cafe to vent about Kai Ziacheng to Dongfeng Yang, and over time Chu San had heard most of the story. Hearing that, Chu San felt reassured. "Then I will trouble you with it, Ms. Su." Taking the handkerchief, Su Tao felt something subtle. The comfortable fabric made her feel as if she were caressing Kai Ziacheng's soft, delicate hands. It was the first time she had felt something so strange. She did not realize it was the effect of the Cinderella enchantment on the handkerchief, which made anyone who touched it think of Kai Ziacheng herself. Meanwhile, Kai Ziacheng had already arrived at the residential complex. She put her phone away with peace of mind. "The audience is ready." She patted her face and walked into the elevator. She took off the clips holding her pigtails and scratched her hair vigorously. She clicked her tongue and pouted with dissatisfaction. Sometimes having hair that is too soft and being pretty is not a good thing. It is hard to drop your temperament. Before leaving, she had meticulously groomed herself to make a good impression on Dongfeng Yang. Now, to face her bullies, she needed to appear weak so they would be emboldened to push her around. No choice, Kai Ziacheng put on her hoodie, then rubbed it hard to create static electricity, making her hair look messy in no time. Even so, it could not hide how cute she was. But it was enough. The elevator doors opened. Kai Ziacheng pulled the hood over her head and hunched her shoulders slightly, acting activate. She looked like a timid, fragile, and harmless girl. As she stepped out of the elevator, she saw two girls waiting in the hallway. Revealing outfits showing off their stomachs and thighs, dyed yellow hair, smoking, lip piercings, heavy eyeshadow, and all the chains typical of delinquent girls. That is the classic villain look. Looking at herself, also a villain, she had zero aura. She walked into the hallway, her flat shoes making a crisp sound as she walked. The yellow-haired girl in the lead, Liu Gijia, looked at Kai Ziacheng with her chin held high and a mocking smile. "Yo, our cute little Ziacheng is back, is she?" Liu Gijia leaned against the wall, watching Kai Ziacheng with an amused glint in her eyes. As she toyed with her phone, she gave a casual kick to her companion who was crouching on the floor nearby. The lackey, who wore black-rimmed glasses and had disheveled hair, hung her head in a sullen mood. She startled for a moment before quickly putting her phone away. The companion stood up, head bowed, staring blankly at Kai Ziacheng. Her grim and piercing gaze only made people fear Liu Gijia, the ringleader, all the more. Kai Ziacheng steadied herself, reaching up to grip the brim of her hoodie and pulling it lower. Most of her face was now hidden, with only a faint crimson glimmer flickering from her red eyes within the shadows of the hood. Facing bullies like these, the weaker you act, the more they will push their luck. Knowing this, Kai Ziacheng walked toward Liu Gijia with a timid gait. With her head hanging low, letting a few strands of hair slip out from under her hood, she reached out her small hands and said nervously, "Money. Give me back my money." Liu Gijia chuckled. She was about to erupt in mockery, but her companion quickly pulled her back. Liu Gijia turned her head, annoyed. "What is it?" The lackey, with her hair hanging down, pointed her finger toward a corner of the hallway where a red light was glowing. Liu Gijia's pupils constricted. Her tense shoulders relaxed, and she pointed toward the door. "Since we are already here, are not you going to invite us in? It is freezing out here. The snow is late this year. It will probably start snowing in a few days. It is way too cold, do not you think?" As she spoke, she and her lackey stepped aside to clear the way to the entrance. Kai Ziacheng glanced at a security camera in the hallway. It was installed by the property management, with several on every floor to prevent accidents. It would be perfect if they decided to make a move here. But it did not really matter. Chu San would find his way here because of the handkerchief anyway. Kai Ziacheng opened the door and walked in. Once Liu Gijia and her lackey were inside, she pulled the door shut, leaving it slightly ajar. After walking in together, Liu Gijia boldly opened the fridge, grabbed a soda, and plopped down on the sofa as if she were in her own home. She crossed her legs and sighed to herself, "It is truly incredible. We both come from the same bottom-tier background, so how is it that you have such a nice house in such a good location?" Kai Ziacheng remained silent, just watching as she opened the soda and took a sip. Then she slowly walked up to her and tilted her small head up. "Can you give me the money now?" Liu Gijia turned around, looking down at Kai Ziacheng from a position of superiority. "Sure, how much do you want me to pay you back?" Kai Ziacheng bit her lip, her small expression reflected in Liu Gijia's eyes. Three years, not including junior Haiyu. You just need to pay me back 7,000 yuan. Liu Gijia let out a breath. 7,000, I never realized I had taken that much money from you. Even she found it unbelievable. After all, Kai Ziacheng was just as broke as she was. Her family could not even afford her tuition, and it was only known that her older brother, who hung out with street gangs, kept giving her money. She looked at Kai Ziacheng with a sneer. "Pay you back." Kai Ziacheng seemed shocked and stepped back in fear. What do you mean? You do not want to pay me back? You promised you would." Liu Gijia spread her thumb and index finger, covering her mouth as if trying to stifle a laugh. She then covered her forehead with her hand, pushing back her bangs, and burst into laughter. You actually said pay you back. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? She lifted her chin, raised her fist high, and asked, almost tauntingly, when did you get the nerve to stand up to me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru, a sharp shriek echoed through the room. Boom, a heavy punch landed on Kai Ziacheng's face. The immense force kicked up a gust of wind, knocking Kai Ziacheng's hood off. She tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before crashing against a chair. The impact was heavy and her face throbbed with pain. Even with her pain sensitivity dulled, Kai Ziacheng still felt her face burning. This level of pain was no less than the self-inflicted wound she had planned, but it was bearable. She did not let anger cloud her judgment. The pain actually made her feel more rational. She just had to wait for Chu-san to deliver the handkerchief. The harder they hit her, the more justifiable her planned persona as a Yandere created by bullying would become. This punch was part of the plan, so there was no need to get angry. Kai Ziacheng was crystal clear on this. The moment she raised her head, her calm gaze turned into one of nervousness, fear, and fragility. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. How could you do this? She covered her cheek, tasting something salty and metallic in her mouth. The punch had already made the inside of her mouth bleed. This taste was truly unpleasant. A strange, eerie look flashed in her eyes. Seeing Liu Gijia stand up, Kai Ziacheng's body began to tremble slightly. It was as if the terrors of the past were flooding back. The girl tossed her yellow hair and walked step by step toward Kai Ziacheng. Honestly, I never thought you would actually dare to ask me for money, but this is perfect. She reached Kai Ziacheng and crouched down. She yanked hard on the long tea-colored hair. She pulled her head up. You have been hiding from me for half a month. It is time I remind you who the master is. Slap. Another slap landed on Kai Ziacheng's face. The soft contact and the sharp sound from her palm made Liu Gijia frown. At this point, Kai Ziacheng should be on her knees, crying and begging for mercy. What does this flat reaction mean, looking down on me? And this face, Tusk. She slapped her again. Always this face, always this face. Why are you so pretty? Why is your fragile appearance so likable? Why clang? She pulled a small knife from her waistband and held it in front of Kai Ziacheng's face, grinning hideously. Kai Ziacheng, what do you think would happen if I slashed your face? Kai Ziacheng's pupils constricted, fear manifesting on her face as she shook her head and struggled. Seeing this, a satisfied look finally appeared on Liu Gijia's face. She turned to the lackey behind her. You go check if the window is closed tight. It would be bad if she screamed. The lackey sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, knees curled up and arms wrapped around them. She seemed to be feeling the same abuse as Kai Ziacheng, shivering uncontrollably. Seeing no response from behind her, Liu Gijia frowned in dissatisfaction and snapped, What, did not you hear me? Yes, yes. The lackey nodded and scrambled toward the open window on the balcony. Meanwhile, Liu Gijia watched this with satisfaction and turned back to Kai Ziacheng. See, you should be like her instead of still daring to glare at me. She did not notice the calmness hidden in Kai Ziacheng's eyes. The cold blade slid across her cheek as Liu Gijia declared her victory. I am curious too. I have trained you for 3 years, so why have not you turned into a dog yet? Who gave you this hope? Her eyes shifted as she pondered. Her gaze finally settled on a photo of 2 people under the television. She sneered. Was it that bitch Su Tao? Bang, a small hand firmly clamped onto Liu Gijia's wrist. A pair of crimson pupils contracted, just like a cat protecting its food. Why do not you try saying that again? Kai Ziacheng did not have much strength, but her grip made Liu Gijia's wrist ache. Her crimson eyes, narrowed like those of a crazed cat, were truly terrifying. Liu Gijia was also startled. She suddenly tightened her grip on Kai's hair and roared through gritted teeth in anger. What did you say? How dare you talk back to me? Do you not know who is the master here? If you say another word, see if I do not slice your face open. Slap, another heavy blow landed on Kai Ziacheng's face. Her cheeks flushed red and droplets of bright blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her drooping hair hid one of her eyes, making it impossible to see her expression. After the slap, the anger that Liu Gijia felt, sparked by the fear of those eyes, began to dissipate. She sneered, no matter how hard you glare, you are still just that piece of trash. I suppose it was Su Tao who gave you the courage, right? She let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with venom. She is just like you, a piece of filth, acting so innocent while spreading that foul stench of hers everywhere. If it were not for the fact that I cannot beat her, she would have ended up like you and that person behind me, just a dog on a leash. She spat on the floor, failing to notice that Kai Ziacheng's expression was becoming increasingly dark. She continued, counting on your looks to seduce everyone, it is disgusting, but it seems she really cares about you. As she spoke, she tilted Kai Ziacheng's face up, hooking her chin. Tell me, what would happen if I used you to threaten Su Tao? Would she care? Would she be worried about you? Kai Ziacheng slowly opened her eyes, her feline slit-like pupils glowing a faint red in the dim room as she rasped. I would like to know the answer to that question too. What did you say? Liu Gijia frowned. Kai Ziacheng let out a laugh, a red thread of blood oozing from her lips and running down her chin. She no longer maintained the act of a weak, bullied girl, as if she had forgotten her original plan. If you want to slice my face open, why do not you just do it? Kai Ziacheng leaned closer and grabbed Liu Gijia's hand again, drawing strength from somewhere unknown. She forcibly pried Liu Gijia's hand, which was pulling her hair, away. She leaned in further until their noses were barely inches apart. What are you doing? Liu Gijia was spooked by her gaze and instinctively took a step back. What kind of eyes were those? They were pupils unlike any humans, narrow and demonic, emitting a blood-red light that filled one with fear just from making eye contact. It was like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. No, that was not it. It looked more like the eyes of a small wolf cub desperately shielding its injured mother. Driven by primal instinct, Kaizaya Cheng leaned in even closer, pressing her face against the blade Liu Gijia was holding. A small cut appeared. It was bleeding. Unlike the blood from being beaten, this was a wound Kaizaya Cheng had inflicted upon herself. Combined with those demonic red eyes, it was bone-chilling. Kaizaya Cheng breathed out hot air as she reached out to touch the blade, gentle as if stroking a lover. What, are you afraid, or were your words just empty threats? You stay away from me. Liu Gijia collapsed to the floor, holding the knife out in front of her in a defensive posture. She was terrified. She had the feeling that if she were to push the knife forward, Kaizaya Cheng would lean into it voluntarily. There was not a shred of fear in that person's eyes. How could this be someone who had been bullied for 3 years? Auras are strange things, especially when faced with the unknown or the irrational. The human brain briefly enters a self-protective state commonly known as crashing. Just like when someone faces death, everyone knows they should run, but terror paralyzes them completely. Liu Gijia had that exact feeling right now. Kaizaya Cheng's eyes, it looked like she wanted to eat someone. The roles were completely reversed. Kaizaya Cheng smiled hideously. Liu Gijia, you're just a bully who picks on the weak. I brought you here today just to be bullied, and honestly those slaps in that punch were quite satisfying. But Kaizaya Cheng leaned forward. You upset me by talking about Tao Tao. Though I am not a Yandere and I do not necessarily love her, she's my only lifeline for surviving right now. Clearing the female lead's path is such a huge achievement, Kaizaya Cheng muttered to herself, her expression becoming increasingly excited. People like us, small supporting characters and cannon fodder, are only meant to pave the way for the protagonist. But do you know, even so, Tao Tao still shines her light on us extras. Knowing what the original owner did, the fact that Su Tao forgave me and treated me with such kindness, what a wonderful girl she is. Unlike the person I once loved, who betrayed me after I gave them everything, you have never felt what it is like to have a hole in your heart filled by betrayal, have you? Bullies, Kaizaya Cheng stood up and grabbed Liu Gijia's knife. Liu Gijia tried to pull the knife away in a panic. Let go, the knife did not budge. The tip was tightly gripped by Kaizaya Cheng. Warm liquid flowed from her palm down to her wrist. Liu Gijia was shocked to find she could not pull the knife back. Did not it hurt? With a metallic clatter, the handle slipped from her grasp. The knife was now held in Kai's hand. Droplets of red fell from the tip and a pungent scent filled the air. You do not even have the guts to do it, Kaizaya Cheng sneered. She brushed her hair aside and pressed the tip of the blade against her forehead just above her eyebrow. SZZT, a bright red line was carved from above her left eyebrow all the way across to the right. The blood trickled down like beads of water on a windowpane, sliding over her eyelid and down her cheek. At this moment, Kaizaya Cheng looked magnificently terrifying. Those strange, slit pupils reflected the vivid red and her lips curled into a bizarre smile. If you do not do it, how will others know I have been bullied when they come in later? But you, Kaizaya Cheng stepped forward and straddled Liu Gijia's legs, looking down at her. Hitting me is one thing, but why talk so much? Are you trying to vent your feelings as a winner? Playing with the knife, a drop of scarlet landed on Liu Gijia's skin, searing hot. Kaizaya Cheng said leisurely, actually, I think one thing you said was right. I am very curious to see how Tao Tao would react if I used my life as a threat. But there was one thing I think was wrong. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. You said you wanted to train Tao Tao into a dog. Do not you know she belongs to me? Even if she were to become a dog, she would still be mine. In this world, only the female lead can protect me from being targeted by other male leads and ensure my survival. That is a fate I must change as a cannon fodder villain. You there, close the window. I am afraid she might scream too loudly in a moment. Kaizaya Cheng looked coldly at the sidekick, who stood there with disheveled hair and a sullen expression. She then extended her small tongue and licked the blade. How about I let you taste the feeling of hitting me just now? What do you think? Fear and trembling, her back soaked with cold sweat before she even realized it. Liu Gijia could actually feel that Kaizaya Cheng before her had not changed physically at all. She only needed a little effort to subdue this frail creature. But her body simply would not obey. She could not move at all. With eerie crimson slit pupils and a face covered in blood trickling down like a tiny stream, she licked the cold, gleaming blade as if tasting her own flavor. I am dead, I am dead, I am dead, I am dead, I am dead. Liu Gijia's hands trembled, but she could not summon any strength. Her gaze darted around, seeking help from her follower, who sat with disheveled hair and arms wrapped around her knees. But the sight before her made her pupils shrink once again. The follower sat hunched on the floor, staring fixedly at her. Liu Gijia noticed that the face beneath that disheveled hair was no longer gloomy. Instead, it wore a look of utter obsession, with eyes shining with a brilliance she had never seen before. She would not come to save her. Liu Gijia felt a sense of despair. It made sense. After all, she was the same kind of existence as Kaizaya Cheng, so why would she lift a finger to help her now? Since we are both just dogs all the same, she thought. Perhaps anger rushing to her head gave Liu Gijia a flicker of strength. Gritting her teeth and glaring fiercely at Kaizaya Cheng, she tried to scare her. "If you have the guts, kill me now, otherwise you are dead meat. And not just you but Su Tao too, that bit, ah." Before she could finish, she felt intense pain in her thigh. Her intimidation had turned into provocation. Kaizaya Cheng knelt half-crouched before her, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I did not hear what you said. Could you speak a little louder? The windows are all locked, you know." "Host, calm down." At this moment, the system could not help but intervene. "If something goes wrong, we as the villains will have no chance of a comeback. Not even the protagonist's halo can save us. Do not worry, system." Kaizaya Cheng's calm voice echoed in her mind. Hearing this, the system finally breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you are still rational, I am relieved. You scared me to death. I thought you had lost your mind because of the heroine Su Tao." Kaizaya Cheng smiled and replied internally, "Why would I lose my mind? You are quite funny. Actually, I know that even though I transmigrated here and bonded with you, the original owner of this body did not truly die. I just took over her nest. I think my occasional abnormal behavior is the influence of her lingering thoughts." Her analysis was as rational as her speech. "Just like now, you thought I was acting on impulse because she mentioned Su Tao, but I know that was not it. It was the original owner's residual thoughts influencing me. She was bullied for 3 years and hated this Liu Gijia with a passion. Even while being bullied, she lacked the courage to fight back. But I am different." Kaizaya Cheng's eyes shone brightly. "I am not afraid of her, so the residual thoughts of the original owner are urging me to seek revenge. That is the main reason for my current behavior. In reality, my rationality has not wavered, and I am definitely not influenced by Su Tao." She chatted with the system in her heart while whispering aloud, "After all, like I said, I am not a real Yandere. But host, you really do not seem like you are acting. And as a system, how could I not detect if the original owner still had thoughts or a soul? I am so scared. If you could detect subconscious things, you would not be so useless." Kaizaya Cheng replied to the system, but in Liu Gijia's eyes, she was just talking to herself. The fear that had already filled her overflowed completely. She widened her eyes in horror, pointed a finger at Kaizaya Cheng, and ignoring the pain in her leg, muttered softly, "She is crazy. She is crazy. What kind of gibberish is she even saying?" So she was already crazy, no wonder. No wonder. Liu Gijia burst into tears and laughed hysterically. So she was already crazy, no wonder things turned out like this, no wonder. But in reality, who is the crazy one? Perhaps the frantic laughter reached outside as hurried footsteps were heard in the hallway. Her little ears twitched, a strange smile curled on her lips. She yanked the knife out of her thigh and patted Liu Gijia's cheek with her crimson-stained hand. The sticky sensation made the laughter stop abruptly. Kaizaya Cheng grinned, "Do not be like that, you are the bully here, you know." She shoved the knife into her hand. Kaizaya Cheng then suddenly collapsed to the side, thud. With her tea-colored hair fanning out, she fell into the warm crimson pool, and Liu Gijia remained, kneeling before her, gripping the knife stiffly. Her face was full of terror. Even the followers squatting behind them looked confused. Confused by Kaizaya Cheng's actions, why would she do this? The next second, her confusion was answered. The front door, which had not been latched properly, swung open violently. "Zaya Cheng, what happened?" Su Tao gasped. She had heard strange laughter as soon as she exited the elevator. At first, she thought someone was acting up, but when she listened carefully, she realized it was coming from Kaizaya Cheng's suite. And that voice was strangely familiar. She ran over without stopping, and the scene that met her eyes made her pupils contract. She saw Kaizaya Cheng lying on her back in a pool of blood, while opposite her, Liu Gijia was holding a knife, looking towards the entrance with a hollow gaze. Further back sat a girl whose hair almost covered her face, her eyes looking filled with adoration. Anyone who did not know the situation would misunderstand the scene. Su Tao was no exception. She clenched her fists and walked over. "Liu Gijia, what did you do to Zaya Cheng?" Liu Gijia widened her eyes, threw the knife away with a clatter, and backed away in fear. I did not do anything. It was all Kaizaya Cheng's doing. It was her." "Do you think I will believe that? There is nothing I can do if you do not." Liu Gijia shrieked. "She did this to herself. She is self-directing this. She is crazy. What does this have to do with?" Su Tao rushed over in 2 strides. Boom. With one punch, she knocked Liu Gijia over. Arg. Ignoring Liu Gijia's screams, Su Tao knelt down, disregarding the mess, and tried to lift Kaizaya Cheng up. But the moment she saw her face, her pupils contracted again. Su Tao's voice was heavy with fury. "Liu Gijia, if anything happens to Zaya Cheng, she is crazy. Everyone is crazy." Before she could finish, Liu Gijia covered her head and ran toward the door as if fleeing for her life. SSS Su Tao made a move to stop her, but reason forced her to stay calm. A voice came from nearby. Should we call an ambulance first?" It was the gloomy-faced girl. After saying that, she followed Liu Gijia and quickly left the room. Su Tao fell silent and hurriedly pulled out her phone. "Hello, Dongfeng Yang, can you have your doctor come over? The address is Kaizaya Cheng's place." Tao, is that you?" Just as Su Tao hung up the phone, Kaizaya Cheng slowly drifted back to consciousness from her faint. Her voice was raspy and tinged with tears. Su Tao's expression softened and she asked with concern, "Zaya Cheng, do not talk for now. You are still hurt. Dongfeng Yang's doctors will be here in a moment." Kaizaya Cheng managed a strained smile. "I am fine, Tao. My forehead hurts a little and my face too, but aside from that, I am alright, my face." Only then did Su Tao notice. She gently wiped away the water stains on her face, revealing a clear bruise from a fist. She then carefully brushed aside Kai Cheng's hair, revealing a wide but shallow gash on her forehead, which was still oozing a touch of fresh blood. Su Tao gasped and forced herself to stay calm. Kai Cheng had been watching Su Tao's every expression, and she knew exactly what was on her mind. With a tone full of nervousness and relief, she asked, Tao, my face, it will be okay, right? If I do not look pretty anymore, will you stop wanting me? Her lips trembled as if she were about to burst into tears. She just said she wanted to slash my face. If I had not dodged that knife, I would really have been disfigured. Woo. Tao, please do not leave me. Panic-stricken and appearing completely helpless, Kai Cheng broke into a flood of tears, giving it her all in her act. Su Tao, who had been trying to stay rational, felt a surge of burning anger upon hearing this. She reached out and grabbed an apple nearby, squeezing it with all her might as if to vent her emotions. Pop! The apple exploded in her grip. Kai Cheng, who had been faking her sobs, could not help but freeze for a second. She knew Su Tao had some combat skills. But was not this a bit excessive? How on earth did the original body owner manage to drug Su Tao and lock her in a dark room? Regardless of her shock, the act had to continue. She still had to keep crying. When Su Tao gently wiped away her tears, Kai Cheng began to sob slowly. Tao, Su Tao gave her a reassuring smile. Rest easy. When have I ever said I did not want you? Do not ever think things like that again. After giving her a reminder, Su Tao checked her over once more to ensure that aside from the forehead gash and some residual bruising on her face, she was otherwise fine. She helped Kai Cheng to a chair and said softly, wait here for a moment, Cheng. I will help you with some basic first aid. With that, she walked toward the cabinet under the TV, skillfully opened it, and pulled out the emergency medical kit inside. However, while picking out the medicine, she could not help but pause for a moment. This current scene felt like something that had happened often in the past. After Cheng started high school and moved in, there was a period of time when they lived together, and Cheng would occasionally come home with injuries. She always said she had just fallen, but could it be? Su Tao's heart sank as she took the disinfectant, cotton swabs, and gauze toward Kai Cheng. The disinfection might sting a little. Hang in there, okay? It is okay, I am used to it. Kai Cheng obediently closed her eyes and tilted her head up slightly. The fragmented voice of the system echoed in her mind. Emotion points +3. Emotion points +5. Emotion points +10. She knew that Su Tao had experienced significant emotional fluctuations due to her words, which was why they were being captured by the system. Unfortunately, the emotion points would gradually decrease as the protagonists adapted. Kai Cheng could not repeatedly exploit the same situation to farm emotion points. For instance, when she played the victim, Su Tao's initial distress resulted in a large increase in points. Later on, even if Su Tao felt the same pain, the points gained would be much lower. When it all added up, every single point was vital. She stopped the bleeding, applied the medicine, and temporarily wrapped gauze around the forehead. Su Tao was not a professional doctor, she only knew some common emergency procedures. As for the actual condition, she would have to wait for a real doctor to assess it, and speak of the devil. The door, which had been left open, was pushed wide. Dongfeng Yang walked in quickly with two doctors. His first reaction upon seeing the bloodstains on the floor was to gasp. Hey, what is going on here? Su Tao stood up and explained it was some troubled girls from Cheng's high school causing her trouble. Cheng was already injured by the time I arrived. Taking care of her was more important, so I did not chase them when they ran off. Dongfeng Yang signaled the two doctors. They nodded in acknowledgement. The two looked at each other. The female doctor handed the medical kit to the male doctor and took charge of examining Kai Cheng. A bit of bleeding, facial trauma, but luckily no issues inside the mouth. To prevent facial swelling and pain, external medication is needed. Stick to a light diet for now and she should heal up fine. The female doctor's words allowed everyone in the room to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Su Tao arranged Cheng rest for a bit, then go take a shower. At this, Kai Cheng looked at Su Tao with anticipation. Tao, can you help me wash? Dongfeng Yang raised an eyebrow at this. Kai Cheng looked at Su Tao's clothes, which were also quite dirty from giving her the first aid, so she said straightforwardly, how about we shower together? I got your clothes dirty too. Dongfeng Yang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. His gaze darted between Kai Cheng's face and Su Tao's. If this had been before, Su Tao would have agreed without hesitation. But now, knowing about Kai Cheng's strange feelings toward her and her Yandere tendencies, reason told Su Tao not to agree to this request. She smiled with pursed lips and said, why not let the doctor help? As a doctor, she definitely knows where not to get water. Seeing this, Dongfeng Yang stepped in and nodded. If you are recovered enough to stand, you can wash yourself. You two are in such a cramped place, would not it be crowded? Oh, okay then. Kai Cheng appeared somewhat disappointed, but she did not defy them. Seeing this, Su Tao rubbed her temples in a headache. It was not just the incident with the troublemakers. Cheng's Yandere nature was a major issue too. If Dongfeng Yang were not here, would she have forced the issue of showering together? Apologetically, she said to Dongfeng Yang, sorry for the trouble. Why do not you have a seat for a moment? I will clean up the floor. Like a diligent wife, she put on an apron and began to do the chores skillfully. Dongfeng Yang went outside, looked up at the hallway camera and said to the security guards, we are going to the property management office to check the security footage. Once at the office as a young master, the security guard naturally did not stop him. Before long, they saw the footage of the encounter between Kai Zia-cheng and Liu Gijia. In the face of such bullies, the Kai Zia-cheng on screen appeared timid and did not even dare to look at them. Really stupid enough, Dongfeng Yang nodded, not seeing anything unusual about Kai Zia-cheng. However, there was one thing he did not understand. He turned to the bodyguard behind him and asked, "What did you see from Kai Zia-cheng's behavior?" The bodyguard was stunned for a moment. It seemed like she was used to being bullied. That did not look like someone trying to get someone to pay back a debt at all. Yes, she's very cowardly. Dongfeng Yang stroked his chin. But what I do not understand is, if she is so cowardly, why did she dare to commit such a major taboo as kidnapping Su Tao in the first place? Yi Liang is surely much more terrifying than a group of teenage hoodlums, right? Once he had calmed down earlier, he realized something was wrong. Kai Zia-cheng's excuse that she did it for Su Tao's sake just did not hold up. She acted so timid. Who gave her the courage for such an impulsive act? But it is also possible that I just do not have the full picture. At the end of the day, Dongfeng Yang has really changed his opinion of Kai Zia-cheng, and he does not think this foolish, clumsy, and spineless person he sees is putting on an act. He pays close attention to details. It just so happens that some of these details do not add up. Just then, there was a double knock on the door of the surveillance room. Dongfeng Yang turned around to see Su Tao walk in, her apron hiding the bright red stains. "How is it going?" Dongfeng Yang moved aside to make room and pointed at the monitor. The incident started when Kai Zia-cheng went to get the money back from that blonde girl. The hostility in the blonde's eyes was quite obvious, but Kai Zia-cheng was so spineless that she still let her inside. The result, needless to say, speaks for itself. The surveillance could not pick up the sounds once they were inside the house, only an occasional burst of laughter. "Su Tao, what do you think?" Dongfeng Yang pulled up a chair and sat down to think. Su Tao's eyes were filled with suppressed anger. After a long sigh, she said, "Zia-cheng must have wanted to pay you back, which is why she asked Liu Gijia for the money, but I had no idea she had borrowed so much from her. That is 7,000. It might not seem like much over 3 years, but Kai Zia-cheng's family has no money, and the reason she is so frail now is because of the malnutrition she suffered early on." But surprisingly, that was not what concerned Dongfeng Yang. "My point is, what do you think about the contrast in Kai Zia-cheng's behavior?" Su Tao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I will not beat around the bush." Dongfeng Yang adjusted the playback, pausing at the scene where Kai Zia-cheng entered the room with Liu Gijia and her followers, cowering in fear. He said, "We learned earlier that Kai Zia-cheng was willing to risk her life for you, and she was even hostile toward Yi Liang and for a while toward me. But as you and I have seen, she is so weak. So where did she get the courage to stand up to Yi Liang? You know, if you had not stopped Yi Liang in the basement last time, something terrible would have happened to Kai Zia-cheng, right?" Su Tao bowed her head and nodded gently as if lost in thought. She had access to different information than Dongfeng Yang. She knew perfectly well. Kai Zia-cheng's courage came from her. Zia-cheng was a Yandere. She would become impulsive and irrational whenever it concerned her. Perhaps that is why she dared to confront Yi Liang, even ignoring her own status. But when it comes to Liu Gijia, Dongfeng Yang continued, "There is one more important question. Even though I have been careful about your feelings and have not asked, I still cannot understand how Kai Zia-cheng managed to kidnap you. You could easily subdue her with one hand, right?" Su Tao lowered her head and fell silent for a moment. "About the kidnapping, that was my fault." Su Tao sighed and explained the situation. "I owed Yi Liang a favor from last time, and he insisted that I accompany him to a banquet. I thought it was just showing my face and having a meal, so I agreed. After that, Zia-cheng found me and said she knew she had been wrong before and wanted to make amends with me." Dongfeng Yang nodded. "Go on." "Then she said she had specifically bought me coffee as an apology." Su Tao sighed again. "I did not think much of it at the time and did as she asked. I do not remember what happened after I drank it. When I woke up, I was already locked in the basement." A few strands of hair fell from her temples, brushing against her cheeks. Because she was looking down, her bangs obscured her eyes, making it impossible to read her expression. The sunlight from outside the window, reflecting on her, slowly began to fade. Su Tao continued, "As for the courage you mentioned about her confronting Yi Liang, I suppose that came from me. You." Dongfeng Yang was stunned. This was something he had never considered. "Yes." Su Tao stood with her hands behind her back and looked up, a weary and doting smile on her face. "She has done many things in the last 2 months, but I have never blamed her once. Whether it was you or Yi Liang, I have been trying to mediate, have not I?" Dongfeng Yang paused as if recalling something. It was true that whenever he had disliked Kai Zia-cheng in the past, Su Tao had always tried to persuade him otherwise. "I see," he murmured to himself as the doubts in his heart gradually unraveled. It was her tolerance that gave Kai Zia-cheng the courage. Dongfeng Yang looked at Su Tao again, then about her being bullied. At the mention of this, Su Tao clenched her fists, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Staring intently at Liu Gijia on the monitor, she said, "I know this blonde girl. She was a delinquent in high school with terrible grades who bullied the weak just to feel powerful. Back then, she used to bully Zia-cheng too, but after I gave her a beating twice, she got scared off. She never showed up in front of me again. I thought she had backed down, but now it seems she had been taking revenge on Zia-cheng in the shadows for a long time. And I knew nothing about any of this. Su Tao's tone grew increasingly guilty. In the past, Xia Cheng would occasionally come home with bruises. She was always so clumsy, so when she said she had tripped, I did not think twice about it. She would just smile foolishly and tell me not to worry. At the time, I thought she was so sensible and truly kind. Looking at it now, those injuries were from being bullied. Dongfeng Yang took a soft breath. Then why did not she ever tell you? The blonde said it was 7,000 over 3 years. She had been bullied for 3 years. Maybe she did not want to drag me down. She was afraid of seeing me hurt, afraid I would be bullied just like her. So no matter what harm she suffered, she hid it all and came home with a foolish smile, saying, "I am fine, do not worry." Thinking back carefully, all she ever showed me was a smile. Su Tao looked at the surprised Dongfeng Yang for a moment, then hesitated and said quietly, "Also, it is possible that because of these things I did not know about, Xia Cheng developed some psychological problems." Then, being triggered again, all the events of the last 2 months happened. With these words, realization dawned on Dongfeng Yang. It all makes sense now. No wonder he felt Xia Cheng's personality had shifted so drastically. It turned out there were so many hidden circumstances he had not known about. Thinking back to the pool of blood on the floor when he entered the room, Dongfeng Yang sighed to himself. It seems he had misunderstood Xia Cheng after all. The lingering suspicion vanished in an instant. I should go and talk to Yi Liang. Xia Cheng is a pitiful soul after all. Seeing that Su Tao was feeling a bit down, Dongfeng Yang consoled her. Although the process was a bit twisted, the end result is a good one, right? Xia Cheng is not like she was these past 2 months anymore. She has returned to normal, has not she? Reconciling with Su Tao and reconciling with himself. The only one left is Yi Liang, I suppose, but these words struck a chord in Su Tao, making her feel uneasy. Yes, she has become normal. Her smile was strained, her eyes full of anxiety. Let us not talk about that anymore, Dongfeng Yang said. As for the people who bullied Xia Cheng, how do you want to handle them? Should I do it? I can investigate them thoroughly and make them disappear. The swift and ruthless methods of a major family, sending a few people off to Siberia to farm potatoes, was far too easy. However, Su Tao shook her head, the fire in her eyes no longer held back. You have already helped me enough, Dongfeng Yang, do not bother. They dared to treat Xia Cheng this way, I will teach them a lesson myself. Thinking of Xia Cheng's hysterical crying earlier when she was afraid of losing her, Su Tao involuntarily clenched her fists. No one is allowed to bully my Xia Cheng. Su Tao is a woman of action. Whenever she has an idea, as long as there are no other important matters standing in her way, she will immediately act on it, just like right now. After settling Xia Cheng down, she wasted no time and jumped onto a bus. Her destination was her old high school. To be more precise, it was a household tucked away in a messy alley near the school. In the evening, Liu Gijia sat in her dilapidated little house with her leg in a cast, typing away on her phone with a chillingly cold expression. Xia Cheng, Su Tao, I will make you pay for this sooner or later. She gritted her teeth in resentment and then looked toward her gloomy lackey kneeling to the side. She grabbed the girl by the hair and snarled, "You lowly wretch, why did not you help me back in the room?" The girl was forced to tilt her head back, her face covered in scars. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling, unable to speak. Seeing this, Liu Gijia vented her anger with a slap and cursed, "Useless piece of trash. You are going to see Q Li later, right? Tell that woman to rally everyone. I am going to finish those 2 bitches off the day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow." She clenched her fist, her knuckles cracking loudly. She had a dozen delinquents under her command alone, and with her 2 sisters, that was 40 or 50 people charging in. No matter how tough Su Tao was, could she really beat that many people? After taking the slap, the lackey seemed already used to it. Instead of getting angry, she said weakly, "We cannot beat Su Tao. Are you trying to dampen our spirits and boost hers?" Liu Gijia's face contorted in rage. She kicked the lackey aside, stood up, and barked, "If Xia Cheng had not gone crazy and scared me just now, I would have at least put up a fight with her." Just then, rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. A delinquent girl in a ragged leather jacket rushed in. It is bad, boss. Su Tao is coming for us, what?" Liu Gijia jumped up, but her injured leg made her gasp in pain. She quickly asked her subordinate, "How could Su Tao come here? We are at least an hour's drive away from Jiazhu University, are not we?" "I do not know, boss," the subordinate cried. She seems to be here for revenge. We are all adults in university now. Why is she risking her life like this?" Liu Gijia swallowed hard. "Revenge? She is here to get revenge for Xia Cheng. Run, this is her home, her base of operations. If she ran now, what would the other 2 sisters think of her?" Liu Gijia took a deep breath, her eyes turning vicious. "Go and round up all the sisters. It is just one Su Tao. Can she really beat a dozen of us? Today I am going to have it out with her." As soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open gently, and a cold voice rang out slowly, "Oh, is that so? Is Tao?" The subordinate who brought the news exclaimed in surprise. After looking her up and down and seeing she was completely uninjured, he closed his eyes and fainted. Su Tao glanced at the subordinate and said coldly, "Get out. I am only here for Liu Gijia today." The fainted subordinate's eyes widened instantly. He gave Su Tao a sheepish smile and scrambled out the door as fast as he could. Only Liu Gijia and her lackey remained in the room. The latter shrank into the corner, bangs covering her eyes, watching Su Tao with curiosity. And Liu Gijia, gritting her teeth, demanded of Su Tao, "What do you mean by this?" What, you bullied Xia Cheng and now you want to act innocent? Su Tao's face remained cold. Her purpose for coming here was simple. It was to seek justice for Xia Cheng, or to put it more bluntly, revenge. If not for today's incident, she would not even have known that Xia Cheng had been bullied by this person for 3 years. Looks like you have not learned your lesson from high school, have you? Liu Gijia gritted her teeth and said with resentment, I told you I did not do anything to Xia Cheng. At most I punched her once, that is it. She pointed to her bandaged leg, and even this was caused by Xia Cheng stabbing me. Su Tao looked at her as if she were a fool. Do you really think I will believe that? I can tell at a glance that this injury was an accident when Xia Cheng was resisting. Do you take me for a child? Liu Gijia's eyes widened. In that situation, she was clearly the victim. Liu Gijia finally understood. Su Tao did not care about the so-called truth at all. She had come specifically to take revenge. Is there any chance to run? No chance at all. Liu Gijia took a deep breath, losing her fear, and stood straight in front of Su Tao. She said in a deep voice, since that is the case, let us settle this with our fists. Do not think I am truly afraid of you. Liu Gijia finished, then suddenly lowered her stance. Do not think I am that ignorant little delinquent from high school anymore. I have learned a few moves from my brother who runs with the gangs. Su Tao, go to hell. She immediately threw a set of military-style punches right where she stood. It was fierce and full of momentum. Su Tao die. She took a step forward, bam. And then she was knocked down by a single punch from Su Tao. Liu Gijia covered her face, crouching on the floor, her head buzzing. Is that it? Su Tao grabbed her by the sleeve and hauled her up. You fooled around for 3 years in high school and you are still in this dump in college. If not for today, I would not even have known you have been bullying Xia Cheng for so long. Liu Gijia complained, forget about the past. Today she was the one bullying me, still making excuses. Su Tao did not hold back and let loose with a barrage of punches, thoroughly beating Liu Gijia until she was crying and snotting all over herself. The latter's yellow hair was already dirty and she cried out loudly, I told you but you would not believe me, and if I do not say anything you think I am stubborn. What am I supposed to do? At first she told me to pay back money, and when I did not want to I punched her, who knew she would suddenly go crazy. Liu Gijia was terrified by the beating and blurted out whatever came to mind, her voice choked with grievances. She was talking about how she was the victim, and then she was babbling about Yandere or something. I felt like she was really going to kill me. Why will not you believe me? At this moment she had none of her earlier bravado, but Su Tao, hearing those words, actually stopped her hand. She furrowed her brows deeply, her expression puzzled. You just said that Xia Cheng was talking about being a Yandere. Liu Gijia wiped away her tears and nodded. She was sitting on top of me, playing with that knife and talking to herself. You would not believe me, kept beating me and demanding the truth. Are you even human? Su Tao scratched her cheek, a flicker of guilt crossing her heart instinctively. But then she thought this person is a habitual offender, so she did not need to feel any guilt. Right now there were more important matters. She grabbed Liu Gijia by the collar and said viciously, tell me everything that happened in that room down to the last detail. She knew Xia Cheng was a Yandere. But what puzzled her was why Xia Cheng would take the initiative to mention that word herself. Since she was self-aware enough to define it, could she still be a Yandere? She had a faint feeling that what was happening to Xia Cheng was far more complicated than she had imagined. After getting a sound beating, Liu Gijia no longer dared to be stubborn. She sat on a chair, wiped her face with a tissue, and recounted what happened in Xia Cheng's room with a sense of grievance. She downplayed her actions, skipping the part where she bullied Xia Cheng, and got straight to the point. I never intended to do anything to her. I just scared her a little, and then I said that neither Xia Cheng nor you are good people. After that, Xia Cheng acted like she had gone crazy. She kept saying that it was fine to curse at her, but that I was not allowed to curse at you. She even threw herself onto my knife. I said sooner or later I would beat her like a dog, and then Xia Cheng said even if you are a dog, you can only be her dog and it has nothing to do with me. Then she grabbed my knife. After stabbing me in the thigh, she slashed her own forehead and told me to hurry up and do it, claiming she was the victim. Finally, she muttered to herself that she was not a Yandere. Just thinking about it, Liu Gijia felt a lingering fear. She hunched her shoulders and continued, then you came into the house and started hitting me without saying a word. In this whole situation, I am the victim here, okay? Su Tao frowned. Are you lying to me? Liu Gijia's blood pressure spiked at those words. Ignoring the blood on her face, she stood up straight and cursed, if I do not say anything, you think I am being tight-lipped, and if I do say something, you do not believe me. I swear on my family's lives that I am not lying. Su Tao rubbed her chin and asked, what about Xia Cheng's state at that time? What were her expressions like? This Liu Gijia recalled calmly. It felt like she had become a different person. Her tone was manic, her face was flushed, and her eyes looked a bit like a cat's. In short, it was just terrifying. She was not lying about that part. In Su Tao's impression, whether in the basement or on the rooftop, Xia Cheng had been in this state as well. She tentatively called it the Yandere form. She was usually normal, but once her bottom line was touched, she would become morbidly deranged. But that was the problem. She had crammed on knowledge about Yanderes. Undoubtedly, the state Xia Cheng had shown before, such as self-harm and a death wish, was that morbid Yandere behavior. But another major characteristic of a Yandere is that they are good at disguising themselves, and Dr. Cheng had said that Yanderes usually do not know they are Xio. Xia Cheng knows she is a Yandere, and she even said she was not a Yandere. Yet she displays various morbid aspects, so the question is she actually a Yandere or not? Su Tao never knew Kai Cheng had such acting skills. It is giving me a headache. Su Tao rubbed her brow, realizing she could not figure it out on her own. Seeing that it was getting late outside, she took out her phone and looked at Liu Gijia. Scan the code to send the 7,000 yuan you owe Zaya Cheng. Liu Gijia froze. I do not have that much money. I only have 300 yuan on me. Su Tao loosened her finger joints, which cracked audibly, and asked slowly, if you do not have money, how do you want to settle this? Liu Gijia panicked, terrified that Su Tao would start hitting her again. Without thinking, she blurted out, can I use my body instead? She hunched over and said, you and Kai Zaya Cheng must be close since you are the one who trained her into that state. If you do not mind, I stop right there. Su Tao stood up in disgust and stepped back. Take a look at yourself, do not make me sick. Being girls themselves, the contrast was obvious. Liu Gijia was basically a toad. When it comes to being cute, it has to be Zaya Cheng. With Kai Zaya Cheng's cute face and sweet smile appearing in her mind, Su Tao felt a lot more relaxed. She let out a breath. 1 month. If you cannot come up with the money, I will come back. If I find out you're still bullying the weak, just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail. After that, Su Tao intended to leave, but her sharp eyes caught a small figure cowering in the corner. She looked just as petite as Kai Zaya Cheng. Her clothes were tattered, and her hair and exposed skin were extremely dirty. She glared fiercely at Liu Gijia, walked up to the little follower, and reached out her hand. Her smile was like falling moonlight. Do not worry, she will not dare to bully you again. My name is Su Tao, what is yours? However, to Su Tao's surprise, the girl before her actually shrank back again. She shook her head quickly and did not touch her extended hand. Su Tao had assumed the other party was scared, but then she heard her utter a soft, weak voice. Thank you. Then the girl shook her head again. This time it was a clear refusal. She must have been bullied too, yet she refused me like that. It is a bit strange. But Su Tao did not interfere too much. She respected everyone's choices. Before leaving, something crossed her mind and she looked back at Liu Gijia. By the way, why do you think Zaya Cheng became like that, the crazy state you mentioned? Liu Gijia held her face and looked at Su Tao as if looking at someone naive. Was not that caused by you? You do not know why the dog you raised. No, the person you brought along became like that. After getting the answer, Su Tao sighed. She walked out the door. The sunset had already faded and the moon, peering through the clouds, began to dance with the stars. Winter was approaching, so the nights were getting darker faster, and colder too. Su Tao breathed out a puff of warm air and slowly walked into the deep alley. Early the next morning, Kai Zaya Cheng, having rested for the night, woke up clutching her head. System, what is my emotional value at now? This is what she checks every morning when she wakes up. She gauges whether anything important has happened by checking the timing and quantity of emotional points provided by the various main characters. Returning to the host, 754 points. Yesterday evening, both the heroine Su Tao and the hero Yi Liang provided a surge of emotional points. It is not easy to gain emotional points quickly without actively stirring up trouble. Usually she only gets 3 or 5 points at a time. Now it increased by hundreds in one go. What happened yesterday evening? Su Tao's case is fine. It is nothing more than her being concerned about things related to her, thus generating emotional value. But Yi Liang, after being in the hospital for a few days and then staying at home without going out, hiding away like this does not seem like the solution. Ding dong, her phone chimed. Kai Zaya Cheng picked up her phone. It was a WeChat message from Chen Kaiyan. Kai Zaya Cheng, it is already the 7th day. You promised me the antidote. I'm starting to get heat rash on my face. Give it to me quickly. Only then did Kai Zaya Cheng remember that she had an agreement to provide Chen Kaiyan with the so-called antidote every week. But in reality, the mineral water she had tampered with was just mineral water. Heat rash. Is it endocrine disorder or an allergy? Kai Zaya Cheng typed back, do not worry. I asked you to keep an eye on Su Tao during this time. How is it going now? Chen Kaiyan, that person is such a fool. She believes anything I say. Plus, with the therapist you told me to recommend to her, she trusts me now more than ever. Kai Zaya Cheng, good, keep at it. Ideally become her closest confidant. Also, she returned to the dorm last night, right? Do you know what she did yesterday evening? Chen Kaiyan, I am not really sure. She seemed quite tired when she got back, but she was on a 10-minute phone call with Si Chen before going to bed. I do not know what they talked about. Si Chen, Kai Zaya Cheng arched an eyebrow, an image of an insidious man with glasses appearing in her mind. He is also one of the important male leads in the novel, and his character archetype happens to be the kind that Kai Zaya Cheng finds very difficult to deal with. Kai Zaya Cheng messaged Chen Kaiyan, go to Moonlight Cafe and wait for me, I will bring the antidote to you. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water from a roadside shop, Kai Zaya Cheng soon arrived at the Moonlight Cafe. At this moment, she still had a circle of gauze wrapped around her head to keep up appearances. Covered by her tea-colored hair, it looked just like a headband, adding a touch of vibrant energy to her naturally sweet and cute demeanor. Her hoodie from yesterday was stained with blood and out for cleaning, and since she had no other autumn clothes, she had no choice but to wear a sailor uniform, layered with a t-shirt underneath to keep warm. Being already adorable, this sailor uniform made her look as if she were draped in a layer of starlight, making it impossible to look away. She was truly choosing cuteness over comfort. Walking into the cafe, she saw Chen Kaiyan waiting there anxiously. Giving a quick glance, she greeted Chu San at the bar. Good morning, Uncle Chu San, I am here for my shift. Chu San smiled. Our cafe is quite pricey. Even though it is next to the school, we do not get many customers a day. Miss Kai, feel free to find a spot to rest. I will keep an eye on things here. As expected, Dongfeng Yang only sent her here to slack off. Twice she had come to the cafe and she had not seen a single customer. Kai Ziacheng glanced at the price list. Good grief, the cheapest cup of coffee was over 100 yuan. She had less than 300 yuan to her name. If she bought winter clothes, she would not even have money for food. Sighing inwardly, Kai Ziacheng walked over to Chen Kaiyan. She sat down across from her and handed over the mineral water. Drink up. Chen Kaiyan looked at the bottle of Nongfu Spring and instinctively shuddered. Is this the antidote? Kai Ziacheng said coolly. You would better keep your voice down. I checked and there are no cameras here, but it is not good to be too loud. Chu San was Dongfeng Yang's man after all. If the cafe did not have elegant background music playing, he might have heard them even if they whispered. Chen Kaiyan swallowed hard and carefully examined the bottle of mineral water. The cap was unopened and the label was intact. Even the production date was clearly visible. It looked exactly like a bottle of water bought fresh from a corner store. Is this really the antidote? Kai Ziacheng said. It is temporary. This is a 2-week supply, just drink half a bottle at a time. It is a disguise just like last time. If you do not believe me, try the taste. Chen Kaiyan was skeptical, but she unscrewed the cap and took a sniff. It was odorless. She took a sip. It tastes a bit sweet. It tasted like grape juice. The poison she had last time was bitter. Tasting something different, Chen Kaiyan stopped doubting and chugged half the bottle in one go. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Whether it was psychological or not, she really felt that her condition had improved and she was not as tired. Seeing her finish, Kai Ziacheng asked, Tell me about Su Tao and Si Chen. Chen Kaiyan nodded. She was already used to being a double agent after a week. They only had a 10-minute phone call last night and I do not know what they talked about, but I saw Su Tao leave early this morning. She might have gone to find Si Chen. Kai Ziacheng's eyebrows arched when she heard the word leave. Was she dressed up? Chen Kaiyan did not understand why Kai Ziacheng asked that, but answered truthfully, not really. She just put on a down jacket and left. Then it does not look like a date. Kai Ziacheng murmured to herself. She was truly afraid that Su Tao would go on a date with one of the male leads. In her eyes, Su Tao was already hers. She would not allow any of these male leads to lay a finger on her. However, that unconscious muttering gave Chen Kaiyan a strange look. But not thinking too much of it, she continued. Besides last night, Su Tao also had lunch with Si Chen the day before yesterday. When she returned to the dorm, I asked her about it casually, and she said Si Chen had studied psychology and she was just asking him a few questions. Kai Ziacheng's sense of crisis surged immediately upon hearing this. At this critical juncture, Si Chen had the added buff of psychology. She was definitely asking about things related to her Yandere condition. She quickly asked, and then? I do not know after that, Chen Kaiyan pouted. Even though I did as you asked and tried to stay by her side, I never had the chance to follow her whenever she was around those young masters. She and I are not in the same social circles. This was indeed a problem. Chen Kaiyan could not enter the upper-class circle. If she herself did not have a connection to Su Tao, Dongfeng Yang would not have even looked at her. As an informant, she had her uses, but they were limited. Has anything else happened this week? Chen Kaiyan frowned in thought, then suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. There is one thing that concerns you. What is it? I found out while you were hospitalized. I meant to tell you once you were discharged, but it slipped my mind. Chen Kaiyan said slowly, I heard you angered Yi Liang and ruined her banquet. To apologize, Su Tao agreed to be Yi Liang's maid for 3 days. The date is the 15th, this Wednesday. Kai Ziacheng, her eyes originally bright red, suddenly turned dark and terrifying. Tao Tao is going to be a maid for Yi Liang. For some reason, Chen Kaiyan felt that Kai Ziacheng was particularly terrifying at this moment. She swallowed hard and nodded. According to Su Tao, it seems she made Yi Liang lose face at that banquet, and Yi Liang aggressively demanded that she serve as a maid for 3 days. And it was also said that this would let Yi Liang calm down and stop him from targeting you. Hell, Kai Ziacheng began to sneer. So that is why Yi Liang has not come looking for me all these days. There was this whole matter behind it. This turn of events did not exist in the original story. Her butterfly effect was flapping harder and harder. Considering her condition, Su Tao would definitely not tell her about this, and even other people in the know would be warned by Su Tao not to let her find out. If it were not for Chen Kaiyan, Su Tao would have been devoured by Yi Liang without her even knowing. Kai Ziacheng thought for a moment and reached into her pocket. Then she pulled out a small pill and tossed it to Chen Kaiyan. You have done well. This is your reward. What is this? Chen Kaiyan picked up the small pill. Kai Ziacheng replied expressionlessly, Black tech that helps you remove blackheads on your nose takes effect in half a day. Really, Chen Kaiyan did not have the best skin and had to cover it with thick foundation every time she went out. She had already witnessed how formidable Kai Ziacheng was if this item was real. She was overjoyed, and not fearing that Kai Ziacheng might be lying to her, she swallowed it immediately. Detected that supporting character Chen Kaiyan feels grateful toward the host. Emotion value +7. This was an unexpected surprise. This pill cost 30 emotion points in the system, and Kai Ziacheng used it to win people over. She had forgotten that in the system settings, as long as it was a character with a name in the original story, whether a protagonist or a supporting role, they could generate emotion points. And Chen Qian happened to be a reasonably important cannon fodder villain. She was worried about not having a trump card to go up against Yi Liang, if this was the case. Kaizaya Cheng took out her phone and looked at her contacts. She then slowly clicked on the entry labeled The Invincible Older Brother. Just you wait, Tato, I will definitely save you from Yi Liang's hands, you are mine. You are only allowed to like me,